was just a thought. I never knew it would really be massive, and looking back, I could feel my achievements, which are fulfilling and amazing. 2008 was already a challenging year, as unknowingly, economic turmoil started to emerge. It is indeed a challenge to establish an organization which is now an institution. I was motivated by my passion to lead and create leaders as well. And because of this, I pushed with my plans, summoned my colleagues, and we ventured our roots and created Visaya UAE. That was July 2008. I chaired for 2.5 years from 2008 until 2010. I was supported by 32 electronics engineers from various companies, and it went to around 200 members. From the beginning, I ensured that the spectrum of activities that IECEP UAE will undertake would be holistic, comprehensive, in order to cover the whole value chain to address the challenges of time. We attribute all the achievements of IECEP UAE to one another. I have always the honor to represent IECEP UAE and present its core values and strategic steps to every members and incoming members of the institution. As I believe in the value of succession, we need to instill to our members that value of character, professionalism, integrity, and camaraderie, because this is what electronics engineers are.
2011 has been a very busy and challenging year for IECEP UAE. The year started with the first turnover of leadership from chapter's founding officers, where out of the 11 board of directors, only 2 from the founding officers were elected to serve again for another year. The new set of officers immediately acknowledges the very big shoes to fill to make IECEP UAE move to the right direction. 2011 was a great year. I commend all officers and members on their hard work, dedication, and support. As I can humbly say that this year will be one, if not the finest year that IECEP UAE would ever have. It is with great pleasure and humility to say, let us take each other with respect and understanding. The institution we have commenced is with respect and competence. Hence, let us keep the spirit in order to succeed and continue for another decade.
God has always been faithful to our organization and to all of us in our lives, both professionally and personally. Being one of the past governors of the chapter is truly a great honor. I will forever treasure and remember the experience of leading a group of not only smart, talented, gifted individuals, but who are so committed and selfless in helping and guiding fellow members and officers to serve each other and together be of service to the Filipino community in the Middle East and throughout the world. For me, is the real value of being a part of this noble organization. Continued success, more breakthroughs, more achievements, more recognition, as truly one profession, one organization, one family.
2013, how can anyone forget? This was the year when the Filipino Professional Group, now known as the Philippine Professional Organization or PPO.
The commitment of the officers, with the generosity of our members on their time and personal resources, made it easier than expected. The chapter is always active and been involved to such professional gatherings, which was evident on our attendance to previous IECEP international conferences. IECEP UAE is
a decade of success, camaraderie, professionalism, and service. 2018 was extra special for IECEP UAE as we celebrate a remarkable milestone, our 10 years anniversary. Looking back on the organization, its inception, one family, one profession, one organization. On the same year, IECEP UAE collaborated with fellow architectural and engineering professional organizations here in the UAE and launched the first and only Architecture and Engineering Summit 2018. Here, our members showcased their expertise by taking charge
Kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, kelas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa dikit mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyak ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay hinatang tula, kawit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawag mo'y tagumpay na nagtitindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan ang may di matitindig. Luman ang araw ng warhabit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya
Hello, good morning everyone, and welcome to our ninth webinar series ng ating IECEP Result Chapter. For today, May 8, 2021, we are collaborating with IECEP UAE Chapter and also with ICT and Building Construction subgroups. For tomorrow naman is May 9, 2021. So, advance Happy Mother's Day po sa lahat ng mothers out there. So for today, we are having our ninth webinar. For the first topic, we have how to structure your enterprise network ni Engineer Dominic A. Marquez, to be followed by ProAV Design Process and Integration Overview ni Engineer Rafael C. Lontok. So guys, this is a applied for CPD points at PRC, and I think we have 8 CPD points for this webinar. So again, I am Engineer Ron Reyes, your moderator for the morning session. So guys, for our official hashtag for the day, I want you to key in guys in the comment section of the YouTube channel, hashtag Power of Positivity. So moving forward, we have this our official Facebook of the chapter. It's facebook.com/IECEP Result Chapter. So guys, please like, follow, share, comment, and join our chapter for us to be updated on the latest happenings ng ating IECEP Result Chapter. And also help us guys to achieve the 6,000 likes for this year. So as I mentioned a while ago, we are collaborating now with IECEP UAE chapter. So their Facebook page is facebook.com/IECEP UAE. So yun guys, please like, follow, share, and comment, and join our foreign chapter, IECEP UAE. So moving forward, we have our opening remarks to be done by Engineer Dennis L. Molina, PECE, AE, our 2021 IECEP Rizal Governor. Governor Dennis.
Good morning, Sir Ron. Rinig ako, no?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay, so magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat, mga participants, locally and abroad. Welcome to our 9th webinar series in collaboration, of course, na napaka-active na chapter, IECEP UAE chapter. Maraming salamat, sir, for the collaboration and acknowledging the presence of the following IECEP UAE officers kasi napaka-supportive kasi ang oras nila doon ay I think 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. kung hindi ako nagkakamali. So acknowledging the former governor of IECEP UAE, Engineer Mendoza. Sir, good morning. And the current governor of IECEP UAE, Sir Engineer Renan Gotti, sir. And then the following officers, sir, from UAE, Engineer Arsenio and Engineer Ruben. And of course, our IECEP Rizal officers, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. And sa ating speakers na nagpa-unlock at nagbigay ng time, Sir Doms, maraming salamat, sir. Talagang ikaw ang pinili ko sa ganitong topic kasi kilala kita, sir. Matagal na kitang kilala sa ganitong field of specialization. And of course, kay Sir Rafael, Engineer Rafael, sa field ng AB. Matagal ko na po siyang kilala, kaya malaking bagay na sila po yung magiging speaker natin for this morning and afternoon. And I would like to take also this opportunity na mag-thank you sa lahat ng mga nag-register po sa ating paid seminar, especially dun po sa bootcamp. So malaking bagay po yung mga nag-registered na matutunan tong radio optimization, design and optimization. So marami pong nag-register sa bootcamp po na yon. So maraming salamat po sa lahat ng participant. And then also dun sa paid seminar na gaganapin po for our roadshow. Marami na rin pong nag-register. So maraming salamat din po sa pag-register sa event na first virtual roadshow po ng collaboration with IECEP Rizal and IECEP Manila chapter. And marami pang iba i-advertise na sabihin na lang po ni Sir Ron during sa advertisement portion. And also would like to thank the officers ng IECEP Rizal and IECEP UAE chapter na nabuo itong event na to. Kumbaga sila po yung officers na willing na mag-support sa organization na kahit walang mga honorarium or bayad na natatanggap ay patuloy po tayong sumusuporta sa ating organization, sa ating IECEP. And then also Sir Ron, bagitin ko lang yung sa mga CSR po namin, naway suportahan po natin yung community service extension natin na like yung sa mga school supplies kit na pending dahil po sa current na situation sa ating bansa. So hindi ko na patatagalin, sa araw na ito enjoy lang tayo sa ating matututunan sa building ICT, Information and Communication Technology. Napaka-importanteng matutunan nito, lalo na kakaunti lang po ang specialize sa ganitong field. Kaya dapat palawigin at palawakin natin ang ating skills and experience sa ganitong field of specialization. Kasi alam nyo na ang ating ka-professional na ay mas nauna kumbaga sa ganitong kaya marami pa rin tayong nakikitang nagsa-sign in seal na dapat tayo lang po ang may karapatang mag-sign in seal sa ganitong system. So with that, Sir Ron, maraming salamat. Good morning po sa inyong lahat.
So thank you very much for that informative and warm welcome ng ating 2021 IECEP Rizal Governor, Engineer Dennis L. Molina. So guys, my apologies for my background. So moving further, we have this ating official IECEP National YouTube channel. So the domain name is https://youtube.com/c/IECEP National. So yan guys, yan ang official YouTube channel ng ating IECEP National. So please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for us to get updated with the latest happenings ng ating beloved IECEP National YouTube channel. So we have a few reminders for you guys. One is this 9th technical webinar will be streamed again live via IECEP National YouTube channel. So as I've said a while ago, the domain name for this YouTube channel is https://www.youtube.com/IECEP National Official starting at 8 a.m. So number 2 is no Zoom credentials will be provided. 3 is attendance and evaluation forms will be announced during the online event on the comment section. For this matter, it will be announced on the IECEP IECEP Rizal chapter Facebook page. So and lastly, for this round, have your badge number ready. For this activity, this was emailed earlier to you after the verification process of your registration via myiecep.net. So for a few sets of reminders again. So guys, this is a CPD webinar. So this will be, I think, omitted na. So last reminder na lang is accomplish all the required post-webinar evaluation survey. We have a time limit. It will be on or before 7 p.m.
Sir Ron, HCPD siya.
It will be 8 CPD points for this webinar. So thank you for that, Engineer Dennis. For the reading of house rules, one is be respectful, treat everyone how you would like to be treated. Two is be an active participant. You may direct your topic-related questions in the YouTube live comment section. We will try to cover all of it during the Q&A session. Three is no spamming in the live comments. Four is you are enjoined to attend the whole duration of the webinar. We have a strict attendance system in place and checking shall be done from time to time. Your attendance will be invalidated if you do not complete at least 90% of the session. So 5, we have an evaluation test shall be provided after the Q&A session to gauge the learning gain in this webinar. So number 6, we have after the Q&A session, kindly accomplish the post webinar evaluation survey, which will be posted in the YouTube live chat box. So lastly, keep an open mind and enjoy the webinar. So we have how to qualify for e-certificates, CPD. So again, as we mentioned a while ago, it is 8 approved CPD points for this 9 technical webinar. So in order for us to qualify for that, we have rules again. So one is we have to be a registered and confirmed participant at myicep.net. Two is completed at least 90% of the session. Siyempre, we have to pass the evaluation test to be given later on. And lastly, we have to accomplish the post-webinar evaluation survey. So moving further, so at this juncture, we are going to introduce our resource speaker for the morning session. So for the morning session, our speaker will be introduced by our 2021 IECEP Result Treasurer, Engineer Frank Solancho, PCE. Sir.
Hi, sir. Good
Hello,
morning.
good morning.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, loud and clear,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. So, our resource speaker for today is a professional electronics engineer. He's an experienced telecommunications design and project engineer with strong background on structured cabling solution using copper and fiber optic cable systems, which covers data networking, telephone distribution, multimedia and audio video systems, security and access control applications. He's the current technical account manager for Velden Philippines Incorporated, wherein he's responsible on the account management, pre and post sales support, and handles technical inquiries of any product related issues. Prior to that, he's been the field application engineer for Tyco Electronics Philippines and also spearheaded some auxiliary systems projects. So let's welcome Engineer Dominic A. Marquez. The floor is yours, Sir Dominic.
Thank you, Sir Frank. Kabatch ko yan si Sir Frank sa
Hi, sir.
sa interview. Thank you. Good morning po. Thank you sa IECEP Rizal and UAE chapter. Good morning sa lahat. Okay naman sound ko, Sir Ron, ano?
Yes, sir. Okay, clear
I-share
naman,
ko lang
sir.
po yung aking screen. Can I start po ba?
Yes, sir. So while waiting up to set up Engineer Dominic screen, so guys, today is the last day for the registration ng ating telecom bootcamp. So guys, if hindi pa kayo nakapag-register, so guys, please register. All the details were posted in our IECEP Result Facebook page, and also you can check also the Facebook page of the RF Engineer Pilipinas.
Okay, Sir Ron, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay na yung screen?
Yes, sir. Nakita na po namin.
Alright, so Good morning, everyone. Again, thank you for your participation on today's technical seminar. About 2,200 years ago, it was prophesied that many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased. God willing, when we complete this seminar, we shall have increased our knowledge and on one of our scope as electronics engineer. By the way, I was previously with Belden. Currently, I'm employed with a local system integrator, technology specialist, an affiliate company of Trends and Technologies. So, Business Enterprise Information Technology Network is the backbone of its operation at it connects all its computers and related devices together, allowing staff to work more efficiently across the organization. With something so mission critical, it is crucial that it is designed and set up properly. If you're wondering how to design an enterprise network, this webinar aims to help you understand the basics of good network cabling infrastructure design. The cabling system is the foundation of a successful intelligent building network and the basic investment on which all other network equipment depends. As you know, the lifespan of a typical cabling system is about 20 years upward. Cabling is likely the second most long-lived asset you'll have, the first being the shell of the building, and nearly 70% of all related network problems are due to poor cabling techniques and cable component problems. Typically, cabling problems are usually related with patch cords, connectors, and termination techniques. The permanent portion of the cable, the part from the wall and above the ceiling, will not likely be a problem unless it was damaged during installation. The cost that results from poorly planned and poorly implemented cabling system can be staggering. We have spent countless hours troubleshooting cabling systems that were non-standard, badly designed, poorly documented, and inferiorly installed. We have seen many monetary investment wasted on installation of additional cabling and cabling infrastructure that's, that should have been part of the original installation. Before we move forward, let us have some review. A network topology describes how computer, printers, and other devices are connected to the network. The following topologies are the most commonly used to build most networks. Oh, nawala yung aking slide. Sorry. Yeah. In a ring topology, all of the nodes on the network are nawawala yung ano ko. Sorry, Sir Ron. Nagkaka-problem yung aking device. Yan, Sir Ron, okay pa ba? Stable na ba?
Yes, sir. Okay naman po.
Okay. Nawawala. So, sorry for that. Yan. In a ring topology, all of the nodes on the network are connected in a circle. Each node in the network acts as a repeater, keeping the signal strong as it travels through the network. A node will generate a signal that is addressed to a specific computer on the network. And then the signal will be sent through the network in either a clockwise or counterclockwise direction. It is important to note that the signals on a On a network using this type of topology must travel in the same direction. Typically, this type of network will use a token ring protocol, which allows only one computer to transmit a signal at any given time. Next is the bus topology exists when all of the nodes on the network are connected on a single cable. This single cable is commonly referred to as backbone. Bus topology was used for early, kung na daanan nyo na to, yung 10 base 2 thicknet and 10 base 5 thinnet coaxial cables used on Ethernet networks. In this topology, messages sent from a node are broadcast to all nodes on the network. Only the intended recipient node accepts and processes the message. Pangatlo natin, yung star. The star is an extended, are the most popular topologies for Ethernet networks. This type of network is easy to set up, relatively inexpensive, and provides more redundancy than other topologies. The star topology is configured by connecting all the nodes on the network to a central device. The central connection allows the network to continue functioning even if a single node or cable fails. And lastly, the tree or hierarchical topology is configured by integrating multiple star topologies on a bus topology and using a central root node. The major drawback of this topology is that if the root node fails, then the entire network will become unstable or cease to function. This type of topology holds the advantage over a bus or star topology because it is able to better support future expansion on the network. To better describe and understand the complex interaction that happen in your network infrastructure, the ISO OC 7-layer model or yung tinatawag nating Open System Interconnection Model in the mid-1980s, it defines a networking framework as having 7 different layers of protocols. But one important component is missing, if I may say, from the OC 7-layer model, which is the cabling infrastructure. Kagaya nga nung nabanggit ni Sir Dennis, konti lang yung sa electronics engineering colleagues natin, konti lang yung nandito sa field na to. Yung ating tinatawag na structured cabling. There has been an ongoing industry debate about whether layer 1 is the same as what has been dubbed as layer 0 to represent the cabling infrastructure. As some in the industry have explained, layer 1 plays with the physical connections such as cabling, connectors, and network interface card. But this layer does not deal directly with the physical medium, the copper or fiber cables. Because cabling doesn't fit into layer 1 of the OC 7-layer model and also doesn't fit on any other layer, we like to refer to cabling infrastructure as layer 0. It is the most important layer in your network infrastructure. And the key to ensuring consistent, reliable, fast communication among network devices, connected wirelessly or not, layer 1 is definitely important in ensuring reliable signal transmission. But layer 0 offers an opportunity to increase a foundation that can adequately support layers identified in the OC 7-layer model. So let us define a structured cabling system. A structured cabling system is a complete system of cables and associated hardware which provides a comprehensive telecommunication infrastructure. This infrastructure serves a wide range of uses, such as to provide telephone service or transmit data through a computer network. Today, it is not just used for PABX or voice or data or local area network. It is also used on the transmission of video signals and control signals. So moving forward, we'll be having these talk points. We shall continue with codes and standards, shed light on what to do with the code and how to use standards. Overview of cabling topology and functional elements. How are the different types of cabling architectures can be designed and constructed? Deep dive on the twisted pair copper and optical fiber as transmission cables. Brief discussion on the cable parameters and testing, and capping our talk points with digital building transformation. One way of looking at the differences between codes and standards is that a code tells you what you need to do, and the standards tells you how to do it. A code may say that a building must have, for example, a fire alarm system. The standard will spell out what kind of system and how it must work. A code is a model, a set of rules that knowledgeable people recommend for others to follow. It is not a law, but can be adapted into a law. A standard tends to be a more detailed elaboration. Siya yung nuts and bolts of meeting a code. For Philippine settings, these are our local codes. Siyempre, yung ating Philippine Electronics Code, yung Book 1, Telecommunication Facilities Distribution System. And we also have the National Building Code of the Philippines. It is a multi-engineering discipline reference code on what does a building structure should have. We also have the RA 9514, the Fire Code of the Philippines. And we also have our Philippine Electrical Code from our colleagues in the electrical engineering field. Standards organization outside Philippines, we have the ANSI, or American National Standards Institute. It is a private nonprofit organization that oversees the development of voluntary consensus standards for products, services, processes, systems, and personnel, particularly in the United States. The TIA, or Telecommunication Industry Association, is accredited by ANSI, or American National Standards Institute, to develop, again, voluntary, consensus-based industry standards for a wide variety of information and communication technologies. And currently represents nearly 400 companies. Lastly, the Electronics Industries Alliance. It was, until 1997, it was called Electronics Industries Association, was an American standard and trade organization composed as an alliance of trade association for electronics manufacturer, again in the United States. We also have ISO, or International Organization for Standardization. It is an international standard setting body composed of representatives from various national standards organizations. So it is just like the ANSI. And its partner, International Electrotechnical Commission, it is an international standards organization that represents, that prepares and publish international standards for all electrical, electronic, and related technologies, collectively known as electrotechnology. Another set of standards organization, probably most of you are familiar with BICSI, or Building Industry Consultative Service International. Assume the role that AT&T, kung naalala nyo pa rin yung AT&T, free service, BICSI fulfilled in helping with the development and design for information transport systems, such as the EIA-TIA 568 structured cabling system standard. It also certifies cable installers, designers who specialize in complex voice and data cable layouts. Second is Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers Incorporated. It is a professional association for electronics engineering and electrical engineering and associated disciplines. Its objective are the educational and technical advancement of electrical and electronics engineers, telecommunication, computer engineers, and allied disciplines. And finally, National Fire Protection Association. It is an international non-profit organization developed to eliminating death, injury, property, and economic loss due to fire, electrical, and related hazards. The association publishes more than 300 consensus codes and standards that are intended to minimize the possibility and effects of fire and other risks. So, structured cabling standards. In the mid-1980s, the TIA, or Telecommunication Industry Association, and EIA, Electronics Industries Association, began developing methods for cabling buildings with the intent of developing a uniform wiring system that would support multi-vendor, multi-product environment. In 1991, the TIA-EIA released the TIA 568 Commercial Building Telecommunication Cabling Standards. And note that the ISO/IEC 11801 Information Technology Generic Cabling for Customer Premises is an international cabling standard that is based on EIA-TIA 568. The structured cabling standards define how to design, build, and manage a cabling system that is structured, meaning that the system is designed in blocks and that they have a very specific performance characteristics. The blocks are integrated in hierarchical manner to create a unified communication system. So for this online technical seminar, we shall be focusing mainly on ANSI TIA and ISO/IEC standards. There are other regional standards like EN 50173, mainly for European countries, and AS NZ 3080, which is being used by New Zealand and Australia. So for ISO/IEC 11801 standards, generic cabling for customer premises specifies general purpose telecommunication cabling system or structured cabling system that are suitable for wide range of application. It could be from analog telephony or digital telephony to various data communication standards, building control systems, and factory automation. It covers both balanced copper and optical fiber cables. A major revision was released in November 2017, so 5 years ago, unifying requirements for commercial, yung office premises, single-tenant homes, and industrial networks, including data center. Meron na rin siyang standard for data center, and building distributed building services. All right, notice that the new numbering of the codes before ano lang siya, ISO IEC 11801. So since 2017, nagkaroon na siya ng different numbering for a specific structure. So meron siyang pang office, meron siyang pang industrial, meron siyang pang single tenant for data center and distributed building services. Ito yung single line diagram of a structured generic cabling system based dun sa ISO IEC 11801. So yung mga subsystems natin is yung campus distributor, this one, campus distributor or CD, building distributor, floor distributor, consolidation point, and telecommunication outlet. Yan yung ating mga functional elements. For the subsystems, we have campus backbone cabling subsystem, building backbone cabling subsystem, horizontal cabling subsystem. So otherwise known as generic cabling system. So if you're having multiple buildings or multiple floors of cable plant or structured cabling system, you term this as hierarchical structure of generic cabling system. So nandun pa rin yung basic subsystems natin, yung campus backbone, building backbone, and horizontal cabling. So kung meron kang multiple buildings, you will have multiple functional elements. So meron kang campus distributor, building distributors, kung dalawa yung building mo. And then if you have multiple floors, you have multiple floor distributors, which distributes horizontal cabling to your telecommunication outlets. For ANSI TIA standards, there are three groups. First, yung common standards, premises standards, and component standards. Just like dun sa ISO IEC 11801, yung premises standards, meron siyang particular structure na pinag-a-applyan. So una, yung ANSI TIA 568C.1 for commercial premises, yung ANSI TIA 570 residential, ANSI TIA 942 for data center, ANSI TIA 1005 for industrial, and ANSI TIA 1179 for healthcare. So currently, kung may mga yung healthcare system natin or mga hospitals are on demand. So hopefully, yung cabling system na ini-implement doon is using ANSI TIA 1179 standard. So again, 568 ANSI TIA standards are naka-section din siya. Yung .0 is generic telecommunication cabling for customer premises. Yung .1 is commercial building telecommunication cabling standards. Yung .2 is balanced twisted pair cables. 568.3 is optical fiber cabling components. And 568.4 is broadband coaxial cabling and components. So hindi tayo maliligaw when we are using ANSI TIA standards, naka-segment yung kanilang paglatag ng standards. So again, for ANSI TIA 568.0, so current revision natin is letter D. So pang-apat na siyang revision. Meron din tayong subsystems. Meron tayong tatlong subsystems. Yung cabling subsystem 1, cabling subsystem 2, and cabling subsystem 3. We also have our elements, distributor C, distributor B, distributor A, consolidation point, and equipment outlet. So remember, .0 ito, meaning generic. So when it comes to commercial premises, ang gagamitin natin is yung .1. So commercial building hierarchical star topology for commercial buildings as stated. So yung tatlong subsystem natin, ang tawag ngayon natin sa kanila is inter-building backbone cabling. Siya yung nagko-connect ng main cross-connect dun sa intermediate cross-connects. And then you have intra-building backbone cabling. Siya yung nagko-connect from intermediate cross-connect to your horizontal cross-connect. So inside the building na, itong intra. Yung inter naman, outside backbone cables. And then from your horizontal cross-connect, meron kang horizontal cables that would distribute yung cables natin from horizontal cross-connect to your telecommunication outlets. So meron kang in-between consolidation point. So later on, we'll discuss in detail ano ba yung consolidation point, what it's used for. Ano ba yung variation ng consolidation points? Before we deal with the consolidation point, let us first understand yung distributor. So sinasabi kasi natin dito, meron tayong, di ba, distributor A, distributor B, distributor C, or pagka ginamit mo yung ANSI TIA is ang tawag sa kanya main cross connect, intermediate cross connect, tsaka horizontal cross connect. So yung mga distributor na yon, meron siyang configuration. It can be interconnection or cross connection. So pag sinabi nating interconnection, you'll have your equipment outlet and your horizontal cable. Your horizontal cable is terminated sa isang connecting hardware, or we call this dun sa telecommunication room, ang tawag natin sa kanya patch panel. It can be a 24-port or 48-port na product. And you will interconnect yung service mo dun sa active equipment. So meron kang patch cord that will interconnect your patch panel to an active equipment. Okay? Doon naman sa isang configuration natin, it is called cross connection. So again, meron kang telecommunication outlet or equipment outlet, horizontal cable, same with interconnection, yung diniscuss natin kanina, naka-terminate din siya sa patch panel doon sa telecommunication room. So ang tawag natin dito sa patch panel na to, distribution patch panel. Ang difference ngayon ng cross connection doon sa interconnection, meron kang isang patch panel ulit that mirrors or ini-imitate niya yung iyong active equipment. So let's say, ini-imitate niya yung or mini-mirror niya yung Ethernet switch. And then using your patch cord, nagko-cross-connect ka between equipment patch panel and distribution patch panel. Alright? So, bigyan natin ng sample yung distributor natin, interconnection or cross-connection. So for interconnection, if you have services, initial services natin, let's say you have a wireless access point and you have a voice over IP. So, meron kang telecommunication outlet, horizontal cable, going to your distribution patch panel. And then, ganun din sa kabila, meron kang horizontal cable terminated to your distribution panel. So, ang gagawin mo lang is mag-i-interconnect ka noong service dun sa Ethernet switch or dun sa LAN. So you'll have your access point and you'll have your voice over IP. What if kailangan mong magdagdag ng service? Let's say CCTV. So again, sabi kasi natin kanina, structured cabling system can also be used for video signals aside from data signals. So kung magdadagdag ka ng another service, let's say a CCTV, using the same horizontal cable, okay? But this time, instead na interconnected ka dun sa Ethernet LAN, yung patch cable mo ngayon, yung patch cord mo, interconnected dun sa video recorder or again, dun sa another Ethernet switch that is connected to a video recorder. So ganun yung, ang tawag natin dito is interconnection. Okay? So paano na yung example natin dun sa cross connection? For the cross connection, let's say you initially meron kang service na data or voice over IP again, and then meron kang CCTV na application. So using your horizontal cabling system, again terminated to your distribution patch panel, yung ating CCTV application is cross-connected dun sa equipment patch panel. Yung ating yung ating LAN application is cross-connected dun sa equipment patch panel. Again, if you would remember, for cross-connection, yung equipment patch panel, mini-mirror niya yung active equipment. So let's say, ito yung video recorder natin, may naka-mirror siyang patch panel dun sa open bay rack. And then yung ating Ethernet switch LAN, naka-mirror siya sa isang patch panel dun sa open bay rack. So all of our active devices are housed or nakasecure sa isang closed type rack. Ang gagawin mo lang ngayon, if you would change your service, let's say yung CCTV outlet natin, babalik natin sa wireless access point. Ang gagawin lang natin, i-disengage natin or i-disconnect natin yung patch cord from the video recorder na naka-mirror yung isang equipment patch panel into a equipment patch panel that mirrors yung Ethernet switch LAN. So madali ka ngayong mag-interchange noong iyong system from one application to another application using cross connection. So ang disadvantage ng cross connection, first syempre mas mahal kasi mas marami siyang patch panel na kailangan. Ang advantage naman niya is secured yung iyong active equipment. So hindi ka nagagalaw dito sa active equipment mo. Ang gagalawin mo lang is yung patch cord between the patch panels. So yun yung advantage ng cross connection, although ang mas mahal lang siya. All right? So moving forward, i-locate natin yung ating mga functional elements and subsystems. So if you're a single floor enterprise office, meron kang telecommunication outlet, all right? It could be mounted dun sa wall or dun sa modular furniture. Meron kang horizontal cable terminated dun sa patch panel inside the floor distributor. Okay? And then meron kang outside connection through the telecommunication room ng building going to your ISPs. Okay? Kung multiple floor naman yung iyong office, multiple floor enterprise office. So same as dun sa single floor, meron ka nga lang multiple floor distributors. So sa isang floor, meron kang floor distributor. And this time, meron ka ngayong building distributor which supplies or distributes yung building backbone papunta dun sa mga floor distributors. And then you will have your entrance facility going dun sa ISP. So for multiple enterprise office. And if you're having multi-building enterprise office, so again based dito sa ISO IEC standards, meron tayong floor distributor on every floor. So meron tayong floor distributor on every floor. And then meron kang building distributor on one building. And dun sa isang building, ang tawag mo dun sa building distributor would be campus distributor. So yung campus distributor, siya yung mag-distribute ng campus backbone going to your building distributor to interconnect multiple buildings. All right, so again, based dun sa standards, kailangan meron kang entrance facility. So yung outdoor cable natin is terminated on an entrance facility. So dito rin natin nilalagay yung ating grounding system. Siyempre, since galing siya sa labas, yung cable mo galing sa labas, so you need protection from current and voltage surges. So using your entrance facility, doon natin kakaroon ng transition from outdoor cable to indoor type cable. So for ANSI-TIA standard, so manonotice nyo na different lang yung terminology. So imbis na floor distributor, yung FD, building distributor, or BD, and campus distributor, or CD, sa ANSI-TIA, ang tawag natin sa kanya, horizontal cross-connect, intermediate cross-connect, and main cross-connect. Another difference dun sa terminology, si ISO IEC ang tawag dito is campus backbone. So sa ANSI-TIA, ang tawag niya inter-building backbone. Alright? And then sa ISO IEC, ang tawag dito is building backbone. Ang tawag ni ANSI-TIA, intra-building backbone. Okay? So moving further for the TIA standards, we have 569-D, Commercial Building Telecommunication Pathways and Spaces. The purpose of this standard is to, again, standardize specific pathways and space design and construction practices in support of telecommunication media and equipment within buildings. This standard generally makes no specific recommendation among the design alternatives for telecommunication pathways and spaces. For example, the choice between a conduit system versus a cable trunking system is not delineated. It is up to the telecommunication designer to properly select among the alternative based upon the application at hand and the constraints imposed. So, depende sa, sabi nga ni Bixie, yung si RCDD, depende dun sa designer kung gagamit siya ng pipes or conduits or gagamit siya ng basket or cable trays. Again, the end users and owners should have ensure that the quality and qualified designers of telecommunication and pathways are selected to implement this standard. So, dito na papasok yung ating role as being electronics engineer. We should know ano yung tinatawag nating value engineering na practice Gagamit ka ba ng mga components na would have yung quality at saka yung would magko-comply doon sa standard. So, doon sa 569 na standard, nagre-recommend siya ng distributor room. A typical distributor room is a common access point for cabling subsystems and building pathways. Shall be able to contain telecommunication equipment, cable termination, and associated cross-connect cabling. May also contain information technology equipment and building automation systems. The distributor room shall be dedicated to telecommunication functions and related support facilities. Should not be shared with electrical installation other than those for telecommunication or associated equipments. Equipment not related to the support of the distributor room shall not be installed or pass through or enter this space. So, let's say meron kang piping for duct or ducting for sa other system, dapat hindi sila magpa-pass through dito sa distributor room natin. Mostly dapat lahat ng nanditong piping or cabling should be related to telecommunications. Distributor room floor space, dito tayo nagkakaroon ng clashes with owners, particularly with architects. Based kasi sa standards, ito yung minimum floor space na requirement natin. So, kung meron kang 200 nodes na cabling system, as per standard, ang sabi niya, ang recommendation niya is 15 square meters na real estate. So, pagka present mo to sa architect, hindi talaga siya papayag doon sa 15 meters na for a telecommunication room. Mas gagamitin niya yan, yung space na yan, sa ibang revenue earning na space, di ba? So let's say sa isang call center, mas gagamitin niya yan, space na yan for dun sa call center agent kaysa magtayo siya ng telecommunication room. So ibibigay lang sa atin is maliit na space. So again, based dun sa standards, ito yung recommended minimum floor space serving yung equivalent na telecommunication outlets. So for horizontal cable, again, from the telecommunication room, meron tayo telecommunication room, going to your work area, ang tawag natin dito is telecommunication horizontal cable. So nagte-terminate siya sa telecommunication outlet doon sa work area, and it can be terminated sa wiring block or patch panel doon sa telecommunication room. The horizontal cabling is specified to be a single star topology linking the floor distributor or horizontal cross-connect to the work area telecommunication outlets with a distance limitation of 90 meters. This distance limitation is not based on fiber capabilities, but instead based on copper distance limitation to support data requirements. Horizontal cabling system includes, again, horizontal cable, telecommunication outlet, and patch cords and jumpers. Horizontal cabling subsystem may incorporate multi-user telecommunication assemblies or consolidation points. As per standards, a minimum of 2 telecommunication outlet per work area. So, ito na yung consolidation point. A consolidation point is a piece of connecting hardware allowing interconnections between the permanently installed horizontal cable extending from the telecommunication room and a movable horizontal cables extending to your telecommunication outlet. So itong part na to movable. So pwede siyang yung tinatawag nating MAC, moves, adds and changes. A consolidation point should not be used on active equipment or user interface. Consolidation point usually takes the form of an enclosure with either an IDC RJ45 connection for its telecommunication channel or coming in out of dun sa CP. Functionally, a CP provides a convenient means of rearranging horizontal cabling in open office environments. Yung nga sinasabi nating MACs, moves, adds, and changes. So let's say, etong furniture na to, kailangan mong i-move. So instead of recabling from your telecommunication outlet going to your telecommunication room, ang movement na lang ng horizontal cable is from your CP to your new location. So meron kang flexibility when it comes to moves, additions, and changes. Another variation ng consolidation point is what we call MUTOA or multi-user telecommunication outlet assembly. Okay, is a group of telecommunication outlets that are arranged together in a single assembly housing. Alright, si CP kasi nandun siya sa ceiling or nandun sa itaas ng ceiling, but yung MOTOA, visible siya sa isang side or sa isang wall. Meron siyang multiple telecommunication outlet housed on a single box or housing. Mas advantageous siya kasi ang gagamitin mo na lang mahabang patch cable. So kung halimbawa magkakaroon ka ng additional or changes dun sa locations ng telecommunication outlet, kung kapos yung patch cable mo, papalitan mo lang ng mas mahaba or mas madali mo siyang ma-move within the work area. So MOTOA and consolidation points are used for moves, additions, and changes. Nabanggit natin kanina yung horizontal cabling distance. So, meron tayong 4 na model when it comes to horizontal cabling. Model number 1 and model number 3 are same. Sila yung what we call interconnect. So, sana naalala niyo yung interconnect tsaka yung cross-connect. Model number 2 and model number 4 are cross-connect. So, model number 1 and model number 3, ang difference lang nila, sa model number 3, meron kang consolidation point. Okay? So ano yung maximum distance natin? When we say maximum distance of 100 meters, yan yung maximum distance natin, it would include yung mga equipment cords and work area cords. So kasama na yung patch cord sa work area at saka yung patch cords dun sa telecommunication room. Okay, so 100 meter maximum, ang tawag dyan, channel link. Okay, kung wala yung patch cords sa work area at saka sa equipment cord, ang tawag natin doon is permanent link. Ang maximum horizontal distance niya is 90 meters. Okay? So pares lang din doon sa sa cross connect. Sa cross connect nga lang mas marami yung patch cables. Okay? So for horizontal cabling length, maximum for permanent link is 90 meters. For channel link is 100 meters. So ang question ngayon, meron bang minimum cable length? Okay. So ang minimum cable length is 15 meters from telecommunication room to your consolidation point. Okay, so the rationale for the minimum length requirement is because channel limits were derived from models using two connectors in close proximity, which can contribute to near-end crosstalk and return loss degradation. So pagka less than 15 meters na yung iyong connection between two connectors, tataas na yung attenuation due to near-end crosstalk and return loss. So baga yung signal mo ma-attenuate, magkakaroon ng crosstalks at saka return loss. Okay, so critical din to yung 15-meter rule na between two connection points. So maximum length of horizontal cables and work area code. So pagka meron kang 90-meter na horizontal cable, if you're using a patch cord na 24 AWG, ang total combined patch cords would be 10 meters. Okay? Pagka naman gagamit ka ng 26 AWG, kung ang horizontal cable mo is 90 meters, yung total combined patch cord would be 8 meters. So lalabas 98 meters na lang yung channel link natin if you're using 26 AWG na patch cord. So 26 AWG is mas maliit na wire gauge compared to 24 AWG. So meron tayo ngayon tinatawag na derating factor pagka gagamit ka ng different wire gauge. Okay? So meron tayong tinatawag na derating factor. Another update dun sa ating ANSI TIA 568C na standard or particularly sa current revision na D, 568D, pinapayagan na tayo nung tinatawag na modular plug terminated link. Okay, before kasi, let's say, meron kang CCTV, meron kang wireless access point, meron kang TV monitor, bago mo ma-interconnect siya dun sa iyong equipment, yung horizontal cable natin kailangan naka-terminate sa telecommunication outlet. And then, meron kang work area patch cord. So this time, yung update dun sa standard, we are permitted using modular plug terminated link. So wala nang telecommunication outlet, wala nang patch cable. Pwede ka ngayong mag-terminate directly dun sa active device, dun, let's say sa monitor, sa access point, or dun sa CCTV camera using a modular plug or yung RJ45 plug. So directly terminated dun or directly plugged dun sa device. So based dun sa ANSI TIA 5682, we are allowed to use MPTL. Nag-text. Sorry. Then, next natin is yung backbone cabling system. So, we understand yung Di naman complexity ng horizontal cable. So sa horizontal cable, 100 meters channel link, 90 meters permanent link, tapos in between, pwede tayong gumamit ng consolidation point or ng MUTOA or multi-user telecommunication outlet assembly. For backbone cabling subsystem, meron tayong dalawa. We have yung building backbone and campus backbone. So dun sa building backbone, straightforward. Within the building, gagamit tayo ng, let's say, cable tray or cable ladder from floor to floor. But for campus backbone, medyo complicated yung ating layout nung cables. Pwede tayong gumamit ng underground conduits or we can, in fact, directly yung tinatawag nating direct buried cables. Diba? Meron tayong outside plant na cable na pwede mo siyang ibaon dun sa lupa. Or gagamit tayo ng mga pole. It would depend dun sa ano natin dun sa topology nung campus. So kung merong mga obstruction, pwede kang gumamit ng telecommunication poles. Paano naman yung ating cable length pagdating sa backbone cable? So typically for a twisted pair from main cross connect going to your floor distributor or horizontal cross connect to your campus distributor, maximum of 800 meters for twisted pair. And then from your intermediate cross connect to your horizontal cross connect, pwede siyang 300 meters or pwedeng 500 meters. Basta ang maximum mo 800. So parang nakakalito, no? Kanina sabi natin 100 meters. Bakit ngayon sinasabi natin dito 800? So for 800 meters na twisted pair, this is true for una dun sa telephony system. Mga voice, analog voice or digital voice system. Pero kung data, ang application mo, syempre, hindi ka nagagamit ng twisted pair or copper cable dun sa backbone. Ang gagamitin natin is optical fiber cable. For data transmission, 200 meters or 2 kilometers from main cross connect to your floor distributor. If you're using multi-mode fiber, later on, discuss natin yung 62.5 and 50 micron fiber, which are multi-modes, and 3 kilometer for a single mode fiber. Okay, so later on, wag din kayong, meron din tayong distance limitation, less than 3 kilometer, less than 2 kilometer, when it comes to higher data rate. So itong data rate na paggagamitin natin ng 2 kilometer and 3 kilometer are normally 100 Mbps, pwede siguro 1,000 Mbps. But for higher data rate, merong guideline, again, yung standard natin for a particular data rate if you're using optical fiber or copper cable. Sir Ron, okay pa ba ako? May mga questions na kung baka pwede nating ma-entertain. If not, kung may question and answer portion ba later. Alright, sige. Building cable, cabling architecture. Meron tayong dalawang architecture. So, ang ganda dito sa sa structured cabling, pwede rin tayong maging architect. So, meron tayong distributed network at saka centralized network. Sa distributed network, kagaya nung standard na napakita natin kanina, every floor, meron tayong floor distributor. And then yung mga telecommunication outlet natin on the work areas, meron tayong horizontal cables naka-terminate dun sa equipment rack for a particular floor. So bawat floor meron tayong floor distributor. So kaya ang tawag sa kanya distributed network. And then meron kang building distributor, okay, na nagsaserve nung building backbone going to your floor distributor or equipment racks. Doon naman sa centralized equipment, centralized cabling architecture, yung mga telecommunication outlet doon sa work areas sa ibang floor can be consolidated or can be centralized doon sa floor distributor, sa isang floor distributor within the building. Siyempre, in consideration doon sa 90-meter rule natin or doon sa 100-meter rule natin. Ginagawa natin tong centralized network to maximize yung port count ng equipment at saka ng patch panel. Let's say, meron kang multiple buildings pero yung horizontal cables mo is less than 50 nodes. Tapos yung building mo naman is within 90 meters hanggang dun sa pinaka mataas na floor. Let's say, dalawa or tatlong floor, tapos 90 meters lang yung maximum distances dun sa third floor. So, para ma-maximize mo yung port count, pwede kang gumamit ng centralized network instead of yung tinatawag nating distributed network. Okay, so dalawa yung, again, dito napapasok yung value engineering natin. So ano ba gagamitin ko? Siyempre, kakausapin mo yung owner. Since konti lang naman yung nodes natin, pwede na tayong gumamit ng centralized. If not, gagamit tayo ng distributed network. Same with optical fiber. So since it would reach more than 90 meters or 100 meters, kung ang tinatawag natin yung building natin is ano yung tawag natin doon? Fiber to the desk. Sinasabi natin, di ba? Hanggang doon sa work area, imbis na meron kang horizontal cable, doon sa desk, sa work area, ang cables na gagamitin mo is fiber. So, since fiber, definitely yung architecture mo would be centralized. Kasi it would reach more than 90 meters. And then, eto, magandang topic datin din to dahil minsan, or most of the time, nagkakaroon tayo ng clashes with yung mga electrical wiring. So, special planning should be considered for the installation of communication cabling inside buildings to avoid electromagnetic interference and coupling from power, electric motors, and transformers. Installing cabling with no considerations of potential sources of EMI can be harmful to a network system and result in a poor data transmission quality. Proper routing, shielding, barrier, and use, again, of optical fiber cables can reduce yung cable separation requirements. Since yung fiber optic cable is immune to EMI. Shielded cables such as twisted pair can also be utilized to protect against EMI. The use of divider trays also helps provide the proper separation and cable management needed to install cabling within building environments. Requirements of the National Electrical Code, yung NFA 70, communication wires and cables shall be separated at least 50 mm from conductors of any electric, light, power, class 1, non-powered limited fire alarm or medium-powered network cable or yung mga broadband communication cable. So at least based dun sa NFA 70, at least 50 mm separation from other sources of cables that emits electromagnetic. So yung interference natin. The original version of these standards contains a special table titled Separation of Telecommunication Pathways from less than or equal to 480 volts power lines. So this table was deleted from the current version of the standard, but nevertheless remains an important and conservative reference. So although this is omitted, maganda pa rin tong reference as per dun sa ating design and computations. So later on, bigyan naman namin sa inyo itong slides so para meron din kayong reference in the future. So TIA 607C, Generic Telecommunication Banding and Grounding. The National Electrical Code Section 250-56 establishes a requirement for a single ground rod or ground plate to have an earth resistance of 25 ohms or less. IEEE 142, recommended practice for grounding of industrial and commercial power system, recommends an earth resistance in the range of less than 1 to 5 ohms. IEEE 80 for substation grounding has a value of less than 1 to 1 ohms for generating plants and large substations. Manufacturer of sensitive electronic equipments and medical diagnostic equipment have a specification of less than 1 up to 5 ohms. So, yan yung mga magic numbers natin. 1, 5, tsaka 25 ohms. It would depend dun sa building structure. Again, dun sa building structure. So, this is based on 607C, which is also based dun sa NEC tsaka IEEE recommendations. All right. We also need to manage our telecommunication system. So meron tayong 606 Administration Standards for Telecommunication Infrastructure. So meron tayong identifier used in labeling telecommunication infrastructure components such as yung racks, telecommunication room, equipment rooms, pathways, telecommunication outlets, and cables. It is a unique set of number or letters or combination of both that are not repeated within the administration system. Identifiers are inserted into the administrative database and onto a label. So dapat yung mga functional elements natin merong label which is affixed to the component. So ito yung sample nung labels natin. Should be marked at the end, at the element to be administered. Dapat yung label natin unique. No cable identifier should be on the same as pathway identifier. So yung mga identifier natin na to, dapat i-record. A record is a grouping of information about a specific elements of a telecommunication system. The record will also contain the linkages to other elements of the telecommunication system. The record will be contained in a database which may be searched and sorted according to the requirement of the user. Okay. Labeling is the marking of an element of a telecommunication infrastructure with the appropriate identifier and other relevant information. So kagaya nito, you can easily identify based dito sa label na to, nasa cabinet AD03, nasa patch panel at rack unit 30, and then patch panel port 04. Tapos nagpunta siya dun sa cabinet AE04 sa patch panel 23, okay, sa track unit 23 and port 04. So using 606, if you are following strictly yung standards, dapat yung cabling system natin merong label system, merong administration system. So another point dun sa 606 standard, meron siyang color coding for specific termination fields. So kung campus backbone or building backbone, may corresponding color yung cables or yung labels. So let's say horizontal cable, ang recommended color ng label is blue. Pagka campus backbone cable, ang recommended color is brown. So other let's say miscellaneous wires and access points, yellow. Pagpapunta sa telephone system, kulay red. Pagka boundary between customer sides or ISP, kulay green. Or boundary between carrier, kulay orange. Yung mga equipment tails or equipment ties, so yung mga patch cables, yung na-discuss natin kanina na cross-connect, pwede kang gumamit ng blue for the equipment patch cords. Alright, these are the recommended color coding para sa kulay pa lang ma-identify na natin kung anong cable, kung saan siya dun sa cabling system. Okay, so as a review, ito yung differences between ANSI TIA and ISO IEC standard. So pagka narinig mo yung distributor, ISO IEC yon. Pagka narinig mo yung cross-connect, ANSI TIA yon. Okay, so yung mga functional elements natin, campus distributor, kay TIA, main cross-connect, building distributor, intermediate cross-connect, floor distributor, horizontal cross-connect. And then yung campus backbone, inter-building backbone, yung building backbone lang na simple building backbone kay ISO IEC, ang tawag ni ANSI TIA, intra-building backbone. Alright, Sir Ron, may pwede ba tayo mag-entertain ng questions or we are going forward? Okay, move forward tayo.
Continue muna siguro, sir. Tapos break tayo ng 10 mamaya, sir.
Okay, sige, mga
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, sige po.
Sir.
So, tapos na natin yung standards na-discuss na natin yung ANSI TIA, ISO IEC. Ano naman yung sinabi-sabi ng dalawang standards na yan? We are using copper and optical fiber. So, ito yung mga transmission cables natin. So, optical fiber cables are made of fiber optics. Parang baligtad eh, no? Fiber optic cables are made of optical fiber. They are made of glass core covered by several protective and strengthening layers. These layers contain cladding, stranded fibers, and a jacket. This media or fiber optic cable is designed to transmit light signals, allowing movement of data at faster speeds and at greater distances than twisted pair copper cables. Twisted pair copper cable consists of several copper wires surrounded by insulators and designed to transmit, instead of light, electronic signals. Two insulated wires are twisted together to form a pair, and the pair forms a balanced circuits. Okay, so discuss natin further. Ano ba yung twisted pair at saka yung optical fiber. Unahin natin si twisted pair. So twisted pair copper cable consists of 8 copper conductors twisted into a pair. So meron kang 4 na pair. Pair 1, kulay blue. Pair 2 is yung orange. Pair 3 is yung green. And brown pair, yung pair 4. It can be 23 or 24 AWG. So yung mga higher category na cables, naglalagay sila ng cross pillar between dun sa mga cable pair. So paano ba natin siya paano ba kino-construct yung twisted pair cable or yung category cable na sinatawag natin? First, we need to draw yung wire gauge. So it can be 23 or 24 AWG. And then once we draw the wire, dun sa right gauge, lalagyan natin siya ng insulation. So yung blue, orange, green, and brown. And then merong yung kapair niya, meron lang strip ng white color. Okay? So after insulation, iti-twist natin siyempre yung isang kulay nung pair. So let's say blue or orange, naka-twist yung solid blue at saka yung strip blue. Okay? White strip blue. After twisting, yung 4 na pair na yon can be stranded. Okay? Naka-strand. So after twisting yung every pair, yung 4 na pair, i-strand. Ibabundle pa ulit siya. And then, lalagyan niya na ng jacket. So before jacketing, pwedeng ilagay na yung shielding, okay, or other component pa ng kable. So final outcome natin, meron kang jacketed cable. So bakit kailangan nating why do we need to twist the cable? So when electrical current flows through a wire, it creates a small magnetic field around the wire. So yung magnetic field na yon nagiging noise. Noise is generated within the signal lines through magnetic fields. Therefore, the noise in the data outline is the consequence of magnetic field. Within the straight cable connection, all sound current is moving in the same direction, exactly like within a regular transformer coils. Once the cable is actually twisted, their magnetic fields are opposite to each other. So, thus the two magnetic fields will cancel each other, and any outside magnetic fields, due to this twisting, the noise current in a twisted cable is lower than an ordinary cable. So each pair is twisted because this allows opposing fields in the wire pair to cancel each other. The tighter the twist, the higher the data rate yung masusupport ng kable. Okay, the higher the data twist, the higher the data rate. That's why meron tayo ngayong categories of twisted pair cable. For category 3, ang transmission bandwidth niya is 16 MHz. So ang performance niya category 3 or class C. Ang data rate niya is 100 meters. Again, this is for 90 meter permanent link at saka 100 meter channel link. Okay? So for Cat 3, 10 Mbps. So the higher the data rate, the higher the twist rate. So yung category 5E, mas maraming twist rate kaysa sa category 3. So sa category 5E, ang transmission natin is 100 MHz. Ang data rate natin can be 100 Mbps or 1000 Mbps. Category 6, transmission rate is 250 MHz. 1 gig data rate transmission. Category 6A, 500 MHz transmission bandwidth, 10 gig data rate transmission. So same with Cat 7 and Cat 7A, but ang difference lang ni Cat 7 and 7A, Yung transmission bandwidth niya is 600 meters and 600 megahertz and 1000 megahertz. For 25 gig and 40 gig transmission data rate, gagamit na tayo ng category 8. So for category 8, meron tayong dalawang class 1 and class 2. Ang transmission bandwidth niya is both are 2000 megahertz. So halos para ano na to, no, frequency na nung wireless access point. But yung category 8 is mainly inside data center. So less than 90 meters lang talaga yung kanyang distance. Later on, ipakita natin. So paano ba nagtatransmit yung gigabit transmission? So gigabit transmission for 100 base TX, ginagamit natin yung green and orange pair, sorry. Green and orange pair, so for transmit and receive. Ang tawag natin sa kanya pass Ethernet. Doon naman sa gigabit Ethernet, hindi na lang dalawa yung ginagamit nating pair. Ginagamit na natin yung 4 na pair for transmit and receive. So although this is backward compatible, can be 10 Mbps, 100 Mbps, or 1000 Mbps, but currently yung gigabit Ethernet, ang tawag natin sa kanya is 1000 base T na IEEE standard. So sabi nga natin kanina, yung Cat5, Cat6, Cat7, Cat7A, normally ginagamit siya dun sa office, okay, sa industrial, and then sa single tenant. For data center, ang recommended is Cat6A, Cat7, Cat7A, and highly recommended yung Category 8. So meron tayong different protocols. So yung Category 5, Protocol 1. So 10 base T, 1000 base TX, 100 base TX, 1000 base T. All right, fiber channel, firewire, PoE type 1, PoE type 2, PoE type 3. Pwede mong gamitin yung Cat5, in fact, yung hanggang dun sa Category 8. So Protocol 1. Nadagdag lang dun sa Category 6 is yung Protocol 2. So pwede siyang 10G. Tapos 2 gigabit and 4 gigabit na fiber channel and multimedia distribution. For Protocol 3, fiber channel na 100 Mbps and then 2.5 gig na Ethernet and 5 gig Ethernet. For Protocol 4, 25 gig and 40 gig na Ethernet. So, Protocol 4, mostly yung atin lang Category 8. So, meron din tayong dalawang interface. Isang RJ45, later on, itakal din natin to, at saka yung Terra connector. Alright? So, ano ba yung PoE? Power over Ethernet. So, meron tayong tinatawag na IEEE 802.3AF. Siya yung PoE. And then yung 802.380, siya yung PoE+. And then yung current na PoE standards, yung 802.3BT or 4 pair power over Ethernet or 4 power over Ethernet plus plus. So meron siyang 4 na type. Type 1, Type 2, Type 3, and Type 4. So it can, kung ang kailangan mo is 100 watt na power going to your, let's say, CCTV or kung anumang device, ang kailangan mong PoE is yung Type 4. So gagamit ka ng 4 pair to deliver yung power na yon. So meron siyang corresponding wattage per type. So 60 watt, 30 watt, and 15 watt na requirement. Okay, Sir Dennis, Ron? Magbe-break time ba tayo or forward muna tayo?
Si Sir, siguro kahit mga 10 to 15 minutes break po tayo. Okay lang.
Siguro ano lang, mga 10 minutes. Medyo marami pa tayong ano eh.
Okay po.
Marami pa tayong, nasa ano pa lang tayo eh, nasa half pa lang.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's have a 10 minutes break po. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sorry. Engineer Dom?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. 20 minutes break tayo.
20.
And lang, sir.
20 minutes ba?
Opo.
Sige. I-ano na lang natin later. I-compress na lang natin. Sige po. Nasa kalahati pa lang tayo eh.
Sige, sir. Or 15 minutes, sir.
Sige po.
Sige po. Sige po. Thank you, sir.
Alright.
So, guys, we will be having our 15 minutes break. So, we'll be right back at 10:15 a.m. So, stay tuned and don't change your channel on the YouTube. So,
It was just a thought. I never knew it would really be massive, and looking back, I could feel my achievements, which are fulfilling and amazing. 2008 was already a challenging year, as unknowingly, economic turmoil started to emerge. It is indeed a challenge to establish an organization which is now an institution. I was motivated by my passion to lead and create leaders as well. And because of this, I pushed with my plans, summoned my colleagues, and we ventured our roots and created Visaya UAE. That was July 2008. I chaired for 2.5 years from 2008 until 2010. I was supported by 32 electronics engineers from various companies, and it went to around 200 members. From the beginning, I ensured that the spectrum of activities that IECEP UAE will undertake would be holistic, comprehensive, in order to cover the whole value chain to address the challenges of time. We attribute all the achievements of IECEP UAE to one another. I have always the honor to represent IECEP UAE and present its core values and strategic steps to every members and incoming members of the institution. As I believe in the value of succession, we need to instill to our members that value of character, professionalism, integrity, and camaraderie, because this is what electronics engineers are.
2011 has been a very busy and challenging year for IECEP UAE. The year started with the first turnover of leadership from chapter's founding officers, where out of the 11 board of directors, only 2 from the founding officers were elected to serve again for another year. The new set of officers immediately acknowledges the very big shoes to fill to make IECEP UAE move to the right direction. 2011 was a great year. I commend all officers and members on their hard work, dedication, and support. As I can humbly say that this year will be one, if not the finest year that ISEP UAE would ever have. It is with great pleasure and humility to say, let us take each other with respect and understanding. The institution we have commenced is with respect and competence. Hence, let us keep the spirit in order to succeed and continue for another decade.
God has always been faithful to our organization and to all of us in our lives, both professionally and personally. Being one of the past governors of the chapter is truly a great honor. I will forever treasure and remember the experience of leading a group of not only smart, talented, gifted individuals, but who are so committed and selfless in helping and guiding fellow members and officers to serve each other and together be of service to the Filipino community in the Middle East and throughout the world. For me, is the real value of being a part of this noble organization. Continued success, more breakthroughs, more achievements, more recognition, as truly one profession, one organization, one family.
2013, how can anyone forget? This was the year when the Filipino Professional Group, now known as the Philippine Professional Organization or PPO, came up with the first sports fest and the first social event entitled An Evening with the Filipino Professionals. Those were the major events during the time. IECEP UAE chapter among the group of professionals like IIEE, PSME, UAP, PICPA, and others became the overall champion at the basketball competition. Additionally, IECEP UAE chapter was the team who mainly evolved during the evening with the professionals. And once again, our camaraderie and unity were demonstrated and recognized.
My challenge in 2015 was to uphold the perseverance of the previous governors. Nevertheless, with the unselfish support and dedication of all the members and their families, I was able to withstand the needs and requirements of time. We were able to conduct various seminars and trainings with qualified speakers from IECEP National and from our very own competent leaders and members. We were able to continue our commitment with the Filipino community through outreach programs by providing free airfare to those who qualified distressed OFWs under the care of OWA. We were the highest attendees during the second IECEP International Convention in Qatar, and we were able to increase the membership. And lastly, our activities strengthened our bond into one family, one institution. I can say that my personal and professional abilities were honed and refined as I managed to influence and direct the right path for the leaders and for the members. It was difficult for us, for there was no shortcut to great leadership. However, I would be forever grateful to all the officers and members as they are the significant ingredient in the IECEP UAE chapter.
2016 is the 8th year of IECEP UAE chapter and the year where professional upgrades happened. And this year, the result of SPLE was spectacular, with the ECE's passing rate of 14% and ECT of 79%. This is the time as well when IECEP UAE chapter created 10 PSEs and 1 ASEAN registry. Our IECEP UAE involvement in the community and social development stood up remarkably as well, as we continue to support and participate in all events, activities, and gatherings of the Filipino community and the Philippine professional organizations. I was fortunate to have IECEP UAE chapter's past governance, board of directors, and most especially, our members who always assure that as one family, we are bound to keep up with the welfare of each one. I must say, that each one in IECEP UAE chapter plays a vital role for the success of this institution. The past years gave me a different perspective to always be selfless and to provide the best for our members.
More than a decade ago, the chapter had staged events and programs which brought more prestige and honor. Under my leadership, the board ensured a balanced and sustainable approach to key advocacy areas, namely gain and retain memberships, and provide them the required support and programs tailored for their professional growth. The year 2017 embarked another milestone in the history of IECEP UAE. The organization hosted the 4th IECEP GCC Summit, which was the grandest and most attended convention of foreign chapters in the Gulf region. It was a huge task and challenge for me at that time, being the governor. However, the commitment of the officers, with the generosity of our members on their time and personal resources, made it easier than expected. The chapter is always active and been involved to such professional gatherings, which was evident on our attendance to previous IECEP international conferences. IECEP UAE is very dynamic in supporting the Filipino community events, like the Philippine Independence Day and Paskuhan celebration, bringing a greater impact to the personal and social lives of its members. We had participated in inter-organization sports fest, wherein our members were able to showcase their skills and talents on different sports and competition, which build their confidence. At the same time, enhance their enthusiasm through these collaboration activities. With our sportsmanship, teamwork, and camaraderie, this has strengthened the unity and personal relationship amongst our fellow members. IECEP UAE has also took part in leadership convention attended by different organizations as we develop and hone new leaders in the chapter and community. As part of our corporate social responsibility, we have conducted our SPLE review program, which is the main advocacy of the chapter, to assist our ECE and ECT aspirants. IECEP UAE, as an active member of the Philippine Professional Organization, had members volunteering as coordinators, proctors, and marshals during the board examination days. Also, we have participated on international conferences and exhibitions, which paved the way for the partnership of IECEP UAE chapter and BICSIMIA. The chapter was also instrumental for the new employment opportunities of some of its job seekers by sharing networks and recommendations for relevant vacancies. More than just a professional organization, IECEP UAE have initiated charity outreach programs for our distressed kababayans, as well as those who are afflicted by the calamities back home. We have also sponsored Thanksgiving masses for all the blessings and achievements of the chapter, and enjoyed in our Christmas party and family fun day gatherings. In a world where there are cultural, spiritual, and intellectual differences, the presence of a family in IECEP UAE is very significant. We are very proud that we have officers and members who were recognized by international and notable award-giving bodies and had also received professional awards from IECEP National and the PRC. Indeed, to belong to IECEP UAE chapter is a great privilege and a rewarding experience.
A decade of success, camaraderie, professionalism, and service. 2018 was extra special for IECEP UAE as we celebrate a remarkable milestone, our 10 years anniversary. Looking back on the organization's humble beginnings, the way we were, and the way we continue to thrive through the years. It wasn't just a celebration, but a recognition of the untiring support of our members, the dedication of current and past officers, as well as the guidance of previous governors, all contributed for us to grow and make it this far. Indeed, it was nothing short of memorable, and yet again has proven the culture we have built from its inception. One family, one profession, one organization. On the same year, ISEP UAE collaborated with fellow architectural and engineering professional organizations here in the UAE and launched the first and only Architecture and Engineering Summit 2018. Here, our members showcased their expertise by taking charge of the registration and technical committee, and a selected few took the center stage as speakers. This further cemented ISEP UAE's commitment to providing various professional development opportunities to our members. The following year, it was very much unexpected that the honor of governorship will land on my lap. The 2019 BODs knew there is a big shoe to fill as we begin another chapter in the history of ISEP UAE, the start of a new decade. Armed with enthusiasm.
Hello, Engineer Dominic. So guys, we are back sa ating second session for this morning.
Hello?
Hello, Sir Dominic.
Yes, Ron?
Apo.
Sound check? Okay na?
Yes, sir. Crystal clear, sir.
Excuse me lang Medyo
Sige lang, sir.
Sige, alright. Start na ulit tayo.
Apo.
Share ko ulit yung aking screen. Okay na, Ron?
Yes, sir. Kita na po namin.
Yan. So, saan na tayo na stop? Dito tayo no, sa 100 ohms balanced twisted pair cable. Meron tayong different cable constructions. So, these are some of the cable constructions. Basically, yung unshielded twisted pair, yung tinatawag nating UTP. So, ang designation ni standard, U/UTP. So, basically, unshielded twisted pair. Meron ding designation na F/UTP. So, F/UTP. So, foil over unshielded twisted pair. Nasaan na siya? Ito siya. So, meron siyang foil and then overall foil dun sa unshielded twisted pair. Another designation is screen and foil over UTP. So, may additional na braided mesh wire, tapos merong aluminum foil, and then yung ating twisted pair. Another variation is F/FTP, foil. Ito siya, foil, overall foil, over foiled twisted pair. So, individual pair, merong foil. And then, isang variation pa is screen over foil twisted pair. So, imbis na aluminum foil, mesh wire yung kanyang screen. Okay, screen over FTP. Excuse me. Saan natin ginagamit yung UTP? Saan natin ginagamit yung shielded twisted pair? So, commonly, yung UTP are for offices, commercial buildings. But kung yung building mo or yung area mo malapit sa telecommunication tower, broadcast tower, probably power plants, manufacturing plants, gagamit ka ng shielded. So para kung yung environment mo are what we call electrically noisy, gagamit ka na ng shielded pair, shielded twisted pair. So may ano rin merong misnomer yung mga cable installers. Pagka nakakausap mo sila, yung shielded twisted pair pang outdoor. Hindi ganon, di ba? Kasi nami-misnomer nila, pagka shielded, pwedeng pang outdoor. Actually, yung kaya nagiging outdoor yung cable dahil doon sa jacket, hindi dahil doon sa shielding. So pagka ang environment mo is electrically noisy, maraming electronic EMI tsaka RFI, gagamit ka ng shielded twisted pair. So, know your cable jacket. So, minsan, most of the time, and particularly dito sa atin, sa Pilipinas, na nineglect natin to. So, the NFA 70 or National Electric Code created different cable jacket ratings to specify and install the right cable for the right environment. The primary purpose of the NEC is to prevent fires and to promote safety for humans and equipment. Communication cables face varied types of environmental stress within the different areas of the building. The code is intended to minimize the risk of fire and the production of smoke and toxic in each of those areas through the use of different types of cables and pathways. Fires, smoke, and fumes can spread into different directions, vertically tsaka between floors, known as riser, and horizontally above the ceiling or below the floor where the building air ducts are connected to heating and air conditioning. Meron tayong different areas within the building. So meron tayong riser, meron tayong tinatawag na plenum, and general purpose. So with this code, yung NFPA 70, and adopted by also yung mga cable manufacturer natin, meron silang different types of cable with different types of cable jacket. So pag sinabi nating CM, yung classification ng cable jacket, which is communication metallic, pang ano siya, general purpose. So ang UL testing niya ginagamit sa kanya is yung UL 1581. So for UL 1666, riser rated, ang communication metallic riser yung classification niya. And then CMP, communication metallic plenum. So plenum rated, ang ginagamit nating test para dun sa cable jacket is yung NFPA 262. Alright, so different environment, different location noong building should have corresponding cable jacket. But as I've said, dito sa Philippines, most of the time, neglected na to. So ang ginagamit natin is yung costing. So siyempre ang pinakamura diyan is yung general purpose cable, di ba? So na-neglect na natin, pang riser ba yan, pang plenum ba yan? So most of the owners opt with the communication metallic cable jacket. And then syempre yung pinakamahal na cable jacket, yung low smoke zero halogen. Some owners or some clients, they appreciate this cable jacket fire rating pagdating sa telecommunication room or sa data center. Nire-require nila na low smoke, zero halogen yung mga cables within the data center. So most of the time, yung low smoke zero halogen ginagamit lang sa mga patch cables, sa mga equipment cables. So yung ating UTP or twisted pair or shielded twisted pair are terminated dun sa ating RJ45 plug or RJ45 jack. Meron silang insulation displacement contact, also known as insulation piercing contact. It is an electrical connector designed to be connected to the conductors of an insulated cable by a connection process which forces a selectively sharpened blade or blades through the insulation, bypassing the need to strip the conductor of insulation before connecting. When properly made, the connector blade cold welds to the conductor, making a theoretically reliable gas-tight connection. So itong ating connectors na to, let's say sa RJ45 plug, meron siyang blade dun sa pins. So siya yung nagpi-pierce dun sa insulation para magkaroon ng connection yung ating connector dun sa cable, dun sa twisted pair, dun sa copper wire. So same with this RJ45 jack. So between this plastic housing, meron siyang pins na merong blade. So doon nagko-connect yung ating copper wire. So meron tayong dalawang connector for RJ45. We call this RJ45 plug and RJ45 jack. So yung plug sa mga patch cables, doon sa horizontal cable, tsaka doon sa patch panel, sa telecommunication outlet, ginagamitan natin ng RJ45 jack. So meron tayong 8-position pin pair assignment. So we have 568A and 568B. Ang difference lang nila is yung pair 3 and pair 2. Alright, yung pair 3 sa 568A is nasa pin 1 and 2. Doon naman sa 568B, yung pair 2 ang nasa pin 1 and 2. So common yung blue pair, nasa 4 and 5, and brown pair, nasa 7 and 8. So both are allowed dun sa standard, but ang kailangan lang natin consistency. If you're using 568A dun sa telecommunication outlet, dapat dun sa patch panel mo, 568A din, yung termination pin assignment natin. So we also have another version ng RJ45 jack or RJ45 plug for higher data rate na transmission. Meron tayong what we call augmented RJ45 or gigagate RJ45. Same with the RJ45, augmented lang siya. So kung mapapansin nyo, merong pins dito sa ilalim. So yung pair 2, inilagay dito sa ilalim, okay? Nung isang side. And then yung pair 1, naglagay din dito ng pins. Since, di ba, ang sabi natin kanina, yung category 6A nasa almost 1,000 megahertz, 500 megahertz. So mas mataas na yung frequency nila. Dito sa termination point or dun sa connector, mas mataas yung crosstalk. So kailangan ihiwalay natin yung termination point. Kasi kung kagaya dun sa RJ45 lang, naka-linear yung ating pins. So pagka mataas yung frequency, mayroong tendency na magkaroon ng crosstalk between wires. So Kaya ang ginawa nung mga cable manufacturer, tsaka yung cable connector manufacturer, inilayo nila yung mga pins for higher data rate. So this is coming from yung tinatawag nating Terra connector. Terra connector was developed by Simon. So kung mapapansin nyo, hiwa-hiwalay yung kanyang pins. Hiwa-hiwalay yung kanilang pair. So to avoid yung high frequency na crosstalk. Alright, so aside from RJ45, yung usual na RJ45, we also have yung augmented RJ45 or what we call Gigagate RJ45 and Terra connector. So paano natin tineterminate? Using punch down tool, yung Chrome type na LSA plus connector na punch down tool. Kung ewan ko kung may nakikita pa kayong ganitong tool. And then meron din tayong single pair na punch down tool. But most cable manufacturer, meron silang mga proprietary termination tool for their particular RJ45 jack. Para naman sa RJ45 plug, we also have yung RJ45 crimper. So para ka lang din crimp ng coaxial cable doon sa ating BNC connector. And then to maintain the cable geometry, so ito kasi yung isang isang trick dun sa termination point. Dapat ma-maintain natin yung cable geometry and as much as possible, yung untwisting natin, yung i-untwist kasi natin para ma-terminate natin yung wire, di ba? Para ma-terminate natin dun sa connector, i-untwist natin. Dapat yung untwisting natin should be minimum. Alright? Ang recommended is 13 mm or 0.5 inch or as much as possible, walang air gap from yung untwisting dun sa IDC contact. Also recommended minimum cable jacket removal. Okay. So in reality, hindi ito na susunod ng mga technicians natin, but this will have a lot of impact pagka hindi proper yung termination. So malaki yung impact niya when pagko-conduct ka na ng cable testing, lalo na kung yung cable system mo is for certification. Okay, so meron kang certification coming from manufacturer. Very stringent yung requirement nila when it comes to parameter testing. So isa dun sa nakaka-affect nung testings natin, test results, is yung untwisting and then yung termination dun sa ating mga connectors. So once we terminated from end to end, so ang una nating makikita yung what we call, ang una nating itetest dyan yung wire mapping. So kung gagamit ka ng T568A or T568B, dapat pareho on both end, di ba? So para straight yung kanyang wire map. So meron din tayong yung tester natin would also show us result kung merong open, kung shorted, split, or reverse yung pair natin ng pagka-terminate nung sa ating mga connectors. Or cross. Ibig sabihin ng cross, ginamit mo 568A sa kabilang side and then 568B doon sa kabilang side. Okay? Testing of cabling installation is a complicated affair and you need a sound knowledge of network cables and installation cables and also their category. However, the right measuring methods and appropriate tools you can do this quickly and accurately. It is also important to consider in advance whether whether verification or qualification is sufficient for a network. So, ang una natin gagawin is inspect natin yung connector natin kung minimum yung untwisting natin, and then yung cable marking, yung cable labeling natin dapat tama. And then no evidence of mechanical or paint or damage or flaking or corrosion dun sa ating mga connectors. So we are using yung ating what we call cable analyzer. So ang example natin dito is coming from a manufacturer, popular manufacturer nung cable analyzer natin. Ang tinetest niya are these parameters: insertion loss, or what we call attenuation loss, return loss, yung mga crosstalks, near-end crosstalks and far-end crosstalks, yung ating ratio ng far-end and near-end crosstalk, transverse, yung TCL, TCTL, equal level transverse conversion transfer loss, plus yung mga power sum. So, bawat pair, bawat conductor, tinetest nung cable analyzer using yung what we call yung RLC na parameter. Okay? So, hindi natin madidiscuss isa-isa, but yung particularly ang baga major na titignan mo kagad is yung crosstalk at saka return loss. Kasi yung crosstalk, it would give you the kung gaano kaganda yung pagka-terminate mo dun sa connector. Yung return loss naman, it will give you the parameter kung gaano mo inilatag yung kable mo. Kasi baka merong overbending, tapos nagkaroon ng, minsan yung ating mga technician, kinapush yung kable, nagdugtong ng cable. So makikita natin yun dun sa return loss. So pagka-pangit yung termination point, pagka-pangit yung pagka-terminate, makikita natin dun sa crosstalk. Pagka-pangit yung pagkalatag ng cable, makikita natin dun sa return loss. And syempre, affected noong dalawang yon, yung return loss at yung crosstalk, yung insertion loss, which is yung attenuated na signal. Alright, so ito yung mga tatlong parameters na binabantayan natin during testing. So like we said, when cables are twisted at a constant twist rate over the length of the cable, a cable with well-defined characteristic impedance is formed. Characteristic impedance of twisted pair is determined by the size and spacing of the conductors and the type of the electric used between them. So since the impedance of cable is actually a function of the spacing of the conductors, separating the conductors significantly changes the cable impedance. The impedance mismatch will result in high return loss. So pagka na-disrupt natin yung twist rate, yung twisting, pagka bumuka yung ating copper cable, magkakaroon ng impedance mismatch, tataas yung return loss. So ang causes nung pagkalayo noong ating copper conductor are overbending, tsaka yung compression. So pagka naka-cable bundle, tapos kinompress natin ng cable tie, nasakal yung mga copper wire, magkakaroon ng disruption dun sa distance between conductor. So pagka nagkaroon ng disruption dun sa distance ng conductor, magkakaroon ng impedance mismatch. So pagka nagkaroon ka ng impedance mismatch, when you test it, makikita mo yun doon sa return loss. Okay? All right. So, what is your favorite cat? Or sino yung merong mga pet na pusa? So, cat 5 iba ang kailangan mo, cat 6, cat 6A. So, cat 6A has mas mataas yung twist rate, mas mataas yung data rate. So, mas mabilis na pusa yung tatakbo. Alright, so with that, punta na tayo dun sa isang transmission medium na ginagamit natin, which is yung fiber. Okay, fiber is definitely heart healthy. Soluble fibers found in oats, berries, and some fruits and vegetables help reduce bad cholesterol. So, kaya nating mga mga nasa 50s na. So, meron na tayong mga bad cholesterol. So, but fiber food is also reduce triglycerides, which is the type of fat that circulates in your blood. Pero hindi yan yung fiber na ginagamit natin. Our network cable also have fibers but used for higher speed of transmission. The fiber optic cable use light to transmit data instead of electricity as in twisted pair cables. Basic elements of an optical fiber strand are yung core, cladding, and yung coating. So meron tayong dalawang coating, primary coating and secondary coating. The core and cladding are glass. So the light dun sa core, dun yung light transmission. Dun sa cladding, siya yung nag-protect para hindi makawala yung light dun sa core. Yung light signal would stay dun sa core ng fiber optic cable. Yung ating core sizes can be 9 micron, 50 micron, and 62.5 micron. Yung cladding, it is constant at 125 micron. And then yung buffer coating natin or primary coating natin is 250. Secondary coating is 900 micron. So paano tayo nagtatransmit ng light signal? So meron tayong core and cladding. Alright? Yun yung basic ng optical fiber structure. So sabi natin, meron tayong core, siya yung inner circle, and cladding, ito yung outer circle. Si core, meron tayong yung glass, merong tinatawag na refractive index. Okay? Speed of light dun sa vacuum over speed of light dito sa glass. Dun sa core, meron tayong sa cladding and core, meron tayong difference. May difference yung kanilang refractive index. Okay? Mas mataas yung refractive index ng core kaysa dun sa cladding. So with these refractive indices, we will have what we call critical angle. Mako-compute niya yung critical angle, and from this critical angle, meron tayong tinatawag na cone of acceptance dun sa surface ng fiber optic cable. So meron tayong tinatawag na cone of acceptance. So since we are using light, so meron tayong light signal, merong light path. Pagka yung light path natin is outside dun sa cone of acceptance, pagdating dun sa core cladding boundary, excuse me, yung light would bend or refracted outside. Pagka yung ating light path is outside dun sa cone of acceptance. When yung light path is within dun sa cone of acceptance, pagdating dun sa core and cladding boundary, yung light path will also be bent. But this time, yung bending niya mare-reflect back dun sa core. So, meron tayong reflection pagka within sa cone of acceptance yung light path. Pero pagka outside dun sa cone of acceptance, meron tayong refraction. So makakawala yung light signal. So most of our light signal should be within the cone of acceptance. Alright. So ang tawag natin dito sa light path na to is low order mode. So ibig sabihin yung kanyang angle of entry dun sa cone of acceptance is mababa. We also have high order mode. Okay? So yung angle of entry niya dun sa cone of acceptance is mataas. So pagdating dun sa core cladding boundary, maraming beses siyang nare-reflect back. So mas marami siyang reflection compared dun sa low order mode na mas kaunti yung reflection pabalik dun sa core. And we also have yung center, what we call axial mode. So hindi na siya bagay yung kanyang entry dun sa cone of acceptance is nasa center, nasa gitna. So wala na siyang reflection between core cladding boundary. Okay, so diyan ngayon, dun sa core ngayon, na-enclose nung cladding yung light signal, kaya nakakarating sa dulo yung transmitted signal natin. Okay, hopefully ito yung nakasunod kayo dun sa how light is propagated dun sa optical fiber. We have operating wavelengths dun sa ating light signals. Yung visible light, which is from 450 to around 700 nanometers. Yan yung visible signal. Pagka lower than that, ano na siya? UV, X-ray, tsaka gamma rays. Pagka higher than 700 nanometer, ano na siya? Infrared, radio frequency na or radio waves, and microwaves. Alright? Kung mapapansin nyo, meron tayong graph, meron tayong line, attenuation dun sa y-axis, and yung wavelength dun sa x-axis. Mapapansin nyo, merong mga mababang regions ng attenuations. So ito yung ginagamit natin na mga regions for our light signal or mga wavelength natin. So meron tayong first window na 850 nanometer. So cheap sources ng light transmitter, yung mga LED. And then second window 1300 to 1310 nanometer. So lower attenuation siya, 0.7 dB per kilometer para sa multimode and 0.4 dB kilometer para sa single mode. Mostly ang ginagamit natin dito is yung Bexel na signal for multimode. Sa single mode, syempre laser ang ginagamit natin. And then last window natin, yung third window, 1550 nanometer. So 0.2 dB per kilometer attenuation. So mostly ginagamit to sa single mode fiber using laser transmitters. So sinasabi natin, ano ba yung mga transmitter sources natin? So we have LED, light emitting diode, used for multimode at 850 or 1300 nanometers. Wide beam, yung kanyang yung tinatawag nating light path, yung mga light signal, wide yung beam niya. So ang nangyayari sa kanya, napipill up niya yung core, right? So typically yung light beam niya is 50 nanometers. So it cannot modulate as fast as lasers. Second transmitter natin is what we call VCSEL or vertical cavity surface emitting laser. Used for multimode at 850 and 1300. Compared dun sa LED, mas narrow yung beam width. Okay? It does not peel the multimode fiber. So, ang tawag sa kanya, effective fill dun sa ating core. And last na transmitter natin, syempre, yung Fabry-Pérot and distributed feedback lasers. Used for single mode, 1310 and 1550 nanometers. So compared sa VCSEL, mas narrow yung kanyang beam width. So mas higher power and fastest switching, but also most expensive na transmitter source. So how do we let us understand further paano ba yung optical fiber transmission? Using yung multimode step index optical fiber, since yung kanyang core mas mataas yung refractive index compared dun sa cladding, kagaya ng na-discuss natin kanina, different yung light paths. Merong low order, merong high order, at saka merong axial. So merong yung axial mode, since wala siyang reflection within dun sa core cladding boundary, baga dun sa matinong mister, wala nang paligoy-ligoy. Galing sa opisina, uuwi na ng bahay. So makakarating kagad siya dun sa dulo. Doon naman sa low order mode, baga may pinuntahang sideline, nag-reflect bago siya makarating doon sa kanyang inuuwian, doon sa dulo. Yun namang high order mode, marami pang dinaanan. So may sideline, may barkada, baka meron pang other activities, huli siyang makakarating doon sa dulo. So ang tawag doon, yung difference doon sa axial tsaka doon sa high order, doon sa huling makakarating doon sa dulo, ang tawag natin sa kanila modal dispersion. Okay? So sa structured cabling system, yung ating mga cable manufacturer, hindi na nila nire-recommend tong step index multimode fiber. Ang nire-recommend nila is graded index multimode fiber. So within the core, different yung index of refraction. Hindi siya constant. So meron siyang iba-ibang difference index of refraction within the core. So ang nangyayari, yung light path natin, yung low order mode, high order mode, tsaka yung axial, nagiging concave. So within the core, nagre-refract, nagre-reflect. So nako-concave yung light path. So dun sa dulo, liliit ngayon yung modal dispersion. So most of our fiber transmission uses graded index multimode optical fiber. Dun sa single mode fiber, straightforward. Using axial mode, since maliit din yung core size niya, maliit yung diameter ng core, ito pala yung core, maliit yung diameter ng core, ang makaka-enter lang dun sa single mode fiber is yung axial. So we are using laser signal. So since wala na siyang modal dispersion, longer reach. Pagka mas mahaba yung mararating ng light signal natin using laser and single mode fiber. So kung natandaan nyo kanina, 2 kilometer tsaka 3 kilometer dun sa backbone, campus backbone natin tsaka sa building backbone using optical fiber. When we transmit optical signal, kailangan din natin ng dalawang core, dalawang optical fiber. One for transmit and one for receive. So yung transmit sa isang side, dapat nakatapat sa receive doon sa other end. So vice versa, yung transmit sa other end, nakatapat doon sa receive dito sa front end. So we need dalawang fiber optic core to transmit optical fiber. All right? Same with twisted pair cable, meron din tayong classification ng optical fiber. We have OM1, OM2, OM3, OM4, OM5, and OS1 and OS2. Yung OM1, ito yung mga legacy na optical fiber natin. Yung core sizes niya is 62.5 micron. So nagkaroon ng technology upgrade, na-develop yung OM2 na 50 micron yung core size. And further technology upgrade, we have OM3 na 50 micron, but this time, ano na siya, effective modal bandwidth. So meaning, ang ginagamit na natin dito, kung natatandaan nyo, yung VCSEL, vertical cavity surface emitting laser. Alright, meron siyang 200 megahertz dot kilometer na effective modal bandwidth. And then yung OM4, meron siyang using same core diameter, 50 micron, but this time, ang kanyang effective modal bandwidth is 47,000 megahertz, 4,700 megahertz kilometer. All right, same with OM5. All right, na 4,700 megahertz kilometer. Ito yung pinakabago na multimode fiber, OM5. It is also called wideband multimode fiber. All right. Si OM4, kung mapapansin nyo, meron din siyang color coding. Yung OM5, lime green. Yung OM4, most of the manufacturer adopted yung violet na color code para sa OM4. OM3 is aqua blue. OM1 and OM2 are color-coded as orange. So pagka makakita ka ng cable jacket or fiber connector na orange, it can be OM1 or OM2. Pagka aqua blue, OM3, yung connector or yung cable. Pagka yung connector mo or yung cable mo is violet, you can easily say na OM4 yung fiber na yon. And kung lime green, OM5. Pagka single mode, yung connector niya kulay blue, pero yung cable jacket kulay yellow. So for OS1 and OS2. So makita nyo rin dito na ang difference noong multimode sa single mode is yung big difference is yung cable attenuation. So for multimode, 3.5 dB per kilometer. Pagka sa single mode, 1 dB and 0.4 dB per kilometer. So hindi na natin kailangan i-determine yung launch niya, di ba? Yung kung overfilled ba siya o effective modal bandwidth, since axial mode lang yung pumapasok doon sa core, di ba? Na kabaga laser siya. So hindi niya napipill up yung buong core. All right? like we have, baga, sinabi natin kanina beforehand, yung 3 kilometer tsaka 2 kilometer is mainly for ano siya, legacy na application. So for 1,000 base FX na application, may corresponding distances using yung multimode classification. Kung OM4, 1,000 base SX is more than 1 kilometer. Okay? Pero pagka 1,000 base LX, using at 1,300 nanometer, yung OM4 natin, more than half lang nung 1 kilometer, mga 600 meters na lang siya. Same with OM3, pero yung OM2 mas mababa sa 600 meters. Now, kung 10 gig transmission, 10G base SR, kung mapapansin nyo, yung OM1, OM2, mas mababa pa dun sa horizontal cable ng copper. 82 na lang siya, tsaka 33. And then, 300 meters for OM3 and 550 meters for OM4. Meron pang subject for to be determined pa yung OM5. So currently, they put it at 400 meters. So OM5 for 10 gig base SR Ethernet application. Sa single mode, siyempre, no issue. 10 kilometer, in fact, pwede pang 20 kilometer yan eh. Di ba? For 10 gig at saka 40 gig na transmission. Alright. Dun sa data center, if you're using 40 gig base SR na Ethernet application, hindi mo na magagamit yung OM1 and OM2. Ang gagamitin mo na lang is OM3, 100 meters, OM4, 150 meters, and so with OM5 na 150 meters. Alright. So, magandang guide to kung magde-design kayo ng optical fiber. So, paano natin kino-construct yung cable construction? So, just like, hindi naman parehas ng twisted pair, meron tayong dalawang type ng cable construction for optical fiber. We call this tight buffer and loose tube. So, sa tight buffer, yung ating core tsaka yung cladding with yung coating. Ang coating natin dito is 900 micron. Okay, so meron siyang primary tsaka secondary coating. Para siyang copper wire na tightly bundle dun sa loob ng cable jacket. But hindi siya naka-twist. Siyempre, hindi naman kailangan ni optical fiber ng twisting kasi immune na rin siya sa interferences, lalo na sa electromagnetic tsaka radio frequency interferences. Ang kailangan niya is yung strength member. Meron siyang, since brittle yan, glass, kailangan maglagay tayo ng strength member. So ang nilalagay ng mga cable manufacturer na strength member is what we call yung aramid yarn, or yung aramid yarn, ano ba tawag dito? Yung para siyang ginagamit sa bulletproof vest tsaka dun sa helmet. Yung Kevlar, yan. Nakuha ko rin yung terminology. Kevlar as a strength member. And then, yung cable jacket. Alright? Para sa indoor. For outdoor naman, we use what we call loose tube. So, this time, we are using a coating of 250 micron. So, yung 250 micron na optical fiber, nakalagay sa isang straw or sa isang tube. Yung tube na to, meron siyang water blocking gel. Okay, meron siyang water blocking gel. yung ating optical fiber naka-float dun sa gel. And then at the same time, water block siya. So kung may water penetration, baga mabablock na nung gel. Hindi maapektuhan yung ating glass, yung optical fiber natin. And then, meron din siyang mga strength member. Can be aluminum, corrugated aluminum, or yung steel wire. Okay, marami siyang different strength members. And then meron siyang overall na jacket na high density polyethylene. So UV protected siya, tsaka corrosion protected. Pagka ang ginagamit natin is yung loose tube, so mainly pang outdoor or yung pang campus backbone natin. So like the twisted pair, meron din tayong cable jacket fire rating. So ang difference lang nila, since twisted pair, ang tawag natin doon is, sa general purpose is communication metallic. Sa optical fiber naman is OFN, optical fiber non-metallic. And then sa riser rated, OFNR. Sa plenum rated, OFNP, optical fiber non-metallic plenum. And low smoke, zero halogen na cable jacket. Okay? Hindi kasi ako si Willie Ray Billiam, kaya hindi rin ako makakapagbigay ng jacket. Si Wawawin lang yon. Okay. Next, optical fiber connectors. So sa twisted pair, meron tayong RJ45 plug and RJ45 jack. For optical fiber, we have yung LC, SC, and MPO. Yung SC and LC are mostly single fiber strand per connector. Yung LC, ang nag-develop niyan is si Lucent Technologies. So kaya ang tawag sa kanya LC connector. So yung subscriber connector, ito yung legacy na push-pull na connector. Kung familiar din kayo, kung na-encounter niyo yung ST connector, ano siya, screw type. So ngayon, push-pull lang, naglalak na din siya dun sa adapter. Hindi mo na siya kailangang screw. Yung MPO naman, isa isang connector, multiple fiber. Minimum of 12 fiber per connector. And as per standard, maximum niya hanggang 72 fiber sa isang connector. Mostly ginagamit sa data center yung MPO, yung SC tsaka yung LC connector natin are used for backbone fiber cable tsaka dun sa horizontal fiber cable. Alright? Makikita nyo rin, mapapansin nyo rin dito, yung color coding nung multimode fiber. So, pagka violet, OM4. Pagka aqua, OM3. Pagka beige, o minsan orange to, OM1 or OM2. Pagka blue, single mode. Okay? Pero pagka green, hindi to lime green eh. Ito kasi yung lime green, di ba? Pagka green, most of the time, single mode na APC. Later on, i-discuss natin ano ba yung UPC tsaka ano yung APC na connector. So how do we terminate fiber optic cable dun sa connectors natin? Meron tayong different technology and methodology. Yung mga legacy na fiber cable termination, yung tinatawag nating epoxy polish. Alright? Naalala ko tuloy si Sir Dennis kanina. Tagal ko na raw dito sa industry na to. Pero ito yung naumpisahan kong fiber optic cable termination, epoxy polish. So yung connector natin, lalagyan mo ng epoxy, tapos i-insert mo yung prepared optical fiber. Pagka na-insert mo na yung optical fiber dun sa connector, you need to cure yung epoxy. So kailangan ilagay mo sa oven or i-heat mo yung connector together with the epoxy and the fiber. Once cured na, ipapolish mo yung connector using yung figure 8 na polishing technique. Tawag nga, tinutugtugan pa nga kami dati noon pag nagpa-polish kami, yung kanta ni Bayani Agbayani, yung 8-8, ayan. 8-8, yan. So, figure 8 na polishing. Tapos, i-check mo ngayon using yung scope kung tama or maganda na yung pagka-polish mo ng connector. And then, merong, syempre, upgrade ng epoxy polish. No epoxy, pero kailangan mo pa rin mag-polish. So, yung connector natin, hindi na natin lalagyan ng epoxy kasi meron na siyang epoxy sa loob. Hindi, parang ang mali din yung terminology nila to eh. Pero meron siya epoxy sa loob. Ang gagawin mo lang, yung prepared fiber, lalagyan mo lang ng chemical catalyst para ma-insert mo dun sa loob ng connector. And then, once inserted na siya dun sa connector, readily, within seconds, makikure na yung epoxy. Not unlike dito sa first method, kailangan mo pang i-heat yung epoxy. Dito, instant na yung pag-cure ng epoxy. So, kailangan mas mabilis kang mag-insert ng optical fiber doon sa connector. And then, again, you need to figure 8 polish. So, baga, tedious pa rin yung method na to. So, yung mga cable manufacturer, tsaka yung connector manufacturer, they upgraded again to mechanical splice. Okay? What we call mechanical splice. Yung connector natin, meron ng polished fiber. Okay? So, pre-polished na fiber na siya. Ang gagawin lang ngayon natin, yung prepare na fiber natin na backbone or horizontal cable, insert natin dun sa connector. Okay? Once inserted dun sa loob ng connector, para na lang tayong nag-crimp nung RJ45 jack. So, i-crimp na lang natin siya. So, hence, ang tawag sa kanya, mechanical splice. And lastly, yung pinaka-accurate or pinaka-durable na fiber termination, fiber connector termination is what we call fusion splice. So, yun nga lang, kailangan mong mag-invest ng fusion machine. So, yung connector mo, pre-polished na rin yung connector mo, but this time, meron siyang pigtail. So, yung pigtail ng connector at saka yung optical fiber mo, ilalagay mo dun sa fusion machine. Siyempre, prepared yun. Naka properly cleaned, tapos ilalagay mo dun sa fusion machine. Automatic na yung fusion machine, siya na yung mag-fuse dun sa dalawang fiber. So, idudugtong niya, and then meron kang splice protector, tapos lalagay mo sa splice cassette para protected lalo yung ating fusion splice. So, 4 yung termination procedure. Currently, ang popular sa atin is yung mechanical splice and fusion splice. Okay. Nabanggit natin kanina, ano ba yung physical contact connector? So, kasi yung mga connector, pagka bibili ka ng connector, sasabihin ng distributor, anong polish ang kailangan mo? UPC polish ba o APC polish? So pag sinabi nating UPC, physical contact polish. Pag sinabi nating APC, angled physical contact polish. So obviously, ang difference nila, yung APC may 8-degree angle na polish. Okay? Yung physical contact, baga 90 degree. Perpendicular yung pagka-polish niya. Ano yung usage nung UPC and APC? Yung APC, mostly, ginagamit ng mga cable TV installers or provider. Kasi yung mga video signal, naglalagay sila ng RF video doon sa kanilang transmission. Pagdating doon sa dulo, meron siyang back reflectance. Okay, meron siyang back reflectance. So, para ma-overcome yung back reflectance, kailangan maglagay ng angle doon sa dulo ng connector. So, pagka nagkaroon kasi ng back reflectance, it will result in return loss, madidegrade yung signal. So, para hindi ma-degrade yung signal, ma-avoid yung back reflectance, naglagay ng angle para hindi bumalik yung signal, hindi magkaroon ng back reflectance. Okay, hopefully naintindihan yung sinabi ko. All right? And before you connect your connectors, you need to have this process. Inspect before you connect. All right? Kasi pagka yung mga contamination residing between mated connectors will cause signal degradation. So pagka madumi yung optical fiber connector mo and hindi mo in-inspect, kinonect mo na kagad, mako-contaminate din niya yung kabilang connector. So eventually, yung mga contaminants na yon mapupunta dun sa gitna or dun sa core. So mabablock yung signal. So that's why you need this process. So inspect, pagka merong is it clean? Baga kung may dumi or may contaminants, kailangan mong linisin. Okay? And once na malinis na siya, you can connect. Okay, so very essential dun sa connector ng optical fiber once you connect. Kasi siyempre, pang matagalan na yan, hindi mo na kadalasan tinatanggal. Siguro due to gravity or mapupunta sa gitna yung mga contaminants. So like the twisted pair cable, we also need to test yung ating optical fiber plant. Meron tayong dalawang test equipment, what we call yung optical loss test set or light source power meter. Ang ginagawa lang nung OLTS is we test for attenuation and length. Other than that, yun lang yung binibigay niyang test result. Attenuation and length. Kino-compute niya yung total attenuation or yung power budget loss. So, accumulation noong aggregate ng connector loss, splice loss, and cable loss. So, pagka merong dalawang connector na naka-mate, 0.75 dB per mated connector. Pagka merong splice, 0.0 dB per splice. And then yung cable length mo or yung cable loss na let's say for 850 nanometer na OM multimode fiber, meron kang 3.5 dB per kilometer na cable loss. So yung OLTS, i-aggregate niya mated connector, yung splice loss, tsaka yung cable loss, yun yung papakita niya yung results sa'yo. Plus yung distance nung cable plant. Another test equipment for optical fiber is what we call yung OTDR, Optical Fiber Time Domain Reflectometer. So hindi lang yung attenuation or yung losses nung bawat connector, bawat splice, tsaka yung buong fiber cable plant ang ipapakita niya sa'yo. Ipapakita niya rin sa'yo kung nasaan yung connector in reference dun sa OTDR, kung nasaan yung splice, at saka nasaan yung dulo ng optical fiber mo. So, in short, maganda to, itong OTDR, maganda na gamitin for maintenance purposes nung iyong cable plant. So, kung let's say telco company ka, or if you are on a manufacturing facility or meron kang campus plant, manufacturing plant, multiple fiber yung ginagamit mo. So, mas maganda meron kang OTDR. Alright, and Sir Ron, I'm about to finish mga siguro 5 slides, 10 slides na lang. Alright, hopefully nakuha niyo yung naalala niyo yung standards, naalala niyo yung codes, naalala niyo yung pag-design, yung ating mga terminologies, and na-appreciate niyo yung optical fiber and copper cable, kung paano sila nagwo-work within the system. So, ang next few slides would be about digital building. Digital building is a seamless operation thanks to its connected infrastructure. Building systems that have stood alone for years using a combination of twisted pair cabling, AC power and video cable, voice data, wireless, lighting, security, audio-video, etc., can now be networked together using one common infrastructure. All of these devices na gumagamit nung IP or yung Ethernet protocol to send and receive data via network converge under one umbrella, again, for cost savings, easier maintenance, and better building control. Current trends on telecommunications such as cloud computing, Internet of Things, and Internet protocol convergence are pointing towards digital building. And this is enabled by PoE or Power over Ethernet and wireless access points. All right. Cloud computing in general is a term for delivery of hosted services over the Ethernet. Yung Internet of Things naman is a system of interrelated computing devices that works together, di ba? Baga, yung ating cellphone can work with our television or can work with our desktop or laptop. So, Internet of Things. IP convergence refers to the capability of Internet to act as a single foundation for various functions that traditionally had their own platforms. Kino-converge na natin yung different platforms into one Internet protocol. So a digital building transformation has these features. Dapat meron siyang convergence, meron siyang reliability, efficient yung energy niya, productive yung mga nandun sa gumagamit ng building na yon, yung mga workers, mga office staffs, and it also provides analytics dun sa ating building administrators to find solutions dun sa mga environmental blockades or environmental problems dun sa building na yon. So, all in all, a digital building should have these features. So, what demands do these digital buildings place on our cable? Diba? A well-designed, high-performance cabling infrastructure is what brings Internet of Things and digital buildings to life. All of the data, yung power, and in most cases, required for these devices and application is traveling via networks category cable and also yung fiber cable. Without cabling infrastructure, devices would not be able to communicate to each other, gather and relay information, or to be controlled and adjusted remotely. As digital building takes over, it is important to keep in mind the demands they place on a cabling infrastructure. Data travels across the Internet courtesy of several sets of rules called protocols. Collectively, these protocols made up the Internet Protocol or IP. The standardized set of rules is what allows computers to communicate across network. Okay, IP convergence is using the Ethernet protocol as the standard transport for transmitting all information from different building systems. So, pwede siyang voice, pwede siyang data, pwede siyang music, pwede siyang video, pwede siyang TV, teleconferencing, and others. This convergence shall lead to the network of physical devices, vehicles, home appliances, and other items embedded with electronics, software, sensors, actuators, and connectivity, which enables these things to connect and exchange data, creating opportunities for more direct integration of the physical world into computer-based systems, resulting in efficiency improvements, economic benefits, and reduced human exertions. So finally, we need attention to detail. In designing structured cabling system, like any other engineering designs, needs to be thorough and accurate. Attention to detail is your ability to efficiently allocate your resources to achieve thoroughness and accuracy when accomplishing tasks, no matter how small or large. Attention to detail skills allow you to improve your workplace productivity, efficiency, performance, and reducing the likelihood of error, in this case, a cable mess. So hopefully, nakapagbigay tayo ng information on how not to have this end result, but instead have this, okay? Do it right the first time is a managerial accounting technique or practice that centers around decreasing waste and increasing efficiency in the production processes. The best way to install in structured cabling network and avoid future issue is to begin with a good design and layout. Laying the cable may be easy, but maintaining a successful network can be easy if components are thoroughly and thoughtfully labeled and organized. Taking time now to do the intensive attention to details and doing it right at the first time means a lesser chance at trouble down the end. So with that, before I end my presentation, may I share to you again the prophecy on the book of Daniel. But thou, O Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book, even to the end of time. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased. And hopefully, thank you for your participation and patience. And hopefully, we hope and pray that everyone has learned a thing or two and have gained knowledge on how to structure your network cabling. God willing, we look forward to meeting you again for technical seminars hosted by Rizal chapter. So thank you, Sir Ron, Sir Dennis.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Sir Dominic. Sir, pa-share screen.
Sandali po. Okay na po.
Apo, okay na po. Thank you. Saglit lang, sir.
Thank you, Sir Dom. Thank you, time.
Ayan, sir. So, yun guys. We are on the question and answer portion. So, please key in your questions on the YouTube live comment chat box. Then, a reminder guys, the post-webinar survey and the evaluation tests are going to be posted in the IECEP Rizal Facebook page. So guys, please visit the page and also don't forget to like. So our first question a while ago, I think it's Sir Dom.
Yes, yes sir.
Ayun sir, our first question coming from Emil Jeffrey Juano. The question is, pwede po ba tayong makakonect sa grounding ng electrical or required to provide separate grounding?
As per standard, based dun sa dun sa ating 607, gagawa tayo ng sarili nating communication grounding system. Pero at the end point, dun sa dun sa ground floor, magbaband tayo dun sa electrical grounding. Although preference din naman ng user or ng kliyente na magkaroon ng sariling grounding rod. But again, yung resistance or yung grounding resistance na 25 ohms, 5 ohms, or 1 ohms, dapat nating makomply based dun sa location natin, dun sa application natin.
So thank you, sir. So sir, another question coming from J.R. Cervantes. Hi, sir. Why do inspectors allow small areas for telecoms facilities with respect to the number of nodes even though it has a standard? Why are they allowed not to follow the standards?
Ano po yun? Kagaya nga na nasabi natin, yung mga owner, lalo na kung let's say BPO, mas binibigyan nila ng weight yung revenue generating na real estate kaysa dun sa operation or yung operating expense. Yung telecommunication room is an operating expense, pero yung table noong office staff or nung call center agent, nagge-generate yun ng revenue. So mas bibigyan nila ng weight pagka kinausap mo yung architect, mas bibigyan niya ng favor yung real estate noong may makita sir, real estate noong revenue generating kaysa doon sa telecommunication room. So, depende rin dun sa pakikipag-usap natin with owner tsaka sa architect. Minsan, syempre sila yung masusunod. Meron nga tayong standard, pero sila yung may-ari, di ba? What we can do is, i-maximize lang natin yung floor space na ibibigay sa atin.
So, another question, sir. Kay Sir Willie Mesa, we ECEs were referring to TIA 607, telecom grounding and bonding. our EE friends were usually using the IEEE 3003.2 grounding or bonding. How these standards differ or how they are relevant with each other.
Yun nga po, since for dito sa scope natin sa electronics engineering, we are for particularly for structured cabling, ang emphasis natin is yung sa TIA, sa ANSI TIA. And then ANSI TIA has recommendation yung TIA 607 for grounding and bonding. So hindi naman siya hindi naman siya against dun sa electrical engineering grounding, but rather nagkakaroon lang tayo ng demarcation. So for structured cabling, meron tayong recommended na grounding system. So kaya nga ang tawag din natin doon, grounding and bonding. So at the end, dun sa pinaka ground floor o dun sa basement or dun sa grounding rod, magbaband tayo dun sa electrical system. Grounding electrical system.
So yun, thank you sir. Wala na pong question. If may hahabol pa guys, email na lang po namin kay Sir Dominic.
Yes, sige po. Pero may napansin ako yung bakit daw figure 8 hindi circular yung pag-polish?
Opo.
Meron ba makaka-answer doon? So, kasi kaya figure 8 para all sides makover. Kasi pagka circular, isang side lang yung let's say clockwise mo pinalish. So hindi pantay yung pagka-polish. Isang side lang yung mapapolish. Ngayon pagka figure 8, magiging counterclockwise tsaka clockwise yung pag-polish mo. So papantay yung pagka-polish. Alright? Siguro trivial, pero hindi mo na kailangang problemahin kung ano yung polishing technique kasi yung mga manufacturer ngayon, yung connector nila pre-polish na.
Ready-made na.
Ready-made na. Either you mechanical splice or you fusion splice na lang.
Opo. So yun. Thank you Sir Dominic sa time and effort. So yun guys. Sana sir next time talk kayo ulit. Ang dami namin natutunan. Opo. Nawala ata sir yung audio niya sir.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. What I meant, salamat sa Diyos na marami kayong na-appreciate na information. Actually, if I may, Sir Ron, Sir Dennis, naka-member ako sa Bulacan. So we did also this series. Una nga itong structured cabling and then second part yung data center. So kung meron kayong other opportunity, I'm pleased to it's my pleasure to conduct that kung may other slots pa.
Sige sir, i-end natin yan sir, i-schedule natin part 2.
Opo, pwede po. Nainggit nga ako sa inyo kasi sabi nyo 8 points to sa amin 4 points lang yung dalawa
Sir, inayos ko. Masalam kong mahaba kayo mag-discuss Inayos ko siya.
Okay. Dapat pala mabigyan mo kami advice, Sir Dennis.
So ayun. Thank you very much sir for your time and effort.
Thank you. Appreciate po.
And then so guys, moving on. So we are going to award the speaker certificate to Engineer Dominic rather. So Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, Rizal Chapter, Accreditation number 44, is hereby awarded this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Dominic Marquez, PECE, our resource speaker for this morning session, for having shared his knowledge and expertise on our IECEP Rizal 9th Webinar 2021 with the topic entitled How to Structure Your Enterprise Network, held on 8th of May 2021 by ISEP National YouTube channel, given this 8th day of April in the year of our Lord 2021 at Province of Rizal, Philippines. Signed by our 2021 ISEP Rizal Governor, Engineer Dennis L. Molina, PECE AE. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ISEP Rizal and ISEP UAE. Tama po ba?
Apo, tama, sir. So, sir, ano muna tayo? Picture, sir, before we go on sa lunch break.
Sige po.
So yun guys, reminder again, our post-webinar survey and the evaluation link will be posted in our ISEP Rizal Facebook page. So guys, please visit the official Facebook page of the ISEP Rizal. So, and also don't forget to like our page. So guys, UAE guys natin dyan, yung gumising ng 3 a.m.
Oo nga, no. Good morning sa taga UAE.
Madaling araw sa kanila eh. Kaya mamaya sila ang mag-ano.
Sana Sir Dennis, next time sa Qatar. Galing din akong Qatar.
Sige sir, naka-line up naman.
Sino?
Ilang years ka sa Qatar, sir?
Bali, 2.
2 years.
After, nasa Qatar ako tapos napunta ako ng Taiko.
Dami mo napuntahan, sir eh.
Oo nga eh.
So yun guys, we complete
Sir
Governor Rinan. Vice Gov ano ba to? Internal si Sir Deo.
Sir Ernie yata yan.
Sir Ernie, Sir Rio. Wala pa sila. So guys, tayo na lang muna. So, okay, full screen. Okay. Guys, 1, 2, 3, smile. Check natin.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Sir Dennis, Sir Ron.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Pa, sir, waki naman.
Waki, Dominic. Hindi madali mo ako.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you po. Thank you, sir. Anyway, thank you po. Keep safe po lahat. Thank you.
Guys, save ko lang, guys. So yun guys, we'll be having our lunch break. So this afternoon, I will be joining by a co-host. So abangan nyo yun guys.
Abang-abang ba, Sir Ron?
Oo, abang-abang sir. Ngayon ko lang makikita ito mag-host.
Excited na ako.
Ako rin sir, excited na.
Baka ma-intimidate ka.
Yes, sir. Alam ko mahal talent nito, sir.
Oo nga, pero Buti nagkaroon ng time kasi every Saturday grabe ang ano niyan eh.
Oo nga, sir. Hectic ng schedule.
Hectic, busy, sobrang busy yan.
Ano po? So yun guys, reminder again do sa mga nakalagout kanina. So yung ating evaluation link and post-evaluation survey tsaka yung examination link will be posted in our IECEP Rizal Facebook page. So guys, please visit our page and also like our page. Guys, ayun na mag-ano. Ayun. So yun guys. So happy lunch break. We will be right back at exactly 1 p.m. So guys, bon appetit.
was just a thought. I never knew it would really be massive, and looking back, I could feel my achievements, which are fulfilling and amazing. 2008 was already a challenging year, as unknowingly, economic turmoil started to emerge. It is indeed a challenge to establish an organization which is now an institution. I was motivated by my passion to lead and create leaders as well. And because of this, I pushed with my plans, summoned my colleagues, and we ventured our roots and created Visaya UAE. That was July 2008. I chaired for 2.5 years from 2008 until 2010. I was supported by 32 electronics engineers from various companies, and it went to around 200 members. From the beginning, I ensured that the spectrum of activities that IECEP UAE will undertake would be holistic, comprehensive, in order to cover the whole value chain to address the challenges of time. We attribute all the achievements of IECEP UAE to one another. I have always the honor to represent IECEP UAE and present its core values and strategic steps to every members and incoming members of the institution. As I believe in the value of succession, we need to instill to our members that value of character, professionalism, integrity, and camaraderie, because this is what electronics engineers are.
2011 has been a very busy and challenging year for IECEP UAE. The year started with the first turnover of leadership from chapter's founding officers, where out of the 11 board of directors, only 2 from the founding officers were elected to serve again for another year. The new set of officers immediately acknowledges the very big shoes to fill to make IECEP UAE move to the right direction. 2011 was a great year. I commend all officers and members on their hard work, dedication, and support, as I can humbly say that this year will be one, if not the finest year that IECEP UAE would ever have. It is with great pleasure and humility to say, let us take each other with respect and understanding. The institution we have commenced is with respect and competence. Hence, let us keep the spirit in order to succeed and continue for another decade.
God has always been faithful to our organization and to all of us in our lives, both professionally and personally. Being one of the past governors of the chapter is truly a great honor. I will forever treasure and remember the experience of leading a group of not only smart, talented, gifted individuals, but who are so committed and selfless in helping and guiding fellow members and officers to serve each other and together be of service to the Philippine community in the Middle East and throughout the world. For me, is the real value of being a part of this noble organization. Continued success, more breakthroughs, more achievements, more recognition, as truly one profession, one organization, one family.
2013, how can anyone forget? This was the year when the Filipino Professional Group, now known as the Philippine Professional Organization or PPO.
The commitment of the officers, with the generosity of our members on their time and personal resources, made it easier than expected. The chapter is always active and been involved to such professional gatherings, which was evident on our attendance to previous IECEP international conferences. IECEP UAE is
a decade of success, camaraderie, professionalism, and service. 2018 was extra special for ISEP UAE as we celebrate a remarkable milestone, our 10 years anniversary. Looking back on the organization its inception, one family, one profession, one organization. On the same year, ISEP UAE collaborated with fellow architectural and engineering professional organizations here in the UAE and launched the first and only Architecture and Engineering Summit 2018. Here, our members showcased their expertise by taking charge
just a thought. I never knew it would really be massive, and looking back, I could feel my achievements, which are fulfilling and amazing. 2008 was already a challenging year, as unknowingly, economic turmoil started to emerge. It is indeed a challenge to establish an organization which is now an institution. I was motivated by my passion to lead and create leaders as well. And because of this, I pushed with my plans, summoned my colleagues, and we ventured our roots and created Visaya UAE. That was July 2008. I chaired for 2.5 years from 2008 until 2010. I was supported by 32 electronics engineers from various companies, and it went to around 200 members. From the beginning, I ensured that the spectrum of activities that IECEP UAE will undertake would be holistic, comprehensive, in order to cover the whole value chain to address the challenges of time. We attribute all the achievements of IECEP UAE to one another. I have always the honor to represent IECEP UAE and present its core values and strategic steps to every members and incoming members of the institution. As I believe in the value of succession, we need to instill to our members that value of character, professionalism, integrity, and camaraderie, because this is what electronics engineers are.
2011 has been a very busy and challenging year for IECEP UAE. The year started with the first turnover of leadership from chapter's founding officers, where out of the 11 board of directors, only 2 from the founding officers were elected to serve again for another year. The new set of officers immediately acknowledges the very big shoes to fill to make IECEP UAE move to the right direction. 2011 was a great year. I commend all officers and members on their hard work, dedication, and support, as I can humbly say that this year will be one, if not the finest year that IECEP UAE would ever have. It is with great pleasure and humility to say, let us take each other with respect and understanding. The institution we have commenced is with respect and competence. Hence, let us keep the spirit in order to succeed and continue for another decade.
God has always been faithful to our organization and to all of us in our lives, both professionally and personally. Being one of the past governors of the chapter is truly a great honor. I will forever treasure and remember the experience of leading a group of not only smart, talented, gifted individuals, but who are so committed and selfless in helping and guiding fellow members and officers to serve each other and together be of service to the Philippine community in the Middle East and throughout the world. For me, is the real value of being a part of this noble organization. Continued success, more breakthroughs, more achievements, more recognition, as truly one profession, one organization, one family.
2013, how can anyone forget? This was the year when the Filipino Professional Group, now known as the Philippine Professional Organization or PPO.
The commitment of the officers, with the generosity of our members on their time and personal resources, made it easier than expected. The chapter is always active and been involved to such professional gatherings, which was evident on our attendance to previous IECEP international conferences. IECEP UAE is
A decade of success, camaraderie, professionalism, and service. 2018 was extra special for ISEP UAE as we celebrate a remarkable milestone, our 10 years anniversary. Looking back on the organization, its inception, one family, one profession, one organization. On the same year, ISEP UAE collaborated with fellow architectural and engineering professional organizations here in the UAE and launched the first and only Architecture and Engineering Summit 2018. Here, our members showcased their expertise by taking charge
just a thought. I never knew it would really be massive, and looking back, I could feel my achievements, which are fulfilling and amazing. 2008 was already a challenging year, as unknowingly, economic turmoil started to emerge. It is indeed a challenge to establish an organization which is now an institution. I was motivated by my passion to lead and create leaders as well. And because of this, I pushed with my plans, summoned my colleagues, and we ventured our roots and created Visaya UAE. That was July 2008. I chaired for 2.5 years from 2008 until 2010. I was supported by 32 electronics engineers from various companies, and it went to around 200 members. From the beginning, I ensured that the spectrum of activities that IECEP UAE will undertake would be holistic, comprehensive, in order to cover the whole value chain to address the challenges of time. We attribute all the achievements of IECEP UAE to one another. I have always the honor to represent IECEP UAE and present its core values and strategic steps to every members and incoming members of the institution. As I believe in the value of succession, we need to instill to our members that value of character, professionalism, integrity, and camaraderie, because this is what electronics engineers are.
2011 has been a very busy and challenging year for IECEP UAE. The year started with the first turnover of leadership from chapter's founding officers, where out of the 11 board of directors, only 2 from the founding officers were re-elected to serve again for another year. The new set of officers immediately acknowledges the very big shoes to fill to make IECEP UAE move to the right direction. 2011 was a great year. I commend all officers and members on their hard work, dedication, and support, as I can humbly say that this year will be one, if not the finest year that IECEP UAE would ever have. It is with great pleasure and humility to say, let us take each other with respect and understanding. The institution we have commenced is with respect and competence. Hence, let us keep the spirit in order to succeed and continue for another decade.
God has always been faithful to our organization and to all of us in our lives, both professionally and personally. Being one of the past governors of the chapter is truly a great honor. I will forever treasure and remember the experience of leading a group of not only smart, talented, gifted individuals, but who are so committed and selfless in helping and guiding fellow members and officers to serve each other and together be of service to the Filipino community in the Middle East and throughout the world. For me, is the real value of being a part of this noble organization. Continued success, more breakthroughs, more achievements, more recognition, as truly one profession, one organization, one family.
2013, how can anyone forget? This was the year when the Filipino Professional Group, now known as the Philippine Professional Organization or PPO.
The commitment of the officers, with the generosity of our members on their time and personal resources, made it easier than expected. The chapter is always active and been involved to such professional gatherings, which was evident on our attendance to previous IECEP international conferences. IECEP UAE is
a decade of success, camaraderie, professionalism, and service. 2018 was extra special for ISEP UAE as we celebrate a remarkable milestone, our 10 years anniversary. Looking back on the organization its inception, one family, one profession, one organization. On the same year, ISEP UAE collaborated with fellow architectural and engineering professional organizations here in the UAE and launched the first and only Architecture and Engineering Summit 2018. Here, our members showcased their expertise by taking charge.
just a thought. I never knew it would really be massive, and looking back, I could feel my achievements, which are fulfilling and amazing. 2008 was already a challenging year, as unknowingly, economic turmoil started to emerge. It is indeed a challenge to establish an organization which is now an institution. I was motivated by my passion to lead and create leaders as well. And because of this, I pushed with my plans, summoned my colleagues, and we ventured our roots and created Visaya UAE. That was July 2008. I chaired for 2.5 years from 2008 until 2010. I was supported by 32 electronics engineers from various companies, and it went to around 200 members. From the beginning, I ensured that the spectrum of activities that IECEP UAE will undertake would be holistic, comprehensive, in order to cover the whole value chain to address the challenges of time. We attribute all the achievements of IECEP UAE to one another. I have always the honor to represent IECEP UAE and present its core values and strategic steps to every members and incoming members of the institution. As I believe in the value of succession, we need to instill to our members that value of character, professionalism, integrity, and camaraderie, because this is what electronics engineers are.
2011 has been a very busy and challenging year for IECEP UAE. The year started with the first turnover of leadership from chapter's founding officers, where out of the 11 board of directors, only 2 from the founding officers were elected to serve again for another year. The new set of officers immediately acknowledges the very big shoes to fill to make IECEP UAE move to the right direction. 2011 was a great year. I commend all officers and members on their hard work, dedication, and support, as I can humbly say that this year will be one, if not the finest year, that IECEP UAE would ever have. It is with great pleasure and humility to say, let us take each other with respect and understanding. The institution we have commenced is with respect and competence. Hence, let us keep the spirit in order to succeed and continue for another decade.
God has always been faithful to our organization and to all of us in our lives, both professionally and personally. Being one of the past governors of the chapter is truly a great honor. I will forever treasure and remember the experience of leading a group of not only smart, talented, gifted individuals, but who are so committed and selfless in helping and guiding fellow members and officers to serve each other and together be of service to the Philippine community in the Middle East and throughout the world. For me, is the real value of being a part of this noble organization. Continued success, more breakthroughs, more achievements, more recognition, as truly one profession, one organization, one family.
2013, how can anyone forget? This was the year when the Filipino Professional Group, now known as the Philippine Professional Organization or PPO.
The commitment of the officers, with the generosity of our members on their time and personal resources, made it easier than expected. The chapter is always active and been involved to such professional gatherings, which was evident on our attendance to previous IECEP international conferences. IECEP UAE is
a decade of success, camaraderie, professionalism, and service. 2018 was extra special for ISEP UAE as we celebrate a remarkable milestone, our 10 years anniversary. Looking back on the organization, its inception, one family, one profession, one organization. On the same year, ISEP UAE collaborated with fellow architectural and engineering professional organizations here in the UAE and launched the first and only Architecture and Engineering Summit 2018. Here, our members showcased their expertise by taking charge
just a thought. I never knew it would really be massive, and looking back, I could feel my achievements, which are fulfilling and amazing. 2008 was already a challenging year, as unknowingly, economic turmoil started to emerge. It is indeed a challenge to establish an organization which is now an institution. I was motivated by my passion to lead and create leaders as well. And because of this, I pushed with my plans, summoned my colleagues, and we ventured our roots and created Visaya UAE. That was July 2008. I chaired for 2.5 years from 2008 until 2010. I was supported by 32 electronics engineers from various companies, and it went to around 200 members. From the beginning, I ensured that the spectrum of activities that IECEP UAE will undertake would be holistic, comprehensive, in order to cover the whole value chain to address the challenges of time. We attribute all the achievements of IECEP UAE to one another. I have always the honor to represent IECEP UAE and present its core values and strategic steps to every members and incoming members of the institution. As I believe in the value of succession, we need to instill to our members that value of character, professionalism, integrity, and camaraderie, because this is what electronics engineers are.
2011 has been a very busy and challenging year for IECEP UAE. The year started with the first turnover of leadership from chapter's founding officers, where out of the 11 board of directors, only 2 from the founding officers were re-elected to serve again for another year. The new set of officers immediately acknowledges the very big shoes to fill to make IECEP UAE move to the right direction. 2011 was a great year. I commend all officers and members on their hard work, dedication, and support, as I can humbly say that this year will be one, if not the finest year that IECEP UAE would ever have. It is with great pleasure and humility to say, let us take each other with respect and understanding. The institution we have commenced is with respect and competence. Hence, let us keep the spirit in order to succeed and continue for another decade.
God has always been faithful to our organization and to all of us in our lives, both professionally and personally. Being one of the past governors of the chapter is truly a great honor. I will forever treasure and remember the experience of leading a group of not only smart, talented, gifted individuals, but who are so committed and selfless in helping and guiding fellow members and officers to serve each other and together be of service to the Filipino community in the Middle East and throughout the world. For me, is the real value of being a part of this noble organization. Continued success, more breakthroughs, more achievements, more recognition, as truly one profession, one organization, one family.
2013, how can anyone forget? This was the year when the Filipino Professional Group, now known as the Philippine Professional Organization or PPO.
The commitment of the officers, with the generosity of our members on their time and personal resources, made it easier than expected. The chapter is always active and been involved to such professional gatherings, which was evident on our attendance to previous IECEP international conferences. IECEP UAE is
a decade of success, camaraderie, professionalism, and service. 2018 was extra special for for ISEP UAE as we celebrate a remarkable milestone, our 10 years anniversary. Looking back on the organization its inception, one family, one profession, one organization. On the same year, ISEP UAE collaborated with fellow architectural and engineering professional organizations here in the UAE and launched the first and only Architecture and Engineering Summit 2018. Here, our members showcased their expertise by taking charge.
So, hello guys. Good afternoon everyone. And we are back on the afternoon session. So, as promised, we are joined here by our very own former governor. Ay hula ba kayo guys kung sino siya? So, please welcome, help me welcome our former governor, Engineer Lyle Villas, will be taking over for the afternoon session.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Ron.
Good afternoon.
Engineer Ron. And mukhang tuntua ka, pare ha. Mukhang makakapahinga. Di ba?
Pwede ako matulog, sir.
Matutulog daw muna si Engineer Ron. And thank you for introducing me. Good afternoon, guys. Good afternoon, fellow engineers. I will be taking over the afternoon session and I missed this, kumbaga. I used to do this a lot last year and even before pa, during mga face-to-face pa na sessions. And I am very, very proud kasi yan sila Ron, yung mga nakikita ninyong faces sa IECEP Rizal na mga webinars, si Engineer Ron, sila Vic, sila Solange, sila Engineer Bea, and Engineer Ian. So lahat yan, kumbaga, in a way, I am not a professional host, kumbaga, pero ako yung, kumbaga, nag-ano sa kanila eh. May konting influence tayo sa kanila eh. Kapagbigay ng mga tips and etc. And I'm very, very proud of where they are right now. Especially to si Ron. Grabe ang exposure nitong batang to. Lahat na yata ng event ng Rizal, puro presence niya yung nakikita ko, di ba? Okay. But natatawa siya, nag-unmute nga siya. So much for that. Let me share my screen first. Okay. So titingnan ko yung secondary screen ko. All right. So good afternoon, fellow engineers. We will be continuing on our the collaboration webinar between IECEP Rizal and IECEP UAE chapter For the afternoon session, we will be having Engineer Rafael Lontok for his ProAV design process and integration overview. Again, my name is Engineer Lyle Anthony Joel G. Villas, the immediate past governor of IECEP Rizal and also current board of director po sa IECEP National. If you can hear me loud and clear, pakitype naman po, nadidinig kita. Nadidinig niyo po ba ako ng maayos? Okay. Alright. Tinitingnan ko yung ano sa YouTube mabagal yata update yung screen ko sa YouTube. But I guess naririnig naman ako, nag-pop up na yung chat ko dito sa loob internally sa Zoom. And I will be taking over the moderatorship ngayong panghapon po nating session. Okay? Just a few reminders, just in case you still haven't done so, please like and follow the Facebook page, the official Facebook page of IECEP Rizal chapter. So we have come a long way in terms of likes, follows, engagements pagdating po sa IECEP Rizal, and we are very thankful to everyone. Also, please also like, follow, and as well as share the official Facebook page of IECEP UAE chapter. Okay? And I'd also like to promote again, ulitin po namin, just in case hindi nyo pa po na nakapag-subscribe, please subscribe to our official YouTube channel, IECEP National Official. You can just type in on YouTube, IECEP National, makikita nyo na po yan. We are already on, I think, 1.32K if I'm not mistaken. And every week, nadadagdagan po yan. And all those likes and follows will and subscriptions will come a long way. Eventually, we would be able to reach out to a wider audience. And yun naman din ang aim natin sa IECEP. We would be able to reach out maybe not only the electronics engineering professionals, but also yung other audiences natin na may relation o matutulungan pa natin within the IECEP community. And also, we have launched I think a few weeks ago, our new website. It's officially iecepnational.com. You can also take a look and visit this website. Medyo wala pa po masyadong makikita. There are a few news articles in there, a few tabs na worth looking at, pero it's still under development and construction. And hopefully, as the weeks and months pass by, every development naman, we always publish it on the IECEP National Facebook page as the primary source natin or conduit for our updates sa ating profession. And hopefully makahabol yung ating bagong website for this. Okay, so please take a look. Please visit our official website. Pinaganda po natin. We made it modernized and the new look and feel para sa atin po, para sa inyo po ito, sa ating mga members. And also, if in case hindi nyo pa rin nagawa, don't forget to please like and follow our official Facebook page sa IECEP National. It's facebook.com/IECEP National Official. Okay. I'll go on to a few reminders before we start. Again, this 9th technical webinar, 9th in terms of bilang po ng IECEP Rizal, and this is again a collaboration between Rizal and IECEP UAE chapter, is being streamed currently at the IECEP National YouTube channel. Okay. And no Zoom credentials will be provided because we want you to maximize your experience on the national YouTube channel. Attendance and evaluation forms will be given across the end of the event per topic, per session. And then kanina po, yung just in case yung mga naka-miss out o hindi pa nag-aantay sa YouTube, nandun po sa Facebook page ng IECEP Rizal yung links for the attendance and evaluation forms. Nandun po sa comment, to be exact. Comment area, post po for this live event today. And yes, paki-ready po yung badge number ninyo which you received during the confirmation of your registration for this event. And yes, this is a CPD webinar, if I'm not mistaken. It has been approved for 8 CPD points. And napakadali po, no? 8 CPD points na kaagad. Just another 8 CPD point event or webinar na attendan ninyo from another chapter probably, or from IECEP Rizal, or probably from IECEP UAE, then you already have those 15 CPD points na kailangan nyo to renew according to the revised guidelines ng ating CPD law. And please be reminded that yung revised guidelines na yon only requiring ECE professionals, or at least all of the professionals, for 15 CPD points is only valid as far as we know until the end of December 2021. Okay? So hindi po natin alam, after December 2021, will we revert back to 45 CPD points, or will there be another extension? We don't know. But as far as we know right now, you only need 15 CPD points to renew. So hindi po yan mahirap gawin, and sa sobrang dami na nag-offer ngayon ng free CPD points na webinars, free webinars, and na chapters na nag-offer po nito, I don't think you will have any problems acquiring those 15 CPD points. So we really don't encourage, especially ako pag may nakakausap ako, I don't really encourage you guys to sign those undertakings, not unless nagmamadali talaga kayo, no? Pero those 15 CPD points are very easily attainable. Okay? And accomplish all of the required post-webinar evaluation survey. Again, yun yung sinabi natin kanina, on or before 7 p.m. Okay? Otherwise, it will be closed already and there will be no more extensions given. Please be ano tawag dito, cooperative, kasi this is CPD activity. Right? And these are the conditions. May question mark pala sa taas, no? 8 approved CPD points. It's not a question mark anymore. Sorry. Wala nakikita. It's the question mark is for the how to gain CPD points. Meron kasing nakaharang sa taas ko. Okay, so and then of course condition one is you have to be registered and confirmed participant at myiecep.net. For all those ECE, ECT, PECE professionals that still doesn't have any account sa myiecep.net, please create one right now po. Doon na po tayo papunta. All of our transactions are being held on our portal, and we are minimizing yung mga we are streamlining all of our activities, from the CPD activities to the membership side. We are all streamlining this. So please do create an account at myiecep.net, our official portal for our memberships and CPD activities dito po sa atin ng mga ECE professionals. Of course, here are the other conditions: completed at least 90% of the session, passed the evaluation test, and accomplished the post-webinar evaluation survey. All right, so much for me. I would like to call on the IECEP UAE Vice Governor for Education, who will have the honor of introducing their very own, one of their own sa IECEP UAE po, as our resource speaker for this collaboration event. May I call on Engineer Jean-Claude G. De Villieres. Good afternoon, Engineer John.
Good afternoon, Engineer Lyle. Good morning sa mga members natin sa UAE. Dinig po ba ako ng malinaw?
Yes, loud and clear,
Yes.
sir. Tama ba pagkaka-pronounce ko? Pinatanong ko pa sa kay Brad, former governor, kung tama. Kasi baka
Okay
magkamali.
na, okay. Opo, okay na, Engineer Lyle. Minsan mas madali din JC. Yeah.
JD, maganda yung Jean-Claude pare, parang celebrity.
Ito ba? Jean-Claude Van ba?
Go ahead, sir. Yes, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Engineer Lyle. Again, thank you, IECEP Rizal, for this wonderful collaboration opportunity. As we mentioned, it's good to know that we have fellow leaders and members globally and both in the Philippines and UAE na talagang driven to motivate our members and sa technical drive natin. Maganda yung message na Engineer Lyle. So let's support the drive to modernize and unify the platforms, especially for us na wala sa Philippines. Ang channel natin is yung My IECEP portal, so that's really good. Support din natin yung drive for social media to encourage other members and increase our visibility. All right, thank you very much. Now, let me introduce our speaker. Again, good afternoon, our fellow engineers in the Philippines, and good morning to our fellow members and officers in the UAE. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and pleasure for me to introduce our esteemed resource person for today. Engineer Ralph Lontok earned his Bachelor's of Science in Electronics Engineering degree in 2001 from the Batangas State University. He completed his Master of Business Administration with merit in 2020 from the University of West London. After graduation, he got employed as an equipment engineer, providing detailed analysis of equipment, supervising engineers on the machine test runs, and as well as performing machine and hardware modifications in Fujitsu Computer Products in the Philippines. In 2008, Engineer Ralph started working in Dubai as an electrical lines engineer with SE&M Engineering Consultancy and Project Management. Part of his role included working with various government agencies in the UAE, providing engineering plans, specifications, schedules, as well as review of contractor documents. He also got to travel to Qatar for site supervision, testing, and commissioning. In 2010, he joined his current company, Cyvis, Middle East, as a senior systems engineer, gaining expertise with the field of audiovisual systems installation, that today's topic, integration, installation, and maintenance, and worked his way up on the corporate ladder. And now he is a service manager, managing operations in the Middle East, North Africa, and Asia, including China and Pakistan, to ensure client systems and support are based on established service level agreements, as well as working with top management regarding service design packages for each client. Engineer Ralph has also successfully attained recognition and award as a professional electronics and communications engineer, ASEAN engineer, and ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer. He also keeps abreast of latest industry developments and practices as an active professional project manager certification holder and ITIL certification in IT service management. Last but not the least, Engineer Ralph is an active IECEP resource person, helping fellow members to achieve their advanced level engineering plans, including PECE and ASEAN, as well as sharing his subject matter expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow engineers, again, please join me in welcoming our engineer, Rafael Lontok. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Engineer JC, and good afternoon sa lahat ng mga engineers sa Philippines. Dito naman sa Dubai, it's still morning. Good morning sa ating lahat. Okay, check ko lang yung aking sound kung okay. Naririnig niyo ba ako? Loud and clear?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. Yeah.
Loud and clear? Okay.
Yes,
Let
okay.
me check my presentation. Okay, visible ba yung aking slides?
Visible, Engineer Ralph.
Okay, cool. So, good afternoon to all of you. It is a privilege to be with you today in this webinar. Yung topic na i-discuss ko is about ProAV design processes and integration overview. So, this one is an interesting topic. it is an area of specialization of ECE, which is palaging na-overlook. So electronics engineers has an important role in the design and implementation of AV systems. Such systems that integrate devices and form communication system, delivering information or messages from a source to a destination. Categorically, sa Philippines, ang ProAV belongs to building ICT infrastructure. Later on, as we proceed with our webinar, makikita nyo kung bakit it is part of the building ICT infrastructure. So let's enjoy the webinar. Just sit back and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Okay. First, let me introduce myself. Simula na ni Engineer Jean-Claude about yung mga background ko. Pero yung journey ng aking as a professional AV sa Pro AV industry started 11 years ago. That right after yung contract ko sa SENM Engineering Consultancy, which what I'm doing there is a design for MEP has expired. Na-hire ako naman sa Civis Middle East. I was hired as systems engineer doing installation and pre-sale support, which includes design, site surveys, and all of this stuff. And it's a big not really big, but the company is having customers across Middle East and Asia region. So when I started in 2010, I was able to get a chance to go to eastern part, not only here in the Middle East, but I was traveling to Singapore, Hong Kong, doing installations. Later on, my job became a sort of specialist, focusing on service maintenance and deployment of deployed AV systems. With the demand for service prioritization as more and more system ay nai-hand over namin sa mga customers, kailangan namin mag-establish ng isang service team. So I headed the team, and then until now, dahil nagkaroon ng changes sa structure naming company, currently I'm just holding the team in Middle East. So sabi nga, I graduated as with BS ECE degree in Batangas State University, and had my MBA in University of West London, just graduated last year. Okay, to start up with my discussion, let's talk first about what is AV and what is an AV system. Ito, nakakita ko ng isang clip na produce ng AVIXA, which is the standard body for audiovisual, nakasama ng American National Standards Institute or ANSI. So this slide will explain kung ano yung coverage ng AV system.
What is AV? AV enhances communication between people. It creates a common experience and understanding. It may not be what you think it is, so let me show you. It's audio, sound systems, amplified voices, music, and other ambient sounds. It's visual. Its aesthetic can be seen on display screens with videos, lights, darkness, and other movements. It's an interactive experience. AV uses art and technology to communicate ideas, emotions, and information, to set a mood and to influence perception. AV uses technology to change how people experience the world. Explore AV careers.
Okay, so hopefully nakaka-catch kayo ng konting idea about um, AV system. Okay, and what is AV? So an AV system is two or more pieces of equipment designed to work together to meet a communication need. Take note of the word communication. Diyan tayo pumapasok as ECE. This system can be connected either by a cable or wirelessly. What are the primary markets of audiovisual? When you mention AV, the first thing that comes up to people's mind usually are home theater or maybe a sound surround system. It's actually just part of AV. It's a very small part. What goes with the AV integration system? The primary market include commercial and retail. Ito yung mga commercial ano natin na nabibili, like computers, laptops, part yan ng ano ng commercial AV. And we also have the home theater system, which goes for the residential. The biggest one is the professional AV, and that is what we are going to talk about today. Professional AV is different from the consumer AV products you probably have in your living room or just in your pocket. So tinutukoy ko dito yung mga handheld devices nyo like your iPhone. It just gives you the capability to communicate. The Pro AV industry provides advanced technology and services to organizations whose need go beyond personal entertainment or keeping just in touch with your family members. The focus is not much on the individual device, but a system as a whole. We will design a Pro AV system. Yun na yung pinaka-focus ng Pro AV as a system. It often requires the design skills on an AV design professional and the installation skills of a system integrator focusing on bringing up a communication system. The proliferation of audiovisual communication technologies, including sound, video, lighting, display, and projection systems, is evident in every sector of society. So where can we find Pro AV? It's just everywhere. You can find it in your offices and work places, like what you have your monitors or just your paging system that is installed in the corridor of your office. Another common example is this. You can find it in live events, like those big monitor screens during concerts, or those large speaker setups to bring the optimum experience to live audiences. Or we can set up in churches during worship. Nakikita nyo yan, yung mga big screens. Part yan ng professional AV. Another professional AV setup is the corporate meeting room, this one. This one. Yan, eto. Okay. Often, the company will want to have a space to be impressive, which means they will try to keep visible equipment and wires to the minimum. They will try to have an aesthetically good design of a corporate room. And even so, the boardrooms may have audio, video, and web conferencing capabilities. Kahit na hindi kita yung mga equipment nyo, ina-assure na yung mga capabilities nyo yon ay available sa inyong mga corporate meeting rooms. You can also find AV in integrated media classrooms that are becoming a norm in colleges and universities. These learning environments may include video conferencing equipment, complex display systems, and sound reinforcement system. And later on, i-discuss ko yung mga latest na mga technologies ngayon at mga bagong setup with regards to learning and classrooms. Lalo nga, nung nag-start ang pandemic natin, there are a lot of changes sa ating setup ng ating mga learning spaces and workspaces. Another place where we can find AV are in the malls or in just in the streets. You will have the digital signages. Digital signages is used by retailers, corporations, museums, airports, and many others to inform and entertain visitors. They may display advertising, directory, information, lalo na sa mga airports. Kung yung naliligaw kayo, I think Singapore, most of the time, palagi akong, pag pumupunta ako doon, check ako sa mga information at sa mga display signages. Makikita nyo kung saan nyo kailangan pumunta, sa gates. Yun. And also, displaying signages, you will have it in offices, available din yon. So these signs are often interactive, allows viewers to learn more about the topic or the product of interest. Next, you will also have medical facilities. They would employ AV solutions to improve services. Telemedicine have been utilized by hospitals that use telecommunication strategies and real-time collaboration technologies, providing clinical healthcare information from a distance. I think napapanood nyo naman yung mga advancements na fini-feature sa TV before that hindi kailangan pumunta ng doktor. Kunwari, yung doctor ay yung operation na ginagawa ay nasa Philippines and the doctor is based in UAE. They just use video conferencing para i-guide yung mga attending doctors who is in the operation room. So that's a possibility right now. No, not really a possibility, but that is that is what is happening right now. And lalo na ngayong pandemic, so you will see that more of the doctors trust the technologies. They don't need to go to the hospital to do their prescription, but they just stay in front of their computers para tumanggap ng mga patients nila pag merong inquiries. Sa laki ng scope ng ProAV, kailangan ko lagyan ng limitation yung seminar, yung ating webinar ngayon. Okay, discussion will only be limited to ProAV and standards issued by AVICSA or Audiovisual and Integrated Experience Association and ANSI, which is the American National Standards Institute. I will not include home theater system, maybe next time, because all of the provisions are under CEDIA or Customs Electronic Design and Installation Association, which is based in the US. And I will not tackle on this webinar about cinema, which is under SMPTE or Society of Motion Picture and Television Engineers. How do we design ProAV system? A true design consultant, which is increasingly rare ngayon, employs an established process to define goals and objectives and establish desired communication strategies before moving into all gizmos and toys. If this stage does not occur, then all the work that comes afterwards is built on the foundation of sand. Isa lang ibig sabihin yan. When we provide ProAV systems, it all have to begin with a plan. Hindi tayo kailang dumiretso agad sa ating mga gizmos, sa mga toys, mga equipments natin na i-offer sa ating client. But we have to collaborate. We have to plan. We have to collaborate with other trades. That is really important when it comes to ProAV. Here is an integration sample na ginawa namin ng team namin sa Buruj, Shanghai in 2015. As you can see, the system is capable of displaying a 3600 by 1200 resolution screen image at 60 Hertz, blended by 2 projectors. It is also capable of video conferencing, local sound reinforcement. Ibig sabihin yung sound is rinig sa room. A sharing presentation to other participants in a video call. It has a wireless presentation, reducing the numbers of cables present on the top of the table, and users can connect their PowerPoint presentation with their own laptop by plugging in USB dongle that connects it to the base unit. The room is also capable of controlling blinds as well as room lighting. For you guys, I want you to take note of the following. So dito papasok yung mga designs natin. Notice how the projector and the ceiling mic array blended with the gypsum ceiling. Tingnan yung color na ginamit, white. Okay. Also, number 2, notice the height of the screen as well as the orientation of the projector screen against the projector. Tingnan nyo, mas mataas siya sa table. And why do we need to paint the wall black around the projector screen? Also notice there's a quite distance between the ceiling microphone. Yung ceiling microphone na sinasabi ko, itong ceiling array na to. And the projectors. Why do we need to do that one? Sorry. Why do we need to do that one? So yan yung mga bagay-bagay na kailangan nating i-consider when we do a design for a ProAV system. As I said, we need a guide, we need a standard. Okay. Because lalo na kung complex yung ating system and we need a lot of coordination with other trades. To say that, ProAV is a complex, multidisciplinary, and a multi-stakeholder in building ICT infrastructure discipline. We need standards that provide us tools to get our target results. Here is the standard guide for audiovisual system design and coordination processes. It lays out the steps of an AV design. It is created to describe methods, procedures, tasks, and deliverables typically recommended by AV system designers and system integrators. It's a collaborative work ng mga specialists and expert sa AV industry. Nabuo itong standard guide natin. Modern AV system has become increasingly complex and interconnected with other building systems such as IT, electrical, HVAC, building automation, and energy conservation. I think kanina nasimula na kanina umaga about the BMS system where everything is connected through structured cabling and through IT networks. Okay. In many instances, AV system provide critical operation functions for our owner. It needs a thoughtful and well-organized approach to commonly accepted planning, design, and integration procedure. Ang pagdidesign ng AV ay hindi basta-basta or bara-bara. So we have to look for procedures na magiging pattern natin sa ating planning and design. Having a regard to the standard guide, which I mentioned a while ago, you will find yourself laying on the 5 building blocks of AV design as shown in the diagram. However, like any other design, like in FDAS or in ICT projects, the design is iterative, meaning you may have to revisit from time to time for design changes. Hindi agad, pag nag-design ka, hindi agad diretso na papa-implement. Kailangan mong balikan yung design. You have to study it, and with proper coordination sa other trades, you have to adopt the requirements. So that is the meaning of iterative. That also happens to ProAV designing. Only there is no precise step-by-step design process, only logical phases. AV systems are complex, especially when they are integrated with other building systems like networks, electrical systems, HVAC, for example. To make the design successful, it requires a well-organized and commonly accepted planning, design, and integration procedure. It is very important that our design, yung hawak natin design, are being communicated properly. All documents and drawings and all the intentions. Later on, I will discuss these building blocks one by one, and then I will tell you what are the byproducts and the things na kailangan nating itackle under this section and under each section. First, so balikan natin. Ito yung building blocks. So first one, makikita nyo there's needs analysis. Afterwards, there's program report. There is also design specifications. Meron tayong construction drawings and verification documents. Let's first discuss about needs analysis. Ito, important ito. Because all of our design and planning starts with needs analysis. Needs analysis actually is the most critical stage of the design process, because the results will determine the nature of the user system, their infrastructure, and the system budget. It is part of the program phase. Program phase under yan ng AV project management, which dito sa discussion ko hindi ko matatakal, but pahapyaw bibigyan ko kayo about the phases when it comes to design. Programming, as to architects, is the process by which overall requirement of the building are being defined. Iba pa yung so wag kayong malilito. There's also what we do in IT or what they do in IT. There's programming kung saan nagkakaroon tayo ng like adjustments sa ating software. We do some coding. That is programming. Sa needs analysis, meron din tayong tinatawag na programming, and architects are very versed about this one. They know what is programming. So programming is by which kailangan nilang i-identify lahat ng requirements ng users sa building na gagawin or sa room na gagawin. First step in needs analysis, we have to ask question. you need to interview and have a good dialogue with the end users, project owner, facilities manager, and etc. They will supply to you the information that they will require. Example, when we talk about AV, how many will be used in the room, or when do we expect the construction will start, those things, or ano yung mga isusupply nyo na mga sources, like kukuha ba kayo ng sources sa laptop, kukuha ba kayo ng sources mag-stream ba kayo, then you will show it on your screen, yung mga bagay-bagay na yun. So you have to be very careful, or you have to be detailed when it comes to asking questions kung anong kailangan nyo. Next, step 2, you have to review existing documents such as architectural, CAD drawings, blueprints, documents, manuals, standards, best practices, a listing of existing equipment that will help you in your upcoming design. That is really important kasi yan yung magiging base plan nyo when you do your AV drawings. Kailangan nyo makuha yung mga architectural drawings, as well as yung mga, kunyari, kung ito naman ay sabihin natin ay revision lang or modification ng existing system, then you have to get the original copies ng mga as-built drawings nila before you proceed with your drawings. So that is step 2. Next, step 3. Perform a site survey or site visit. Take a tour around the site. Observe and record construction issues such as room layouts, noise sources, kung may mga adjacent na, like yung target room nyo, ang katabi niyang room ay pantry or canteen, kailangan nyo i-take note yan. Or driveway kung saan maraming dumadaan ng mga kotse, which will produce a lot of noise, kailangan nyo i-consider yan sa inyong design. Take note of the room elements, make measurements using yung mga, dala kayo ng mga meter or mga laser meters, kailangan nyo makuha yung mga just to verify na tumatama yung nasa drawings nila sa gagawin nyo at before you implement it. Malaman na kung ano yung nakalagay sa drawing is the same sa site na napupuntahan nyo. Use digital cameras to capture visual findings. In many instances, the design and installation team will be able to devise workarounds on constraints like working hours, equipment pathways, for example. Like sa experience namin, it is important na malaman natin yung mga site conditions. We usually, nung pre-pandemic, we do our installation on daytime. But right now, since naging stringent, medyo mas strict sila pagdating sa installation, we have to do it in the evening. And that means maraming time kaming mababawas. So we have to adapt ourselves sa mga requirements na ganun. So you have to ask those things pag nag-perform kayo ng site survey. We also have what we call the benchmarking. Benchmarking is the term that we use when visiting other similar facilities for review and comparison if we want to consider it. It means to say meron tayong mga existing na mga sites or installation na pwede nating dalhin yung ating mga client para ma-feel nila or makita nila paano ba gagana yung system. How would it look pag nilagay na natin sa target location natin kung saan natin i-install. So this is one of more important things na kailangan natin gawin when it comes to capturing what is required para sa ating installation. And lastly, after gathering all this information, we need to conduct program meetings. You can schedule program meetings with representatives from the owner, with the architect, with the AV professionals who will do the design, and the project manager who will take note of the time frame para sa installation. Let them discover the end user's needs by examining the required applications, the tasks and functions that support those applications. Make sure in every meeting there is a purpose, something that has been accomplished, not because just having it is nice. So make sure na when you conduct program meetings, makukuha nyo yung target nyo. Meron kayong byproduct, may analysis kayong gagawin. After accomplishing this, you are now ready to write your program report. So that is the next of the building block. The next is the program report, which is a non-technical document that summarizes all the things you learned about the project at the conclusion of the program meetings and the needs analysis process. Common content of program report includes these ones. Executive summary, which provides an overview about the project, the programming process undertaken, systems included, special issues, and overall budget. Space planning gives advice to the design team about the space required of the AV systems. This may include equipment closets, projection rooms, breakout rooms, room adjacencies. Ito space planning pa lang. So based on the architectural drawing, you will give some provisions. Ilalagay nyo kung ano yung mga na picture out nyo para sa inyong space na i-design. So this goes with space planning. Next is a system description, which is a non-technical description of the client's desired functionality for each system. It may include AV sketches, drawings, diagrams, photos, product data, and other graphics, such as yung location ng touch panel to illustrate the capabilities of the proposed system. Infrastructure consideration describes the electrical, voice, IT, lighting, acoustics, structural, and architectural infrastructure needed to support the AV system. So dito na papasok yung ating coordination sa other trades. So sa AV report pa lang makikita na natin yon. So that's why sabi ko it's very important na makuha natin ito sa needs analysis pagdating dun sa when we get the existing documentations. And finally, budget recommendations outline the probable cost to procure, install, and commission proposed AV system. This is not yet final. It's like ito ay preliminary budgeting lamang. So hindi pa kailangan na talagang itemize yung presyo ng bawat product. And ito ay parang overall parang sabi nga preliminary lamang. Pwede pa itong mabago. Okay, that will be for our project report, program report. Next on the building block is the design specification. Needs analysis and program report are both in the program phase na tinatawag natin. And then after nung program phase, tinatawag natin, we are now on the actual design phase. Here, we will create 2 more documents which will provide the background for communication and coordination among the design teams. The purpose of the activities in this section and their associated documents is to identify functional, physical, and design requirements. First part is the architectural and infrastructure documentation, which is focused on physical spaces that will be affected by the AV systems and devices. This documents illustrates the coordination of various aspects of the core, shell, and interior design of the space. Millwork, casework, and furniture are included in these requirements. Other design coordinations include electrical, workmanship and technique, acoustical, and information technology. AV system documents detail the qualification, item, and performance requirements necessary to complete the scope of work for the audiovisual system. Kasama dito yung ating mga bid specification. At kung tayo nag-a-apply for tendering na ating mga documents, ito kasama dito. Bid specification and custom application documentation are the documents included, while the drawings included are the design drawings, facilities drawings, and system drawings. AV system design are influenced by the following. Wall height. First, wall height determines the placement of your projector screens and LCD screens. Your projector screen, LCD screens usually are the centerpiece of any corporate workspace or in a big learning classroom. They are the centerpiece. Yun yung unang tinitingnan ng mga tao when they come to the room. And all other designs kalimitan nagbabase sa inyong projector screen. Also, design system can be influenced by room and system adjacencies, which, for example, kung maingay nga yung katabi nyong room, then you will need additional soundproofing for your, say, conference room para hindi pumasok yung ingay sa room. Placement of ceiling speakers will be affected if ceiling layout is not consulted. Usually it happens most of the time kasi pag hindi na ibigay sa inyo yung inyong mga RCPs na tinatawag, that will be a problem ngayon sa design. Kailangan nyo kasing i-overlay. So usually lumalabas sa ating mga MEP projects, ibibigay sa inyo yung mga RCP, and then pag nasa inyo na reflected ceiling plan, dun yung superimpose yung inyong mga speaker locations. So importante yun. Importante yun na makuha nyo agad para walang clashing pagdating sa placement ng inyong speakers. Ganun din, ito rin yun ang isang pang nagiging problema when it comes to your fire alarm location. Nagka-clash din yung ating mga speakers dyan. Or minsan, pag masyadong mababa yung placement ng inyong yung mga piping nyo, mga sprinkler, nagkakaroon tayo ng clash. So as much as possible, we have to coordinate with these people para hindi maiwasan natin yung mga bagay na yun. Additional carpets are required for highly reflective rooms. Like for example, yung pinakita kong picture, you will see that yung ating table is highly reflective kasi ang ginamit natin ay yung marble. So what they do is to put additional carpets, and makikita nyo yung wall, they are acoustically treated and they're using fabric para ma-absorb yung mga sound at para hindi mag-bounce back pabalik sa inyong mga sound system para walang mga feedback. So yan yung mga bagay-bagay na kailangan nating i-consider. Another thing is the light zoning. It's important to set the room moods when it comes to AV. Not at all times, kasi with AV, it's not just you can set different instances. Like you can have video conference. It's a time for video conferencing, which is totally different when you're just having a regular meeting in your room. So we with proper coordination sa ating electrical contractor or sa ating electrical team, maayos natin yung ating lighting system. Also, you wouldn't want light installations near projector screen, as it may reduce the brightness of your screen wall. You don't want your TV screen having glare and image display which partially wash out the images because may malapit na lighting fixture. So those things we have to really consider. Kailangan nating coordinate yan na sa ating mga electrical team na kung pwedeng ilayo ng konti yung mga lighting fixture. That is very important. Next, coordination with IT is also important when it comes to network access with the corporate network. Lalo na kalimitan, we'll have a problem when it comes to like firewall deployment issues or humihingi ka ng admin rights para sa iyong mga sa inyong main controller. You have to coordinate it with your IT. And para maiwasan, at the time na kailangan nyo ng i-online yung inyong system, smooth, proper and smooth yung deployment nito. So it is really important to coordinate with IT. Furniture placement are also important to consider for AV equipment placement. Monitor screen height might affect the viewing clearance for your big projector screen. Kung mataas yung mga monitors nyo, nagiging problema yan. Makikita nyo, people or user will be stressed out. They have to stand up sometimes para makita kung what is displayed in the screen. That is really important. So you really have to take note about furniture placement. Case note may sometimes clash with AV trays underneath the table. You have to take note of it. And you don't want speakers or projectors to clash with smoke detectors or fire sprinkler pipes, clashing with your projector steel mounts. Yun na yung sabi ko, yung mga sprinkler pipes natin should be properly coordinated with the team para ma-position nila ng ayos yung ating mga projector. As well as we will require some coordination when it comes to emergency notification system. This is in coordination with the FDAS team, kasi when we will be having some fire emergency cases, pag may sunog, we wanted na maging na ma-receive ng mga tao sa loob ng room yung emergency announcement natin. So we will require some coordination with it. Lastly, we have wall penetration, which is important to know if the wall where we will put the screen is a wood, a cement, or a gypsum. Usually pag gypsum at manipis yung ating wall, we would need additional reinforcement, so we will need civil works to come in. Additionally, for our installation team, that it is a requirement for us as on the design team na i-indicate yung size or yung depth ng ating wall screen, just to make sure for them na tama yung mga tools na gagamitin nila, plus kung yung ating bang mga installation na nails ay applicable for wood, applicable ba siya for gypsum, or applicable siya for say cement. Also, yung mga tools na gagamitin natin, we're bringing in tools na iba yung mga heads para sa na gagamitin natin sa wood, iba pa rin sa cement, iba pa rin sa gypsum. So we have to consider these things. Here are some of the coordination we must do when designing a conference room. These are the coordination we have to do with architectural interior design. Projection and viewing sightlines and distances, lectern location and presenter ergonomics. We don't want our presenter to be moving around the stage. If he wanted to get or to connect his laptop, he don't need to approach the rack. Doon niya ikakabit yung kanyang laptop, and then he'll have a problem. So we'll give like a customization sa ating mga lectern para madali para sa ating mga presenter. And then sa lectern din, makikita natin na yung ating mga microphones dapat hindi siya nagclash sa ating mga presenter. It should be properly installed and may clearance siya. Kung sakali man na ilagay niya yung laptop niya sa lectern, there will be enough space na paglalagyan ng ating laptop at hindi siya mag-clash sa microphone. There's also custom and integrated millwork, furniture, and casework, which I have already mentioned a while ago, which is included in the things that can influence AV design. Disability, access, recommendation, and codes. Finishes, wall and ceiling height recommendations, stage size height recommendation, seating tiers and row-to-row distances. This is important when we set up our speaker system, because so we might be putting our speakers na hindi na masasakop yung nasa likod. So we have to know the distancing so we can provide proper spaced loudspeakers. Equipment, cooling, and ventilation, importante, lalo na if you are putting up a projector inside the room. A room that is not ventilated properly or there's no AC properly working in the room, you will be facing something that is really annoying. Yun ay isang napakaingay na projector. So as much as possible, give a proper ventilation for our projector. Kasi like yung mga UHP projector natin, they will really heat up dahil yung ating mga UHP lamps, they require to fire up for a long time. It requires really a good ventilation and AC. Pag wala tayong ventilation na ganun, magsasak siya ng air hanggang sa mag-iingay siya na mag-iingay. So we want to prevent it para hindi ma-stress yung ating mga users sa room. Next, structural and fire-rated impacts, lighting plans, zones and control, and delivery and installation of oversized products. This can be the last one. You can actually get the answer when you do your needs analysis, when you do your site survey. Usually tatanong mo sa pinaka-owner kung nasan ba yung nearest na delivery lift. Kasi magdadala ako ng malalaking mga equipment, malalaking mga mounts, mga screens. So I would rather I would rather know in the beginning kung saan ko papadaanin yung mga products na to. We have an experience one in Abu Dhabi before, yung company namin, when we don't have any options because we were installing something sa IPIC Tower, yun yung Mubadala ngayon, and we gave them a glass screen. And napakalaki ng glass screen. We don't have any other options but to use helicopter. So transport yung glass screen from base level onto 35th floor using a helicopter. So yung mga bagay na yan will be, in the beginning should be tackled para in the end na ginagawa nyo na or in the process na ginagawa nyo na yung installation, wala kayong magiging problema. Aside from architectural and interior design, coordination, the guide also talks about the importance of workmanship and technique. It is important to look on the capabilities of people who develop not only the design, but with the deployment of the system as well. This includes verification of license and permits, which is crucial in the installation and construction. As what we are practicing there in the Philippines, architects and engineers need to have licenses and certification due to the life safety issues associated with designs. We don't just sign and approve just to carry out the requirements. You have to take note of that. But more to that, it is the responsibility and accountability in assuring that what you build will not harm to the users. Mga PECE dyan. It's not just for the matter na kailangan nating ma-carry out yung requirements. Kailangan nating i-assure yung safety ng gagamit ng room. We also for us AV, we have to report kung kabigat ang projector namin install. Kasi kailangan nilang structurally they have to study kung kakayanin yung magiging structure na mag-hold sa projector. That is really important. So as an engineer, kailangan nating malaman yung mga bagay niyan para wala tayong maging problema. Moreover, thorough knowledge about AV when designing this system is important. Knowledge about coordination with other trades is important. We also need to consider permits when we do project construction. It is a must that we meet the minimum standards that is required and set to us by authorities having jurisdiction in securing permits. I am looking forward that when we create ProAV rooms, which I see nowadays, the changes is inevitable. Though sabi nga medyo mahal yung mga products or yung mga gadgets or yung mga equipment ng ProAV, but what I am seeing right now, the transition from your traditional AV to digital AV or what you are doing in the Philippines. What you have in the Philippines, just normal equipment, may not be applicable in the future. So there will be changes. I'm looking forward that we will have to release electronics permit when you do plans for ProAV. Next is expectation for workmanship, which includes expectation is that installation and operations of the systems adhere to all national, government, and local life safety and support codes. We have to check like NFPA. We have to check building code. We have to check electrical code. Later on, I'll talk to you about that one. And lahat pa ng codes na kailangan, which is readily available in the location, we have to check it. Kung may local requirements ang OBO natin or the Office of Building Official, we have to adhere to it. So that is important. Expectation that all technical people are fully trained and are certified for installation, operation, and testing. That is a requirement mostly ng mga consultants natin when it comes to building construction. They will usually ask us, ask our company about yung mga past projects nila. They want to check kung ano yung mga naging projects nila, mga systems na dineploy, those things. And for us, who are the engineers who are doing the design, who are doing installation, they wanted to check na tayo, we can actually comply sa mga requirements based sa ating mga experience before, or we have some knowledge, or we have some trainings about it. So that is also being checked. Next, also, when it comes to workmanship and techniques, they want us to be, we know about cable termination standards. Cable termination standards are also critical when it comes to ProAV design and implementation. It deals mostly with connectors and how they will be terminated, and should be indicated in your design drawings as guide for installers. Example of standards that we are talking about is the TIA 568A or 568B, that is for commercial wiring termination, which I think was just a while ago been discussed by this morning. So we have to identify kung ano ang gagamitin natin kasi it has to be identified on the design drawings. You might be using the standard, the 568B, pero ang ginagamit pala base sa drawing ay yung 568A. So you have to be careful with that one. Another one is you have to consult other standards like AES 14 or the EN 61076-2, which is for the connection of termination of XLR connectors. Really important. I have an experience before. Because sa AES 14 Terminal 1, you should be careful with it. It's the shield and ground. Usually, naisip natin pag terminal, it's the positive one. So, ang problema, pag nagkamali tayo, you will have a hump. So, para maiwasan yun, you have to check the standard, you have to check illustrations and drawing. Electrical coordinations. We need to coordinate with our brothers in electrical engineering or electrical contractors when it comes to the following. All applicable standards and codes for electrical, power distribution scheme, earthing and grounding scheme, raceway containment systems for wiring and cable, connected power loads. We have to declare kung ano yung connected natin sa ating rack, kung ano yung ating dineploy sa ating mga rooms. That should be coordinated with electrical team. Anticipated plug loads for portable equipment, cable and signal requirements for separation, shielding, energy management, and control. Now, we need to consult them about all these things. Kung kailangan ng electrical permit sa inyong locality, we have to get it from them. We have to get it from PEE. That is important para masabi nila na up to standard yung ating yung electrical system na dineploy sa ating AV system. Acoustical design coordination is the two things kailangan nating i-coordinate dito, yung architectural acoustics recommendation and mechanical system noise and vibration control. When it comes to IT naman, we need to coordinate the specific location and type of data endpoints kung saan natin kailangan na merong nakaabang na data point, we should coordinate with them. And then if we will require some specialized patching for hybrid equipment, we need to inform them. Bandwidth requirements, lalo na kung magdi-deploy ka ng video conferencing system, you don't want your system to be hanging up a lot of times dahil lang mababa yung bandwidth na inallocate ng IT. So this has to be taken into consideration. Also, security concerns like pwede bang magdala ng USB for like kung mag-upgrade ka ng mga system, or pwede bang madali bang may papasok yung mga devices nyo, kukonekta sa wireless network, those stuff kailangan yung i-coordinate sa IT and the quality of service. AV design documents, which I mentioned before, includes the following components. Bid specification. Competitive bidding requires written specification of the audiovisual system, equipment, and installation. Specification are described in a three-part document: general, products, and execution. Audiovisual specifications are recommended to be inserted to the project construction documents. Not only ang isasubmit natin sa ating mga partner or sa client ay just yung mga drawings, we need to specify them in words. Importante yan. On the package also includes design drawings na sinabi ko. Documents should be in conformance with the overall project document format. Naka-format yung ating mga document, not just basta drawing. And key schedules and notes pertaining to the audiovisual system should be included on each drawing package para mas madali yung identification, mas madali yung profiling ng ating mga documents. Para pag nag-reference, anybody, kunyari sa design, kailangan nilang mag-reference isang document, or pag nasa installation na, kailangan nilang mag-reference, mas madali kung meron tayong mga key schedules and notes. Facilities drawings kasama sa ating package are the types of construction drawings that show the location of and size of equipment in any given space. Usual devices include projector and projector screens, LCD screens, video conferencing cameras, loudspeakers. Kailangan natin sa facilities drawing, kailangan nating i-identify yung location ng ating mga malalaking, say, yung mga in-install natin sa room. We also have system drawings that details the audio, video, and control signal and switching routing. Ito na yung mga schematic diagrams kasama na dito. It includes the functional drawings which also commonly known as block, flow, or schematic diagrams. Other drawings that are included are equipment rack elevations, specialized plates and panels, specialty connectors, miscellaneous wiring diagrams, and patch panel layout and labeling. Here are sample drawings na kailangan natin, and later on I will be sharing something like a sample from Avixa na ni-release nila dati that will be helpful kung magdi-design kayo ng AV system. Here are sample of projection and viewing sightlines and distances. So this is a sample for a projector, this one, and this one is a sample for LCD. This is the standard used or implemented by Avixa, which for sizing our display. Display image size for 2D content in audiovisual system is a standard that determines required image size and relative position based on the user need. The standard can be used to 1. Plan and design new display image system, determine image and relative determine image size relative to space and viewing requirements, determine closest and farthest viewer positions, and so on. They have an online calculator for computing for these image sizes available online. This is a sample of equipment mounting details. You can see how we mount speakers, how we mount our screens. So makikita nyo yan dito sa equipment mounting details. Detailed wiring diagram. Ito yung schematic diagram natin. And you just have to take note yung ating mga devices and how they are connected. Take note also that our wiring are color-coded para ma-differentiate natin kung alin ang ating mga audio, yung ating mga video signals, at yung ating mga control signals. Custom AV floor box layout, this one. This is sample of an equipment rack elevation, which is coming from avdesign.com, designguide.com. The drawing depicts AV devices as well as the components within the rack. Each layer of the rack are marked as rack unit. Bawat sa makikita nyo yung numerical representation dito, they are the rack units. They are used for proper organization. In strict sense, drawing confirmed that proper spacing allocation, ergonomics, accessibility, requirements, thermal management, weight distribution, and cable management has been considered. May mga tips kayong makikita dyan on how to design. Later on, I think bibigyan kayo ng copy. Makikita nyo kung ano yung mga tips para sa paggagawa ng or pag-assemble ng rack para sa AV. Bill of material is an important documentation or bill of quantity. Should include an itemization or description of each piece to be provided as part of the project, as well as kung ilan yung quantities ng component na kailangan natin. It intended to provide an overall summary of the equipment cost necessary for creating an AV system. So tapos na tayo sa tatlong building blocks. Ito na yung pang-apat. We will have the construction drawings. Usually, our construction drawings are approved drawings, excuse me. Our approved drawings are construction drawings. They are marked for construction. They are provided in electronic or an alterable document format, should include sufficient details to convey the physical configuration of AV systems to the installation team. So after natin ma-finalize sa ating yung ating sa design package, pag na-approvean to ng client, ibibigay na natin yung alterable or PDF format ng ating mga construction drawing, which nasusundin ng ating mga installation team. These drawings are also known as submittal drawings, workshop drawings, shop drawings, when provided for review as part of consultant-led project. Same thing as yung ating dineliver sa design package, yun din yung construction drawing. But pagdating sa construction drawing, talagang you have to make sure na yun yung final. And construction drawing has different categories. We have the facilities drawing. We have the system drawing that includes our block diagram. And also right now we have to give some reference documentations like matrix routing, digital DSP configuration details, IT integration information sa ating mga magko-construct or yung ating installation team. And finally, after having constructed, hindi natatapos doon. After having given the construction drawings to our installation team, hindi pa tapos yung trabaho ng ating design team. This is what he has to do. The process of verifying your design is important task for designer, which means your job is not yet finished or over, even if you have already handed over the documents to your installation team. You need to check with your clients that your client's new AV system that is installed is according to specification. This standard offers a framework and set of processes that determine which element of an AV system needed to be verified. Details of timing, the standard also gives you details of timing of system verification within the project delivery cycle, a process for determining verification metrics, and reporting procedure. Here are a sample of verification items na kasama dun sa standard na yun. Paalala lang, yung mga items na included dito may not be all be applicable to what you have done. Okay. The standards will give you some check items that you can actually select para sa iyong system, which is important to verify or not. There may be some items na not really relevant for checking, and there are items na kailangan mong isama. So kailangan mong makita yan, kailangan mong tingnan. And then on this side, makikita mo kung kailangan gawin yung verification or yung checking. So these are your items. These are the details. Sample lang to, kakaunti lang yan, but I just take some excerpts, some slides from the original na para may pakita sa inyo. Also, we have the same thing pagdating sa video. Ganun din. Okay, these are very helpful kasi you can understand if there are some non-conformance items that you need some remedial work. So dito makikita mo yan. Okay. That is the whole process pagdating sa design processes. And then we go on to the next part. What comprises ProAV AV system? Now we'll take a look on the different components and principles of ProAV system design. Papahapyawan lang natin kasi I may not give you the whole full details, pero this will be important when we go to integration. First part deals with the audio principles of design. Okay. Sorry. So ito yung mga available natin. When we talk about ProAV audio, first thing that comes to our mind are the microphones. So ito yung mga available microphones natin that we use in ProAV. Sorry. Okay, give me a second. Okay. First is the gooseneck microphone. These are directional microphone. Ang kanyang mic pickup pattern is directional. Ginagamit natin usually ito sa mga conference room natin. Bendable yung stem niya para may adjust ng user yung microphone, yung strength at pickup. Next, yung lapel, which allows us to, which we give to our presenter so he can move around the stage, and usually ito ay directional. Next, surface mount microphones that are used for video conferencing. Usual pattern nito na ginagamit natin ay omnidirectional, so everybody in the room can see it or can be heard, I mean. And then handheld microphone, same thing, same use. Kung gusto mag-walk around yung ating presenter, he can do it using a handheld microphone. And ceiling mic arrays. Ceiling mic arrays and ceiling mount microphones. Kung gusto natin yung ating tabletop ay clear with any other devices or equipment, pwede nating hindi tayo gumamit ng surface mount microphone, but we can use instead ceiling microphones. Audio signal level.
Engineer
Yes, sir.
Red,
Yes.
nawala yung presentation.
Okay. Wait. Let me see. Give me a second. Sir, meron na?
Wala pa rin.
Wala pa rin? Okay. How about now, sir?
Yan. Perfect.
Yan.
Okay na
So,
rin.
yun.
Yung break.
Medyo nag-enjoy ko sa pagsasalita. Okay, next. When it, mabuti rin na maintindihan about yung processing ng audio signal levels natin. So, starting from mic level, where this level are the signals produced by our microphone. Usually, few millivolts lang to, around 0.001, if I'm not mistaken. Around negative 60 to negative 50 dBu. And then it is processed into line level professional, which we use a preamplifier para ma-amplify yung ating mic level para magamit natin sa routing and processing. This ranges from 0.775 volts to 1.23 volts. And then we have the, at the same time, sa consumer level naman natin, yung line level na natin is about 316 volts. An indication to this one ay gumagamit na tayo ng RCA or yung phono connector natin. So nasa line level consumer na yun. And then loudspeaker level, after na-reach natin yung line level, we then route it and process, send it to power amplifier for the final amplification. Signal strength can vary from few volts up to 100 volts. The loudspeaker then takes the amplifier electrical signal and then transduces electrical energy into acoustic energy. Yun na yung output natin. Kaya naririnig natin yung ating audio. In ProAV, ito yung mga kalimitan natin ginagamit ng mga audio sources. We get audio sources from computers, also from audio and conferencing hybrids and video conferencing hybrids, playback units such as DVR or kung may DVD tayo or MP3 player. So yan yung mga sources natin. Also modulated sources coming from like radio stations we can feed into our system. Or from TV stations, mafi-feed natin. Or feed from other systems or other room. Magagawa din natin yan. Also nowadays, we're using AV system devices. System devices, but streaming devices like yung mga Apple TV natin or Chromecast. We can get audio from it and then we feed it into our AV system. Ito yung mga processors na ginagamit natin sa ProAV. We have audio mixers, audio processors, and digital signal processors. Audio processors and audio mixers, they are used for analog signals. Usually sa live events ginagamit to kasi mas mabilis yung adjustment. But our digital signal processors usually are used not for live events. Yung mga i-install natin sa ating mga corporate rooms, ginagamit natin yung mga DSPs. These are the audio DSPs available in the market. We have Shure DFR audio processor, Clear One, Biamp, T-Series and Nexia. We have from Extron DMP128 and BSS Blue 101. DSP audio design software. Ito, examples yan. These are coming from Nexia and T-Series. What are common nowadays sa ating mga audio design software are that they are open architecture environment. They have offer open architecture environment. Not before yung mga unang releases ng mga DSPs natin, may particular ano lang siya, say particular na stages. Ngayon pwede mo nang baguhin yung steps depending sa design na gusto mo. Here are other audio design software. Ito naman from Clear One. And this one is coming from Shure that allows you to adjust the lobes or the microphone pickup. Napaka flexible ngayon ng ating mga DSPs. Common output devices that we have includes ceiling speakers, wall-mounted speakers, headphones, and you can also feed it to other systems. Okay, visual principles of design. We go to the video part. Let's review video signal transmission. First, we have the analog, which is a method of transmitting information by continuous but varying signal. Most of our legacy ProAV devices use analog transmission, but slowly are becoming a thing of the past. You will notice that, for example, laptops are getting slimmer. Manufacturers are not anymore being able to produce models with VGA connector. VGA connector is a thing of the past, actually. They're transmitting analog video signals. So, bihira nang lumabas ang VGA sa mga laptops natin. All new models are coming either DisplayPort, HDMI, or USB-C, which are all digital. Digital transmission, on the other hand, is a method of storing and sending information by discrete, non-continuous impulses. Para lang yan siyang yung ating regular na switch, on-off lamang. Pag in-on mo, ibig sabihin 1 ang count niya, 0 pag off. So that is with our digital. So lalaman nyo ngayon, I mean, most of the explanation that I will give are more on the digital side. Hindi na ako masyado magbabanggit about analog.
In general,
Yes?
bro, excuse lang. Can we have a break? Muna?
Sure.
Oo. Siguro, would 15 minutes do? Go, Brennan.
Okay.
15 minutes ba would do?
Sure, no problem.
Ano po ba yung scheduled break natin? Baka pwede tayong mag-earlier break lang.
Yeah. Wala namang problem.
15 minutes
Actually,
ba yung
3
break
PM
natin?
dapat, tapos 15 minutes sana. Would that be fine to everyone?
Okay lang.
If okay naman siguro.
Alright.
Okay lang. Afterwards, i-continue ko.
Sige. So, I'll flash my screen first. Let's have a break po muna, everyone.
Toilet break. Okay.
Yeah. 15-minute break. I'll flash my screen din para meron tayong timer. Okay. So, let's take a 15-minute break and be back probably around 3:05 or 3:06. Okay, or when the timer na ipa-flash ko po ends.
Thank you, Engineer Lyle. Meanwhile, Engineer Ralph, if you can check your chat on Messenger, there's a
Oh, yes, sir. Check out.
Sige po. Thank you.
Claude, you can guide the rough na rin para ano.
Yes, go. No problem. All right.
Okay. Kahit sa phone call siguro.
Okay. Is everyone back? Everyone back? Okay na po ba?
Okay.
Okay, so Engineer Ralph, I take it away again. Floor is yours, pare.
Okay, thank you. Share ko ulit. Okay, so to continue, we talk now about video terms and concepts when it comes to the video side of AV. First one is the video resolution. So a graphics card will produce many types of resolution regardless of the brand or the type of source they will come from. It's up to the AV professional to select a resolution output that looks good on the display that will be used by the video system. By definition, video resolution is the number of distinct pixels in each dimension, width times height, that can be displayed. So yun yung mga, yan, like dito sa aking image na nilagay, 1920 by 1080. 1920 is the horizontal, 1080 is the vertical. Ito yung mga 1080p natin. And we also have the 4K. Dalawa yung 4K natin. The first one is the UHD type, which is a 3840 by 2160. Tapos yung DCI type naman, ito yung para sa mga sa digital cinema, 4096 by 2160. Ito yung 4K. 8K, multiply nyo lang ng 2. Yun yung 8K equivalent. 8K equivalent is about 7680 by 4320. So yun ang yung iba't ibang terminologies na ginagamit ngayon. The higher the resolution, the sharper and more detailed the image is. Mapapansin nyo, magtataka kayo, there is like comparing two displays na isang normal na 1080p at saka isang 4K, at magtataka ka, pareho lang naman yung size. But when you see yung kanyang mga pixel size lumiliit, it will give you more details. So kaya that will be the difference between 1080p and 4K screen. It is also important to know about the aspect ratio. It describes the image and width and height proportions. Yung mga old CRT natin, ang kanyang aspect ratio is 4:3. HDTV 16:9. Yung lumalabas ng mga commercial TV natin. And then yung cinema natin is 16:10. Frame rate naman is normal, which you normally hear from a ProAV conversation, is the number of frames sent from a display source per second, while the refresh rate is the number of times per second a display will draw image sent to it. Next. Ito na yung mga common digital video signal carrier natin. First one is DVI, or digital video interface. After ng VGA natin, which is analog, ito na yung unang nilabas. It is the first accepted digital standard cable, a connection method between a source device, typically a computer, and a device, a display device. Meron tayong tatlong versions nito. The first one is the DVI-A, which A stands for analog. Analog signals yung kanyang pinapasa, pero in a digital cable or connection. DVID, which stands for digital, puro digital signals ng ating sinesend. And then DVII, which stands for integrated, both analog and digital, we can send it. Distance, it can be used up to 15 meters. Beyond that, kailangan mo na ng extender muna. Next, HDMI, which stands for High Definition Multimedia Interface. HDMI has a broad range of use in electronic products such as TVs, monitors, laptops, mobile devices, and so on. It is, in fact, the most dominant video port that is currently used today. Started in 2002 when it first been developed. The development, ang nangyayari, tumataas yung capacity niya. It can, right now, what we have is HDMI 2.1. That is capable of supporting a 4K video of at 120 Hertz and 8K video at 60 Hertz. Distance is up to 15 meters. Next, DisplayPort. It is made by the standard is made by Video Electronic Standards Association, or VESA. It utilizes a 20-pin. 20-pin yung gamit niya. High resolution, high-speed digital display, audio, and data interface of up to 32.4 gigabit per second effective bandwidth. It supports HDCP signals and bidirectional communication. Mamaya, explain natin kung ano yung HDCP na sinasabi dito. Next, ito isa sa mga pinakabagong lumabas yung USB-C. It's also used in video transmission nowadays in ProAV. And what's good, it's a reversible double-sided connector. Kahit pagbaligtarin nyo, pwede pa rin. It support up to 8K video, multi-channel audio, super speed data, and up to 100 watts of power delivery. Another one, we have the HD base T. Ang pagkakain ba nito, ang HD base T, hindi siya gumagamit ng particular cable. Ang ginagamit nating cable ay yung regular na Cat6 cable natin or category cables natin. HD base T carries uncompressed 2K, 4K video, as well as full digital audio and control signal. Can send RS-232 or IR. It uses standard Cat6 for signal transmission, capable of carrying up to 100 watts of power, or what we call POH. Can carry up to 100 Mbps of Ethernet, and can extend signal transmission of up to 100 meters. That is the isa sa noticeable na advantage ng HD-based compared sa ating mga prior na aking nabanggit na mga cables. They only been capable of transmitting video signal of up to 15 meters. This one is really good. Can send up to 100 meters. Common video components that we have. First and the most important are the displays, which usually become centerpieces. Dalawa yung nilagay ko dito, the direct view displays, which usually are LCDs or LED displays, and we have the projectors. These displays usually become centerpieces in any ProAV installation design. AV designer are given many options, including projectors, which are inexpensive to create image. It can even map images on uneven surfaces like buildings. Kung alam niyo yung mga projection mapping na ginagawa, I think it's, hindi ko alam kung sa Philippines nagawa to, pero usually ginagamit to sa mga monuments. If you have been watching yung year-ender dito sa Dubai, Burj Khalifa, meron silang fireworks kasabay yung projection map. Mga high-powered projector yung nakatutok sa Burj Khalifa. And that gives the impression na ginagawang background screen ang mismong building. So, really impressive. However, ang problema lamang sa ating projector image can suffer in some situations when you are using it in a room kung saan merong ambient light. Usually pag meron tayong daylight sa labas, kailangan natin maglagay ng cortina or blinds para lamang ma-maximize natin o ma-optimize natin yung kakayahan ng ating projector. There are also direct view displays including popularly RDLCD, LED screens that provide bright, excellent images, usually limited to sizes. Mahirap yung expansion. When we expand it, usually it entails budget. We need to it become more expensive habang palaki ng palaki yung ating ginagamit ng mga images. This displays, which I'm talking about, this direct view displays have very excellent contrast ratios, and there are no projected light path that the presenter or users to block. Next, we have this PTZ camera. This one is coming from Cisco that I put. Okay, PTZ stands for pan, tilt, zoom. I think it's also ginagamit din to sa ating mga CCTV. They are also utilizing it para sa pag-capture sa mga security systems natin. They're popular nowadays in video conferencing. It allows a flexibility in capturing more than what a straight view angle can. So it can you can pan it, you can tilt it, and you can zoom it. We also have wireless presentation sharing or wireless sharing technology, which lessen the burden of having an amount of infrastructure when it comes to cabling. So magagamit natin itong wireless presentation system. There are also streaming devices, what I have mentioned before, like your Apple TV or Chromecast. Pwede tayong kumuha ng mga images galing dito. And lastly, when you require advancement and image management, dito na papasok yung mga proprietary na mga video processors. Maraming available ngayon sa market, and this one is coming from our company. We call it the XP04, and it's really good. Pagdating when it comes to image and input management. Here are other important video terms that you will encounter in video design. First, let's take a look on extended display identification data, or EDID. This is important when you will be managing different sources. This will be further explained in the presentation that I have in this video. Let me know kung may sound.
In ProAV, connecting video display products to sources is fairly straightforward. On occasion, there are still a few hiccups that can frustrate even the most skilled techs. So today we'll take a look at EDID and how this can help you overcome the most difficult interconnectivity challenges. And as a reminder, if you like these short videos, please like and subscribe to our channel. EDID, or Extended Display Identification Data, is a listing of all the display's capabilities. This listing includes vendor and product ID, serial number, manufacturer date, the size of the display, resolution, and the frequency supported, and detailed signal timings for native resolutions. Those of us old-timers might remember how difficult it was to get a projector configured to recognize the signal from a PC or Mac.
Usual problem.
That was because depending on how you had the computer display output configured, you'd have to manually match those settings to get the correct image on the projector. Today, most of this seems to be automatic, and it is thanks to EDID. Recently, I had a customer call troubled by the fact that they couldn't get a specific resolution to display properly on a projector. It was a rather unique resolution coming from a custom engineering software on their PC. The result was an out-of-range error. The quandary here is that the source resolution didn't match any resolution available in the projector's lookup table. In other words, it's not one of the common computer or video resolutions and aspect ratios that the projector knew. In another case, a customer was utilizing a switcher to select sources for a video wall. Unfortunately, every time they switched from one source to another, the screen would go all blue for a few moments while the EDID synced the source PC to the video wall. The frustration here is that unless all the source PCs were manually set to the same output resolution, the display would keep trying to readjust every time they switched between them. So what can we do about this? Well, short of rewriting firmware in your display device, the only thing you can do to correct this issue is to employ an EDID manager. What this does is it allows you to either read the EDID setting from the display or projector and lock that into memory, or select a specific display resolution that works best with your source devices and lock that into the manager. Now, this is really helpful when working with non-standard resolutions, and it's ideal when switching between multiple sources with different native resolutions. In the case of using a switcher, the multiple switch sources will constantly be reading the resolution that's locked into the EDID manager. In the case of using a switcher, the multiple switch sources will constantly be reading the resolution that's locked into the EDID manager, matching the display's best or native resolution. By maintaining that one resolution that's common across many source devices, there's no sync delay, and the appearance of a seamless switching can occur. So for the cost of around $100, you can add an EDID manager into every one of these projects and be assured that you'll never burn a bunch of time trying to figure out any of these kinds of displays and projection problems. And as always, please like and subscribe to our channel.
Okay. So mahalaga yung EDID na sinasabi natin. It is the information na kinukuha ng ating mga display sa ating mga sources para ma-adjust niya kung anong i-display niya. And EDID manager, or minsan nasa loob ng mamaya yung switcher, it is very important na may kakayaan siyang mag-manage ng EDID kung tatanggap siya ng different types of resolution. So that is the importance of EDID. Next one is the HDCP, or high bandwidth digital content protection. They're designed to prevent unauthorized access of protected video content and to enforce restriction on authorized playback. Ito, kalimitan nagkakaroon tayo ng problema dito when we have like proprietary player, like for dito sa UAE, like eLive, or I think pati sa Pilipinas, when you're using Apple TV and your monitor doesn't support HDCP, that will be a problem. Magdi-display lang na kulay green. So that is the protection that is being done by HDCP. On my video, it will explain about, on this next video, HDCP will be explained.
Understanding HDCP is not a new endeavor, but even today it still causes headaches when deploying ProAV systems. Today we'll take a closer look at HDCP and discover ways we can prepare designs that account for the kinds of systems that we typically use in our daily work. And as a reminder, if you like these short videos, please like and subscribe to our channel. HDCP, or High Bandwidth Digital Content Protection, is a kind of digital copy protection that was created by Intel Corporation to prevent unlawful copying of digital audio and video. HDCP is currently used with DisplayPort, HDMI, DVI-D, and now USB-C signals. Since these are the primary forms of connectivity in ProAV, we need to fully understand HDCP and learn how to overcome the built-in limitations. The first order of business is to understand the way HDCP works. An HDCP source device sends a secret code in an encrypted cipher to the display device. The display device then returns the cipher, possibly including its own secret code. Then this is acknowledged by the source and so on. If any of these key exchanges fails after several attempts, the source content is cut off. When you see a display device flashing on and off, this is what's really happening. There are three types of devices that support HDCP: a source device, which is the device sending the content, a sync device, which is the device receiving the content, and a repeater device, which accepts, decodes, re-encodes, and then retransmits the content. The repeater plays the middleman in any system with multiple HDCP sources or displays. In ProAV, the repeater device is where the challenges arise. This is because by its nature, most HDCP source devices are only allowed to pass content to a single display. So if we need to incorporate a switcher or distribution amplifier to move our content around a facility, we've got to incorporate one which is licensed to receive and retransmit the proper number of encryption keys that match the number of sources and displays. So as you can see, the repeater device or middleman is where the issues will occur unless you select the right device to specifically meet your design requirements. If you're simply connecting one source to one display over a distance less than, say, about 50 feet, no worries. If you include extenders, switchers, or DAs, or for that matter, anything in the middle, double and triple check that the repeater device you're selecting is fully HDCP compliant at the same version level as your source and display device. Now, here's the caveat. Most manufacturers use off-the-shelf chips, which in addition to the signal also include HDCP encryption. There's no way we could ever find out what chip they're buying, and in fact, the manufacturer's sales engineers or field engineers don't even know. This can be challenging because just about any device with DisplayPort, HDMI, DVI-D, or now USB-C will have an HDCP encryption chip on board. This means that any computer, video player, or display device has to be compliant. Your only recourse is to choose repeater devices to insert in line that are spec'd to provide HDCP encryption keys at that same version level. As an example, if your display is spec'd for HDCP 2.2, then you'd better make sure you have a switcher or an extender that's also spec'd at HDCP 2.2. And while you're at it, choose devices from a major reputable manufacturer, because if they're not paying the licensing fees, those devices could get blacklisted and will never work again. So I hope this gives...
So yun, that is HDCP. So kailangan compliant yung mga devices natin. Okay, starting from the source device to the display device, at kung may repeaters man tayo in between or extenders, they have to be compliant with HDCP para yung image ay ma-transfer natin sa ating display screen. Next, we'll go now with the signal management devices. Signal management devices transmit AV signals from source to output devices. Common types of signal management devices that we have starts from line drivers. These are for analogs. I will not dwell more on this one because it's just like almost like our regular boosters for VGA. Next, we have a distribution amplifier. Another signal management component commonly used in ProAV that allows single input to be distributed to multiple outputs or display devices. In the case of the picture shown, you can see that the signal from a 4K media source has been transferred and distributed with equal strength to each of the 4K displays. Some distribution amplifier are also capable of distributing audio via embedded audio channels or digital audio or via separate audio input or outputs. Walang degradation sa ating signal pagdating dito. So pantay-pantay lang yung kanyang signal strength. Another common signal management is a matrix switcher. Matrix switcher can take a signal from a source and route it to many different displays. They can take many different source signals and selectively route them to the same display. Like, for example, we'll have a signal coming from a desktop that we can transmit through a HDMI switcher to this LCD display, tabletop LCD display, or an image coming from this laptop going to this too. Alternatively, later on, you can remove the connection and you can actually send another alternative image that yung display na nandito sa laptop, madi-display mo naman dito sa mga tabletop. So that's the capacity or the power of a matrix switcher. Next, we have extenders. These are devices that help in extending video signals that are subjected to distance limitations. Like what I have discussed a while ago about DVI, HDMI, they are only limited up to 15 meters. Now, beyond that, magde-degrade na yung ating signal. What we can do is actually replace these cables with extenders that we can actually make it, I mean, for a distance of 100 meters, up to 100 meters, we can do it, or 75 meters. That will be fine. Okay, next. Control system design principles. Control system allow you and your client to operate a complex AV system using components and interfaces. We have audio, we have video devices. Now we have to have something that can control these devices. Paano natin ibabato yung ating mga signal from our sources to the display? Hardware includes, number one, a central processing unit or CPU, which is a primary component of a control system. And it actually runs programs to accept input and controls requests from the operator or the user, and then control individual devices as required by the program. User interface is a graphical or functional method of device control that uses programmable command sequences. They are either configured or programmed ng ating mga AV installers, and the program usually coming from the designers based either may historical program, or they can base sa recommendation ng supplier. It includes both touch panel and button panels. Now, depending kung ilan ang kokontrolin nyo at kung magkano ang budget nyo, ma-identify nyo kung alin ang gagamitin nyo na user interface. Kasi kung mali lang naman ang budget nyo at kakaunti ang inyong i-control ng mga devices, then go for just touch button panels instead of touch panels. Here are the control points that we use in ProAV. A control point is a vehicle that connects the device to the control system or CPU. When a user touches a button on the touch panel, the control point communicates the information to the CPU, from the CPU to the device. We have a range of control points here, and these are the most familiar. First, Ethernet. Alam ko, everybody knows about Ethernet. Ethernet is a de facto standard for our local area networks under IEEE 802.3 suite of standards. Uses UTP cable. And one protocol that it is using when it tries to communicate with other devices is Telnet. Another control point is power over internet, or PoE. It is an IEEE specification for powering Ethernet devices over the standard category cabling. It has two specifications: IEEE 802.AF, 802.3AF, providing DC power of up to 15.4 watts, and IEEE 802.80, providing 25.5 watts of power. Napakalaga when you select your equipment na gagamit ng power over internet. Check nyo yung limitations na yung PoE nyo is only capable of sending 15.4 watts maximum. PoE. Plus, meron pa yung certain losses, cable losses. So, around 12.95 lang. Then, yung second standard, yung up to 25.5 is PoE plus. So, you have to check yung compatibility ng mga devices nyo. Importante yan. We also have wireless Ethernet sa mga locations na hindi kayang maabot ng regular na wires. Kailangan nyo to. And we have 5 standards for it. We also have RS-232, which is a serial communication, point-to-point communication, straight communication. We have infrared, and we have relays and contact closure. Yan yung mga control points natin. Here are some tips when you design control system. You have to pay attention to the information gathered from the user during needs analysis to understand what kinds of functionalities or feature the user need. Kasi, sabi ko nga kanina, depends upon the budget at kung ilang mga devices ang kailangan nilang kontrolin. Ngayon, hindi mo kailangang magpaka-bongga, sabi nga, or mag-avbo, or talaga naka-touch panel ka pa kung dalawang yung screen lang ang iyong kukontrolin, up and down at saka yung monitor. So, you have to pay attention sa pangangailangan nila. Create a control function script, which is a list of devices to be controlled that help to organize what needs to be done by everyone in the project. This is very good when you do coordination with other trades. When it comes to like sa mga nag-set up ng blinds, kailangan nyo ma-identify na kailangan nyo makontrol yung blinds, those things. And lights, kasama rin kung kailangan makontrol ang light. Okay. Always, you have to refer to approved control function script and choose control points that is most efficiently meet the design need. What I could suggest usually nowadays, since everyone is putting up their devices, hook up into the net or into your local network, try to select IP as your control point as much as possible, or Ethernet as much as possible, kasi yun ang isa sa pinakamadaling control ngayon, through IP. Network systems, this shows how many AV equipments nowadays need IT network support for functionality, as well as for remote monitoring, control, and troubleshooting. Common terms, 3 terms: your network, which refers to your computer network and data network. The NIC card, that is your interface that allows you to connect the device into the network, or the network interface card. And the MAC address, which is MAC, which stands for Media Access Control Address, is the actual hardware address or the actual address of the NIC device. Sa ProAV, hindi rin mawawala yung mga devices na to. You will still ma-encounter nyo pa rin sila, like yung switches nyo, and then yung router if you want to talk with other systems, or if you are going to the internet or beyond your office, beyond to another company, you have to use the internet. You have to go and use a gateway, okay, and then you'll have servers. So these are the important things, important components in ProAV. All stuff coming from audio, video, networks, and control. These are important items that we will tackle on the next chapter. We will talk now about ProAV integration. Onward to our webinar, the succeeding chapters we'll talk about and we'll focus more on ProAV integration. ProAV integration is the process whereby professional audiovisual systems and equipment are designed, purchased, and installed within a building project. First example of integration that I will tackle is conferencing and collaboration. This is the integration of AV with unified communications. What is unified communications? Unified communications, or UC, describe not only how we connect different communication system for the digital workforce, but collaboration tools as well. Unified communication incorporates messaging, voice and video calling, team collaboration, video conferencing, and file sharing. The most predominantly functioning integration that we are having with ProAV and unified communication are the conference rooms. In a conference, what do we usually do in a conference room? Users usually have presentation where they connect laptops to display on big screens. If there are multiple screens available, with the use of a matrix or distribution amplifier, he can send his presentation to the screens he intends to. He will be using microphone system if he wants his voice to be heard within the room if the room is big. Using audio conferencing hybrids, people can do audio conferencing with other party outside the organization. And lastly, the one most important function of conferencing is video conferencing. It is the capability of communicating audio and video with other people remotely. You can even share presentation like what we are doing right now. This is actually what, but we are not in a conference room. But actually, this is the process of doing a video conference. This is controlled or performed by one powerful device, which is a video conferencing codec. There are many video conferencing codecs available in the market that are used right now. We have hardware codecs that are advantageous when it comes to dedicated offices or spaces. However, they are more expensive compared to the software counterparts and are less flexible as well. So, ito yung mga example ng mga hardware codecs natin. Meron tayong Cisco, meron tayong Polycom, we have Life Size, we have, what else? Marami, Yeelink, and so marami pa. Logitech even has made a hardware codec right now. The most popular ones right now are these software codecs that we are using. I know everyone is familiar with this software codecs. Usage has skyrocketed as everyone becoming reliant on it. Whether you are working, continuously learning, just like what we are doing right now, or just connecting with your family, friends, and acquaintances, we are using soft codecs. The likes of Zoom, WebEx, what else? BlueJeans, Skype. These are soft codecs that send and receive conference room audio visuals, which is rendered by software that are usually cloud-based solutions. What you just need to do is kukonekta mo lang yung iyong laptop. Kung may program ka para makapag video call ka in your laptop, and an internet connection, makakapag video conference ka na. So those are software codecs. These are less expensive, obviously. Kalimitan, free siya. Pero kung talagang gusto mong i-maximize yung feature, you can go on premium subscription, and then that's it. You can actually have all the privileges from these software codecs. This is a schematic diagram of a conference room. So, as you can see, meron tayong ating source is a laptop source ng ating presentation. And then we have a PTZ camera for our, kung gusto natin ma-capture yung ating mukha if we are in that room. And then if we wanted to our voice to be captured, we have microphones. Now, to do video conferencing, we need a hardware codec. Okay. And then the audio is then processed through a DSP to an amplifier that distributes in a speaker. And then if we wanted to send our audio to the other side, to the far end, we need the codec. The codec will do it. And then if we wanted to show our self on the big screen, or we wanted the screen of the other or the far end party to be shown onto the room, it is then sent to the switcher to the 4K display. Now, all of this stuff is being automated by the controller through a local switch. So naka-IP lahat sila, nako-control ng ating touch panel. That is a schematic diagram of a regular conference room. Now, if we opt for a conference room that will be using cloud-based video conferencing or soft codecs, ito yung example. Instead na meron tayong hardware codec, minimum na kailangan natin ay yung PC kung saan natin i-install yung ating program. We need to connect it into a monitor. And then we also need, a PTZ camera, USB camera that is connected to our laptop or to our PC. Siya yung magka-capture ng ating locally ng ating image. And then you will still have an amplifier that will send the audio signal for local reinforcement papunta sa yung mga speakers para marinig mo kung ano yung inyong kino-communicate sa far end. And your local sound will be captured by this microphone, which is managed by a local switcher, a mixer. And then through the internet, you will be connected to a LAN, then with a firewall to a Zoom codec, and that's it. You can actually do a conference call with a cloud-based software codecs. Next integration that we have is network AV. Okay. I think 2 years ago, nagbigay ako ng I think 2 years ago, yeah, almost exactly, because I think it's about May 5, 2018. Bigay kami sa TIP, and I remember this is the one that I gave. It's about the network AV, the integration of AV to IT. Nowadays, ito na yung transition na nangyayari. So most of the devices are becoming reliant with IT. But it doesn't mean to say na ibibigay natin lahat sa IT, because most of the principles that is required for ProAV are ang mas nakakaintindi ay ang mga electronics engineers. So, yeah. Network AV is a technology that converts traditional AV signals into data packets that are sent over IT network. So instead ng mga long run na HDMI gagamitin natin, i-convert natin to into IP packets, and we will go with the regular switch. Why network AV? These are the reasons. Number one, with network AV, we are talking about scalability. Virtually limitless in size. What we need to do is to cascade or daisy chain our Ethernet switch. Because what will happen in network AV, we will drop, or we will not use anymore our traditional switchers. We will replace it with Ethernet switch. Ethernet switch replaces the conventional switcher without the limitation of a fixed I/O size. Also, network AV is capable of asymmetric cross-point setup, wherein the numbers of input and output ports of the virtual matrix environment can be freely configured. What is the difference between yung sa mga traditional nating mga switcher? Usually, lumalabas ng mga switcher natin 4x4, 8x8, 16x16, or 64x32, 64. Usually, bounded siya dun sa size na kaya lang na yung capable lang nung ating mga switcher. And the more na lumalaki yung size natin, nagmamahal yung ating switcher. well, you try to compare it with a regular internet switch or Ethernet switch, which in you will be able, as long as they are in the same network, mako-call out mo yung mga devices na connected doon. Next is cost savings. There is only need for a single cable installation which minimizes costs and reduces complexity of dedicated cable grids for AV signals. So, sabi ko nga, we then drop the AV switcher. We replace it with IP switch, which requires Cat6 cables. And Cat6 cables or any other category cables can handle all the required components that we need, audio, video control. So that is the power of network AV. Can actually give you cost savings. And number 4, quality IP allows more data to be passed over a single cable, which is what I have said. And the quality of audio and video signals has also increased. Simple comparison ng traditional natin and network AV. So makikita nyo dito, ito yung AV switcher natin. And then we have our extenders. From source, we have the transmitters and we have the receivers. Now, when we are talking about network AV, we will be talking about IP switch, and instead of extenders, we will have encoders for our sources and decoders for our sync or our displays. Next, we look on network video. Important terms when we talk about network video. First, we need to understand about the bandwidth. Kailangan nating maintindihan what is bandwidth. Bandwidth is the available or consumed data, communication resources of a communication path. Because the good thing about network AV is that we can use the corporate or enterprise network as well. Pero take note, you have to deal it with IT para maibigay yung tamang security para sa network nyo. Now, when it comes to that, dapat alam nyo rin, as what I have mentioned kanina, about the coordination na required natin sa IT, kailangan natin masabi sa kanila yung bandwidth requirement natin para hindi magputol-putol yung ating or magkaroon tayo ng problema dahil gamit na gamit yung bandwidth at this time. So we have to identify it to them. Streaming is the delivery of a steady stream of media content digitized for transmission over IP network. Compression is the process of reducing the data size of your video and audio information before sending it to the network. Mabigat kasing i-send ang isang uncompressed signal compared sa compressed signal. So, pag compress ang natin, nagkakaroon tayo ng data loss minsan kasi hindi na natin nagagamit yung mismong raw data. So that is really important. Compression may be lossless or lossy. That's what I mentioned. Kapag lossless, uncompressed yan. Pag lossy yung iyong compression, then you have already compress it a lot para lang masend mo yung iyong image. And with network AV, latency is also important because latency is the response time of a network or the amount of time in milliseconds. Because in network AV, may process tayo, the encoding process actually depends kung iyong i-compress or you will send it uncompressed. When you send it uncompressed, mabigat yung files natin. When you send it compressed, maliit lang yung kakainin natin na bandwidth or data. And another thing, since we are sending it in packets, may iba-iba tayong methodology ng pagsisend ng ating mga files into data packets, and then once the data packet reaches the decoder, it then sequence it back, and doon nagkakaroon tayo ng problema when it comes to latency. Pagbagal ng pagsisequence natin, not really natin but device, tumataas yung latency natin. So you have to take note of it and consider latency when you are buying your devices. Here are the media compression format. MPEG-1. Hindi na natin masyadong ginagamit yan ngayon. Limited lang yung ating usage for network AV. Pero ito yung first standard ng ating media compression. Napaka-lossy niya, at saka sa VHS quality yung raw data natin saka yung sa CD audio. Kaya nagkaroon tayo ng MPEG-2, which is also known as H.222, and it is the most common digital compression AV format. You encode everything from digital player to digital cable to satellite TV. And then, isa sa pinaka-advanced ngayon yung MPEG-4, designed to be flexible, scalable compression format. It compresses audio, video, and other in separate streams. Marami pang media compression type mini-release ang Apple. So, yeah. And what we use in YouTube, yan, may mga media compression format silang ginagamit, iba-iba. Next, what are wrappers? They are also known as containers, and they can easily be identified by the file name extensions. Common wrappers includes, eto malimit natin nakikita when we save our files, our movie or our audio contents, but mostly what is shown here are for movies. .avi, .mov, that is for Apple's QuickTimes wrapper. .wmv, .flv. So those are wrappers. Here are the technologies for delivering streaming media. First, encoders. They are equivalent to transmitters. So nasa source side siya, which used to encode all AV streaming content into the network, while decoders are the ones naman yung nasa display side natin. Sila naman yung decompress at nag-sequence ng ating mga data na sinend. Okay, let's go back. Okay, example of hardwares, encoders, decoder devices that we have are UBEX from Lightware, Omni Streams from Atlona. Sorry. Give me a second. Sir, arinig niyo pa yung boses ko?
Yes, sir. Naririnig
Okay lang.
po.
Okay, how about my yung slides okay lang din?
Yes.
Okay, fire. Next. So, sabi ko nga, example of encoders are UBEX from Lightware, Omni Streams from Atlona, from Extron. Yung mga software type naman natin, OBS Studio, libre lang to, na nakapag-try na ako once. And we also have Wirecast. Both the encoder decoders meron sila. Other streaming technologies, streaming servers require in order to stream live video at any sort of scale, maybe standalone or software packages. Sample modern streaming servers that we have are Wowza Media Systems, Akamai, Kodi, Plex, marami pang iba. We also have caching servers, which is a type of proxy server that saves local copies of frequently or recently requested network sources. Some examples, I think we have like Elasticache of Amazon Web Services. So kaya nilang mag-cache nung palagi natin ginagamit. Pero this one, I think kailangan natin ng subscription sa kanila. Endpoint interfaces includes your laptop, workstation, digital signage, or any means that the user can access the AV content sent across the network. That's for the network video. Now we move on network audio. Network audio is a collection of components designed to accept audio input signals, process the signals, and make them available throughout the system in digital format via some sort of high-speed interconnects. We have different type of audio data links. Since we are transporting real-time audio and video on multiple destinations on a LAN, typically requires special data link designed for that purpose. This protocol makes sure that AV data arrives in sequence with minimal latency. Yun yung sinasabi ko, importante pag select natin ng devices natin. Na yung lahat ng data should arrive in sequence, kakaunti lang yung inyong error or losses with a minimum latency. Here are some protocols that we have. CobraNet is one of the earliest approach to digital audio signal transport and developed by Peak Audio, now Cirrus Logic, in mid-1990s. Use standard Ethernet packets and network infrastructure and cannot be routed outside the LAN. So yun sa LAN lang, local area network lang yon. It cannot be routed. Hindi mo pwedeng isend yan. You cannot talk with another person on a different network kung CobraNet ang gamit mo. So CobraNet is used within only a particular local area network. With that, there is Dante on the other hand. It is a proprietary network layer audio transmission protocol from ODNet, which is based in Australia. And it transports audio and control but not video. Pang video lang, pang audio lang. And it is compatible with a standard internet protocol, not just the internet, Ethernet. So you can now talk sa different network through Dante. Just have to type in yung IP address and then IP address nung yung iyong device, and you can check the device on it. Another protocol that we have is audio video bridging, AVB. And these are the definitions and some notes about it. And there is a requirement of an interoperability kasi since mostly mga proprietary ang nangyayari, when we have proprietary protocols that is made by a particular company, nagbabayad yung mga manufacturers ng royalty para magamit yung technology na yon. Okay. And then nagkakaroon minsan tayo ng conflict or hindi natin magamit yung technology dahil yung other calling party or the other network is using a different protocol. So what happened is that the Audio Engineering Society or AES has devised or has come up with an interoperability protocol, which is the AES 67. It is a high-performance streaming audio over IP interoperability and has become the cornerstones of IP-based audio application. It is developed by, sabi ko nga, AES and has an interoperability capability with Dante, AVB, and other proprietary standards like QLAN, and Ravenna, those protocols. So yun, it is important when you select your products, i-check nyo yung interoperability, yung compliance ng mga devices nyo. Make sure that it is capable, it has protocols that can communicate with other devices. Okay? And then you have to weigh in. Sometimes Dante will be more efficient compared to AES. Kung ang yung mga devices ay puro Dante, you will not opt for an AES 67 interoperability capable device. And so you have to just weigh in selection. And these are technologies for delivery of network audio. We have a network audio network interface that allows you to connect analog audio equipment to a Dante digital network. Kasi sayang naman yung mga audio natin, yung mga analog connectors natin, like yung if we have XLR microphones na hindi Dante ready. So we can still connect using this audio network interfaces. Maraming available ngayon ng mga brands. I think Shure has come up with their audio network interface. X1 has come up with their ANIs, and many more. Good thing right now, we also have network power amplifiers ready. It can receive audio from a Dante-enabled DSP on a Dante audio network. So if we want to control an amplifier that is in the network, usually before hindi siya connected sa IP. And right now, we are getting an advantage that we are coming up with products that are already Dante-enabled or devices that can be controlled on the network. So it will give us really benefits na hindi na natin kailangan pumunta sa site and we need to tweak it. We just need to access it on the IP. Same thing, we have now microphones and speakers that are Dante-enabled. So may mga pre-amplifiers na siya na incorporated. We just need to access it, program the microphone settings, put phantom power, and then speakers, kung ano yung good thing, makokontrol na natin ngayon. Kung nagahang yung mga speakers natin, microphone, just access the IP and then control it. I mean, remove the power, and then it will reset. That is the power of PoE. I will later on discuss it when we come with the design tips in designing network AV. Here are some examples of network AV installations. We have first we have the conference room. So we already replaced our HDMI switcher with an encoder and decoders. Okay.
And then same thing pa rin, but you have an option na gumamit ng mga Dante enabled na microphones, amplifiers and speakers na make sure na yung IP switch nyo is capable of sending PoE. Yun lang. You have to make sure that there is PoE kasi they will be working with PoE. Once you need to reset anything on your network, you can just kill the PoE and then reset it, and then you'll have the system refresh. That's the advantage of having a network AV. Retail shops. Here's a schematic diagram of a digital signage for a retail shop from the previous slides, which is this one. Yeah. In here, we are using UBEX transmitter and receiver from Lightware, which are optical AV over IP that are used for 10G networks, 10 GBP, gigabit per second switch. Video feeds from the media server are connected by HDMI. Here's our media server, connected by an HDMI through a transmitter that then sends to the IP switch. All control are being done by our laptop, where the program or where the devices can be accessed. And through the switch, the feeds are then distributed to where we want it to be. The feeds are then received by our decoders that decompresses the signal and then structured again the streaming feed. That is the use for of network AV in retail shops. Third one, command and control. This is the next application where we can use network AV. Sabi nga natin, the schematic that I will give is just an example, pero actually you can customize it. Depende sa pangangailangan and depende sa structure. Okay, this is the schematic diagram of a command and control using network AV. Sources such as PC, which could be in the data center, say, this is the data center. We have PCs over there. Signals are then transmitted through KVM nodes, like here. So yung signal natin can either be HDMI, which is for the audio, and USB para sa ating control for keyboard, mouse. And then they are then sent to a gigabit switch, which are then also connected to KVM node receivers on the other side, which then send the signals to our screens or our target screen, just a target side screen, or even to the workstation monitors. Okay, now the control for the whole command and control room are being received or being done on control tablet, which are connected wirelessly through a router that is connected to the 10 gigabit switch. So yun. That is a sample of a command and control schematic diagram. So here are some guidelines in network AV design. First one, when you design a network AV, first you need to decide whether this system will have its own network or will reside on the corporate network. Napakahalaga niyan. It has pros and cons.
but this arrangement will be dependent on the current security protocols implemented and the overall technical networking prowess. Pag you have to coordinate it with IT. If there are existing requirements when it comes to firewall, you have to actually talk with them and make arrangement para hindi ma-sacrifice yung kakayahan ng iyong system. Next, ensure that all the media gets in and out of your network. You have to capture all of your media. If you are aiming to do a fully network AV system, which means that all media need to get into and out of the network. Once it's there, you will be able to do whatever you need to do. You can do routing, no problem. You can do processing, you can do distribution, as long as you keep in mind of the bandwidth that you have that is assigned to the network and the resolution that you have. Make sure na iyong yung resolution. Hindi sobrang taas yung resolution mo, hindi naman sobrang baba. Just to make it scalable enough sa iyong video screen. Next, you have to think about the audio. If you are putting everything on the network, not only you will be distributing or processing audio in your network, but you also need to adjust remotely and listen to it remotely at all points of the signal chain. You'll want to be able to monitor your amplifiers and speaker itself directly on the network, powered via PoE, and have an IP up heartbeat with telemetry. Katulad ng sinasabi ko palagi, PoE at this moment is really important when you are designing network AV. Lalo na kung malaki yung iyong design, malaki yung office space or malaki yung space na yung ginagawa ng design, you need to control it via IP. And it is one of the easiest way para makontrol ito. Next, you have to choose your hardware wisely. Each and every device you utilize in a fully networked AV system should be natively controlled by IP. Should be able to log in each and every equipment that you use easily. So IP, you can log in very easily. Other control points like RS-232IR, hindi nyo magagamit dito. Mahirap gamitin, mahirap ang control. So when it comes to network AV, so you have to use IP. Using power over Ethernet devices whenever you can. Like what I have said, very useful ang power over Ethernet. Number 6, controlling this fully networked AV system. How you go about controlling this fully network AV system should be reliable, native to the network environment. Currently, the AV industry buys boxes that have limited memory, limited processor power, and a bunch of connectors for RS-232IR voltaic logic. Contact closures ngayon, hindi nyo na halos magagamit. Mostly, pag kayo ng network AV, you will be using IP. Just in case na hindi nyo talaga hindi nyo kayang hindi magamit, hindi maiiwasang hindi magamit, RS-232IR, meron ng mga available tayo na tinatawag na protocol converter. So marami nang available dyan. Like there are controllers like RS-232 to IP or contact closure to IP or this stuff, you have to look for it. So makatulong yung mga protocol converters just in case hindi nyo talaga maiwasan na gumamit ng mga control points na sinabi ko, mga lumang control points. Okay. And then number 7, accessing the system remotely. This is the last part of a successful, fully networked system design. Once the system is up and running, negotiate, arrange for, you have to beg, or please to have a way to remotely access the system. So you can get to solve if there are problems. Napakadaling makapag-resolve kung makakapag-connect kayo wirelessly, or if you are familiar with TeamViewer or AnyDesk, makakatulong to. Okay, if you don't have anybody who is available on site, so you have to negotiate it na kunyari, if you are coming from a different company and you have your client and they have an issue, then the most or the fastest way para ma-resolve ang issues nyo is to remote connectly. So yun, you have to take note of it. Okay? Okay, next, with the implementation of network AV, ito ang nagiging problema natin, security. So, good thing, AVIXA has issued recommended practices that provides guidance and current best practices when we are going to secure network AV of all sizes. So pwede mong magamit ito as a baseline kung gumagawa ka ng iyong sariling security management program, yung company nyo. So you can use this recommendation. Ito yung mga best practices na kasama sa recommended practice. Identifying vulnerabilities and potential threats creating by network integration of AV systems. Kasama dyan yung kailangan nyo i-identify yung mga points like weak yung password na ginamit mo sa yung network, or if vulnerable na ma-hack or mapasok yung network mo dahil naiwanan mo na bukas. And like kunwari ko yung AV personals ng inyong department, naiwanan mong bukas, and then yung threat from outside network nakapasok, pwede niyang makita yung iyong network, and then most especially mas delikado kung nakakonekta ka sa corporate network. They can get confidential files. So you have to identify this stuff. We need to assess, kasama din dito sa recommended best practice, to identify, to analyze and evaluate. And then you have to develop a mitigation plan and how to respond to these identified threats. And you have to develop controls to continuously address and manage security risk in AV systems. I think ito ay importante na alam ng iyong CEO, or ng management niyo yung plano ng inyong team, ng IT or ng AV, na you have to take into considerations yung mga bagay na bagay na to when it comes to security of your systems. We're almost done, but I need to discuss first the next integration, which is smart building technology. This morning, discuss na to, but this time around, it is the integration of AV with with building management system. The goal of SBT is to integrate disparate building systems like automation systems, management systems, HVAC, light safety, AV, and lighting in the same way that AV professionals are integrating AV system in a room or a venue. What do we expect in a smart building integration? So simple as all of these building facilities are all integrated and controlled through a common connection, which is the building IT network. Facilities like HV, lighting system, and AV system, including conference room, digital signages, internet, are all interconnected. Facilities management will be a lot easier. Honeywell has come up with a guide, or not really a guide, but a sample thing that happens when they are utilizing a smart building. Okay, like, for example, darating yung ating manager at 5 a.m., madidetect ng sensors natin, or they have like a card, access card, na pag itinap niya, ma-override lahat ng security protocols. But I mean, there is like certain persons na kayang i-override yon with a different, with a program. It then, security system grant access, then lights will turn on, and then slowly adjust temperature in the room or in the office. At 10 o'clock, they start to have a meeting. Then lights gradually turn on while people are populating the space. Temperature now are adjusting kasi marami na yung gumagamit. And then it depends upon the number of person who come in. At around 1 o'clock, okay, since at one side of the building, meron na tayong light or ambient light coming from the sun na pumapasok, we can then lower the lighting and we can have what we call daylight harvesting. I'll give you one sample later on. This is a really good example ng isang building dito sa UAE, which is located in Abu Dhabi, how they manage to have a design using daylight harvesting with a twist. Since, okay, and then next 6 o'clock p.m., most of the building is already empty. Now it adjusts back to the original. And then when nobody is in the building, HVAC, light, security, all other connections go back to its normal setting or default setting. So we have a smart building. These are the 3 examples of integration that we have for smart building. We have physical integration. Dito kasama yung structured cabling, wherein we are putting many building systems on a common structured cabling and consolidate cable pathways and equipment room throughout the building. It reduces installation costs by using one cable contractor only. And one example is network AV and enterprise network. Or yung iba pang allied trades na gumagamit ng mga Cat6 cabling, they can ride on also sa structured cabling for the whole building. Next type is network integration. This uses protocols like BACnet, LONWorks, DALI
KNX to communicate via IP over the network. And here are some example of automation we have with network integration, which includes room lighting, blinds, and AC controlled. And also, like for example, in case of a fire emergency, Bayang Tisira has been overridden by Vocia, which is controlling the paging system for the whole system during a fire and emergency announcement. So through CobraNet, ino-override niya kung anong music or background music yung piniplay ng Nexia, and then pinapasok or pinupush yung ating public announcement. The final application integration, this allows different building systems to work together and provide extra functionality. For example, authorized personal occupancy override sequence. Like what I mentioned about yun sa previous slide natin, that is an example of authorized personal occupancy override. We have 3 popular building management system protocols. First one is BACnet, that is developed by ASHRAE. BACnet stands for Building Automation and Control Networking. Connection, we can actually connect via IP. BACnet has an interface using IP. Same thing with KNX, which is a convergence of 3 previous standards. Functions include light dimming, presence detection, temperature control, blind control, and many more. DALI stands for Digital Addressable Light Interface. This is for lighting system. So yan yung mga popular. Pwede tayong mag-connect sa kanila through this protocol. We can connect with BMS through this protocol. AV systems can do that. This is an example of a BMS system that is connected with an AV system. This is coming from Extron. So as you can see, the AV system, which is this one, and controlled by a control panel, is then, connected to your BMS or to your all other systems like your lighting system, your shade control, HVAC through KNX. And it has an interface via IP that connects to your facility LAN. Technical report. Ito lang yung technical report na ni-release ng AVIXA. When it comes to there's a requirement na magkaroon ng set ng standards to integrate multiple building systems, not limited only to the traditional building automation systems. So there is a need right now, since smart buildings are becoming a trend, are becoming mandatory right now, and everybody are shifting into it. There is definitely a requirement to have a standard for them. Case study in this technical report. So, tatlo yung mention dito, yung override system, yung management ng meeting rooms and conference room, at saka daylight saving. Ito yung sinasabi kong isang building sa UAE that makes use of daylight harvesting.
For the glass high-rises that have become the trademark of the cities of the Gulf, the most important environmental factor is the desert sun. When architect Abdelmajid Karanouh was asked to design twin buildings in Abu Dhabi that are contemporary, sustainable, and culturally relevant, he looked at tradition.
Not allowing the sun to land directly on the skin of the building, causing overheating and glare, was a very simple concept. And that's why using the mashabiyah, inspired from the past and inspired from nature, was a no-brainer.
Used in Islamic architecture for centuries, a mashrabiyah is a latticed screen used to diffuse sunlight and keep buildings cool without blocking sunlight or a view of the outside. The north side of the buildings, which never receive direct sunlight, are unshaded. The architectural challenge was how to build a facade that could mirror the dynamic movement of the sun.
So we started looking at something that could be more three-dimensional, offer more flexibility, offer more geometrical shapes that could adjust to the movement of the sun.
The solution was inspired by another traditional art, origami. These computer-controlled three-dimensional triangular screens respond directly to the sun's movement, unfolding like an umbrella when the sunlight hits them. That's what makes these buildings greener. Solar rays can heat the outside surface of windows up to 90 degrees Celsius, nearly 200 degrees Fahrenheit. By shielding the glass from the sun, the screens are reducing solar gain, reducing glare, letting in more diffused natural light into the building, saving energy by requiring less artificial lighting and 50% less air conditioning in the workspaces. You'll notice that the roof is tilted at an angle. Now that's the direction facing south, which gets maximum sunlight. The initial plan was to put solar panels up there, a seemingly obvious solution to save energy in a place as sunny as Abu Dhabi. But it turns out that despite the intense year-round sunshine, the dust and the sand actually make solar panels much less practical than you'd think. Karanouh says even the thinnest layer of dust can reduce the efficiency of solar panels by nearly half. Proper maintenance means regular cleaning using water jets pumping out fresh water, a scarcity in an arid country like the UAE.
You may find out that you might spend so much energy to desalinate the water and get it to where it needs to be, and then clean the panels. You'll find out that that energy may equate or even exceed the energy that you get out of the photovoltaic panels.
Solar panel technology may eventually become an option in the future, but for now, the simplest solution has been to look to the past. Shams al-Wazir, CNN, Abu Dhabi.
So yun, as you can see, you should be very careful sa mga, not really careful, but you have to take into consideration yung mga properties ng mga buildings na ginagawa ngayon. So that is one of the projects in Abu Dhabi is that actually is a smart building that maximizes the use of the daylight harvesting. No, pagdating na tinamaan na yung mga panels natin, they move and then they adjust the lighting inside the room. So when it comes to AV, that is very relevant. The mood setting in the room might affect your projectors, might affect the screen. So yeah, those things you have to consider when you do planning. Okay, and then this is last set of slides that we have. The last integration that we have is the integration of AV with business intelligence platform. We have dashboards and visualization. Taking from the Microsoft Business Intelligence Architecture, example lang to, okay? This is artificial intelligence driven system that automates the process starting from data gathering, which uses on this sensor and devices or apps where you have data sources and then being processed analytically. And then once data have been processed, you will get analytics and dashboard and visualization. This is really important when it comes to decision making, lalo na yung mga top management. They would need to see if they want to perform like immediate decision. The only option for them is to have visually and talk with the other top management about a certain thing or kung may nakikitang trend. So it is really important that you have a very good screen, very good display that will show the dashboard and visualization. Here are some examples that we have, like the one that I showed you before, network operation centers or command and control. Also, this one, we can also use it for real-time drilling decision centers, where the data are taken from each oil rigs, then shown in the data center like this. Another is if you have installation and you want to have it in in fire command center, you can also display it on dashboards like this. And fleet management. Yeah. So yeah, though that actually that's last slide concludes the integration. Now, what do we expect now in the new normal in our AV system? This is like a takeaway right now for all of you. Expect that we will be seeing bigger rooms with only limited number of seats. This is to enforce a physical distancing between employees or employers or management. Next, when it comes to teaching and learning setup, expect that it will be different from before of having like a face-to-face setup. We will have now what we call a high flex, which is a hybrid and flexible type of learning. You may see this almost half of the class will be accommodated in the room, and the other class will be performing or will be joining Zoom or Microsoft Teams. So yan na yung bagong trend ngayon. Para lang ma-enforce natin ang physical distancing sa ating mga learning centers, we will give enough distances to each of the students. And the other half, where another portion will be on video call. The room should be powerful and flexible enough to maintain the level of interaction between the professor and the students, both on the premise and student on the remote location. Kailangan yung mga microphones natin are powerful enough to pick up sounds or pick up suggestions from our participants and from the instructor. So yan yung magiging scenario na ngayon. Expect new technologies like room booking, room scheduling. There will be kailangan nyo nang i-schedule yung mga yan. And then there is hot desking that we have. So shows you kung ano yung naging history ng umupong tao sa particular na upuan. Like you are sharing just one seat for different employees can use it. So uso yun na ngayon. But ibibigay ng hot desking, meron yung software na ilalagay kung kailan yung huling last time na may umupo doon at kung nalinis na yung upuan. So expect this technology. Also, wireless technology, wireless sharing technology, and automatic camera framing. Automatic camera framing, pag nag-video conference kayo, so i-identify na niya yung tao, merong lalabas na pangalan, or it can identify a thing as well during a video call. So that is what automatic camera framing is. And syempre, magiging prevalent ngayon yung mga issues between security and content sharing. It is important na kailangan nating makipag-usap sa ating mga sa IT department. And that's it. These are the standard Avisa standards that are available right now. And standards under development. You can also check BICSI. BICSI nag-offer din sila ng mga standards when it comes to audiovisual system. Kasama siya ng telecom communications. So you can check it as well. Audio Engineering Society, meron din silang mga standards. You can check the site as well. Yep, so thank you very much, and that's all for AV, for my presentation for ProAV. If you have, you can find me on this link, or you can send, kung may further questions kayo, you can send it on my email address. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Engineer. That was Engineer Rafael Lontok, Engineer Raf. For short, siguro isang masigabong palakpakan naman. It is never easy to talk for close to 3 to 4 hours. Diba? Pare, namamalat na nga si
Kayo
Engineer
pa?
Raf eh.
Okay lang.
Is this the first time pare na na nag-talk ka ng ganitong topic? Para kasing ngayon ko lang siya nakita eh. Not mistaken. With any IECEP chapter or I'm just curious.
This one, I think may part ako na naibigay na dati when I came back do a presentation with IECEP Foundation 2 years ago.
Okay.
But I did it with Network AV, not really Pro AV. So at least ang aking ang objective ko is to let everybody in electronics engineer understand that there is a subspecialization called Pro AV, that we can put our hands into it and we can manage it.
Yeah. So I was asking kasi for me this is the first time ko na nakita siya, and it is very very well prepared, comprehensive in a way, and mapapakinabangan talaga ng mga. You're correct, hindi pa masyado talagang rito sa Pilipinas ang practice nito. Even though sabi mo nga kanina, parang may narinig ako sa'yo kanina na gusto mo siyang makita sa permit sa electronics permit.
Yes.
There's an AV system on the electronics permit, pero practically parang generic, and I rarely see design na talagang in particular for ganito mga Pro AV, di ba? And hindi naman din kasi require ng mga EHJ eh. So
kasi mostly ang nangyayari kasi what we have for Pro AV is that dahil mahal yung mga equipment natin, we opt to go to Chinese products, which is like almost like a plug and play. Yun ang nagiging problema natin. But when we talk about standards, we would like to impose safety standards on what we design and what we implement on AV. Then we have to actually go with the proper one, proper standards, proper devices, and we have to implement it. Yeah. Kailangan lang natin pag-aralan talaga.
Okay, very well said, Engineer Rap. I'll just share my screen, and okay. Now, before I proceed with the Q&A, I just like to acknowledge the presence of both the board of directors, board of trustees, and officers of both chapters ng IECEP Rizal and IECEP UAE. I'd like to go on first with IECEP UAE. Habang siguro, Engineer Rap, pare, konting tubig ka muna, pahinga ka muna saglit.
Okay
I'll just acknowledge the people behind the scenes
Okay.
here, most
Thank you very
especially
much.
here on Zoom. I'd like to call on lang muna, siguro a few people who are here. From IECEP UAE, we are joined by, nabanggit na siya kanina, former governor, the immediate past governor of IECEP UAE, Engineer Leo Mendoza. Sabi ko sa kanya, pag-speech ko siya, sabi niya, camera shy daw siya. Okay, and then we are also joined by their, kasi nakikita yung list na iba, no? By their current Director for Memberships Development. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I hope I'm correct sa mga sinasabi kong positions, but I know, ka-phone call ko to eh. Lagi tumatawag pa siya sa akin for some concerns related to the portal. Engineer Ruben James Sevillano, thank you for joining us on this collaboration. Also joining us is their Vice Governor for Education, who would be presenting the certificate later on. For Vice Governor for External Affairs rather. This is Engineer Arsenio Donato Jr. Kanina nag-introduce sa ating speaker is their Vice Governor for Education, si Engineer Jean-Claude De Villeres. And syempre, the one who will be giving the closing remarks mamaya is their very own Governor, Doc Renan Gotis. From IECEP Rizal, syempre nandito po ang ating mga masisipag na board of directors din. From the Rizal side, we are joined by the current IECEP Rizal auditor, Engineer Rio Tubon, our tawag dito, president, host, and current face karamihan ng IECEP Rizal for all of our events here. Engineer Ron Reyes, Associate Trustee, and who else is here? Kanina, our Vice Governor for Internal sa Rizal Chapter, Engineer Ernie Espinosa was here. I think he had to leave. And syempre, nandito rin ang ating Governor for IECEP Rizal, Engineer Dennis Molina. So, I would just like to acknowledge these people who made this event possible for today. So it's very long event, ganyan talaga pag mga HCPD type of webinar, pero I'm sure, sabi ko nga dun sa isa yung recent posting ko, sigurado naman busog-lusog kayo sa learnings and most especially dito po sa ating event for today. Okay, so it's already 5 o'clock. Let's move forward with some of the comments and question and answers. So we picked over some of those yung mga comments and questions na nandito po nakita natin over at YouTube. And some are comments. If you would like to add something up, Engineer Rap, please do so. Banggitin ko lang yung iba. From Engineer Michael Lozano, ngayong pandemic, pinakagamit ang mga ProAV.
Correct.
Yan. Kitang-kita kasi with yung mga huling, lalo na yung mga huli mo, yung sa Unified Communications, yung Network
Correct.
AV, yung mga software type na mga codec na yan. Sabi nga, lahat yung mga natin ginagamit ngayon. And even the one that we are using right now. Diba? Dito sa ating ngayon.
Correct.
Okay.
And actually,
sige, go ahead, sir.
The trend right now is that even ang security systems or security surveillance is going up as well. Isang market na lumalaki lalo na ngayong pandemic. Though sa IECEP, CCTV has a different discipline, but actually if you will check it, it's still under ProAV. And then it's very well used. Ang sabi nila, people will be using surveillance right now. Most people are going to do that. Like if they're going to work remotely, talagang gagamit tayo nun. So yeah, those are the additional usage of ProAV right now. Aside from what we are doing right now, like video
Yeah.
conferencing.
I agree. Okay, another comment. I think this is a comment ba ito or a question? Kasi may question mark si Engineer
Okay.
Naldi Daos eh. But Brad Ralph, can I add that verification of the as-built drawings? This was towards the start of your presentation. Against the actual site condition should be done before the initial design. What's your take on this? I think parang statement, no?
Can I add that verification of as-built drawings against actual site conditions should be done before the initial design? Actually, yung verification process natin is being done from the start up to the last end. Kailangan yan. While the project is progresses, we from time to time we have to verify, we have to check. Para pagdating ng dulo, pag nasa as-built na tayo, okay na yung mga as-built natin. Hindi na conflicting or not take in consideration lahat ng kailangan nating i-verify. Yun.
Okay. Sige, let's move forward. Ito parang reaction to dun eh sa naging discussion nila sa chat. As-built drawings normally is conducted before site project acceptance if it is acceptable to the clientele group. If not, then need some revision to make it passable. So this is from Engineer Sajid Makabalang. Si Engineer Sajid, lahat ng event nakikita ko to. Special mention ka sa akin, pare. Yan. Ilan na ba CPD mo? 'Di ba? Nasa ano na yata 500 na yata no? Okay. From the master, Engineer Willardo Mesa, makikita nyo rin siya sa lahat ng forum. Pag kailangan nyo ng tanong ng sagot, kausapin nyo lang yan. Meron kayong sagot sa kahit anong tanong niya. Tanong nyo sa kanya. Mostly, ang clients ay zero knowledge sa AV. Minsan, no idea rin sila sa budget. So, invite na nila, ay design and build proposals. Nagiging main concern ay presyo, kaya nakukopo ng Chinese products. Now, we just like to emphasize na we're not, hindi naman tayo nagiging racist dito, etc. But you also mentioned, Engineer Ralph, something about being these products na mostly on the market are Chinese. Would you like to add up something on this? Wala kang audio, sir.
Okay, sorry. Ayan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Meron na? Okay. Usually kasi this time ang makakapag-manufacture kasi ng mass production are the Chinese. And then when it comes to mass production, they also have the tendency that na lower yung price nila. Okay. At certain point kasi I don't know the whole process when it comes to conformance pagdating sa mga Chinese products sa China. Okay? But kung fully enforced, and hindi ko ba masasabi ngayon kung meron talaga o wala, but kung wala, sa palagay ko, kaya ganun ang nangyayari na medyo cheap yung not on not a racist answer, but on a real talk tayo. Real talk. Yun. Next thing, mostly sabi nga natin, because most of the professional AV products cost are it's expensive. Yeah. But sabi ko nga, as we move on and as we digitally transform our companies, like recently what happened is that nag-open up na yung FDI natin, medyo lumuwag na. Foreign companies are getting into the Philippines. Pag nakapasok sila, what is their culture, what technology they are bringing in. So what will happen is that we have to adjust. And with adjustment, wala tayong if a US company brings in a technology that is complying with a certain standard, then we have to do it as well. It's mandatory. So expect na magiging na siya. Change is inevitable. Okay? We have to adjust. We have to adapt. Kailangan natin yan. Okay?
Yes. And I agree. And yun naman talaga ang name of the game dito sa profession natin. And it's also, hindi siya, we'd like to put it in a more positive way kasi yun nga yung sinasabi ng karamihan pa nagko-comment. ECE, never tayo mawawala sa trend kasi it's a technology-based course and lahat ng bago sa technology for sure nasa ECE yan. Papasok yan sa atin. And I'd also like to add up doon sa sinabi mo siguro probably ang iniisip natin diyan not really with nothing against with the Chinese products na ito. Pero yun nga sinabi mo kanina, maybe these are not really have been tested in conformance sa mga proven standards natin internationally. That's why maybe they are cheap. And but it doesn't mean that these items do not work or these equipments do not work, di ba? It's just that siguro talagang yun nga, aside from the manpower and the cost of doing production sa kanila, hindi nga lang siguro sila pa tested against this conformity na mga other items na may proven na track record with regards to these technologies na binabanggit natin. All right, so moving forward, this is a good question from Engineer Dennis Elba. Did you recommend specific brand of equipment in your design? Or do you recommend specific brand of equipment in your design? Meron ka bang kinikater dyan? Bukod dun sa ibang mga binanggit mo kanina. Siguro, Engineer Raf, yung personal preference na lang siguro. Wala namang mga masama dito.
Actually, as much as possible, ayaw ko mag-mention ng brands. Not because yun lang, anong nangyari for the sake of presentation, because these brands actually give kung ano yung gusto ko talagang i-explain. Nasabi ko kung ano yung brand. Sasabihin ko lang is that maraming brand available sa market when it comes to ProAV, and you can just select. They offer you different technologies. So it's your choice. Napakadami. There are US based companies, even Chinese based companies. I mean, because some companies, they're manufacturing it in China, they OEM them and they transport it to Europe, branded this as a European brand. So yun. But you have to be, sabi ko nga, you have to be picky when it comes to kung anong standard sila nagko-comply or kung ano yung mga benefits na makukuha mo. Kaya ba nilang magbigay ng mga protocols na ganito para mo ma-integrate lahat ng iyong mga devices na kailangan. Yun.
Okay, napaka-safe na sagot, no? Walang binibigyan niya talaga sinagot yung yung diretso no? Hindi, biro lang. But we understand, syempre, it will still boil down to what are your specific requirements in terms of your design. Syempre naman, diba? Pero nagbanggit naman si Engineer Raf kanina ng mga brands so you could take a look on all of those mga brands na yun and what they have to offer. All right, I'm not sure if this is the last question for this, but sir, question. At large auditorium, what frequency range does wireless translator / interpreter, headphones, and polling system works? And if ever, what industry-grade brands can you recommend? This is from Engineer Amiel Jeffrey Juano.
Okay. When it comes to specific, technical thing, wala akong may sasagot right now. But I will research for it, Mr. Engineer Amiel. I will call you personally or email you personally. If you can, I will just ask Engineer Lyle IECEP Rizal for your email address, and I will personally reply I will personally give the answer to you on email.
Okay, fair enough. So Engineer Amiel, I don't know you personally, pero kung naghahanap ka ng trabaho, pagkakataon mo na ito, para kay Engineer Rap, baka may opening sa kanila, no? Pag nakausap mo siya. Okay, sorry. Ano ba to? Ito ba yung last? Yes, I think this is the last one. Kay Engineer Sajid ulit na nagsasabi sa akin na in special mention ko raw siya. Is there any update on the new materials in the market on suppressing sound, soundproofing systems, considerations, and its new materials?
Then mga regular na ang ginagamit usually it's between the acoustic engineering society or a consultant, acoustic consultant, and the consultant itself. Pagdating sa mga materials na fabric diffusers, meron doon with update of the current materials. Wala pa akong understanding kung meron ng new materials na available. But I will check it for you.
Okay. I'd like to add up kasi parang nag-follow-up question din siya in relation to this. Is ProAV under acoustics ba? Pare? Or vice versa? Or how does it work?
No, not it's an allied actually. But
Okay.
acoustics is a part of ProAV.
Okay.
Because when we talk about professional AV, it's not only dealing with audio, but it will also deal with video. So those are the two, and the other allied requirements like controls and networks. Those stuff malaking yung branch ng ProAV. And then from time to time, since we are talking about how we will control like reverberation inside the room, and how we will manage about reflections of sound, we have ProAV person or designers will coordinate with acoustic engineers pagdating sa mga sa like computation ng mga reverberation times sa loob ng isang room. So those stuff. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. And very well said. Again, this is our very good set of questions. And we've only done around 15 minutes, and I guess that's it for these sa ating Q&A and comments section. Again, I'd like to personally give a hand to Engineer Rafael Lontok. It's a very, very, very interesting topic. Talagang mapapakinabangan po ng everyone of the practitioners po natin pagdating po sa electronics engineering. Okay, so moving forward, I'd like to call on and the current Vice Governor for External Affairs, Engineer Arsenio A. Donato Jr., to award the speaker certificate for this topic. Sir?
Sir Lyle, thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much. With this, it is my great and honor to present this certificate of appreciation. Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, Rizal Chapter, and IECEP UAE. Certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Engineer Rafael Lontok, TECE, Resource Speaker, for having shared his knowledge and expertise on our IECEP Rizal 9th webinar 2021 with the topic entitled ProAV Design Process and Integration Overview, held on 8th of May 2020 via IECEP National YouTube channel. Given this 8th day of April in the year of our Lord 2021 at the province of Rizal, Philippines, signed by your IECEP Rizal Governor, Dennis L. Molina, PECE and AE. Thank you so much, Sir Lyle.
Okay, thank you, Engineer.
Thank
Anong
you,
palayo mo, sir? Is it
Zen,
really
sir. You can call me Zen.
Zen?
Zen.
Zen. Okay, Engineer Zen, maraming salamat. And I would like to correct siguro dito, no, meron ng mga maling entry. The date is wrong. It's supposedly May 8th. And the certificate na na-flash, it's supposedly Rizal and UAE. But nonetheless, thank you very much, Engineer Raf. We apologize for this. we will send you the correct version of the certificate, the digital certificate to your email address. IECEP Rizal and IECEP UAE will send it to you. Again, a big round of applause. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much po.
Rafael Lontok. Hindi ko nabuuin yung lahat ng suffix. Napakahaba. Baka hindi tayo matapos pag binanggit ko lang yung suffix na nandun pa rin. Job well done. Maraming salamat for your time and effort na pag-share dito sa event na ito. Okay, so some of the advertisements, already past 17 minutes, 5 o'clock. I hope you can hold on with me. This is just some short advertisements po tayo. I would like to, I think you are already on your last session, no? But IECEP UAE. But I'd like to put it in here. Hindi ito masyado na i-advertise, but this is a good course in a way, CPD course din. They had their VMware Fundamental short course. They are on their last date, which will be held next Saturday, next Friday rather. This is UAE time, if I'm not mistaken. The speaker, the trainer, is Engineer Jan Michael De Villeres, which is ni no? Brad, magkapatid kayo pare, no?
Yes, Sir Lel.
Yes, Cloud.
Yung dates lang dito, Sir Lel, May 17, May 14, hindi lang na-update. Thank you.
Okay, alright. So, stand corrected on that, but yun, ito na yung nag-unstable yata yung internet ko. Am I clear? Clear ako? Okay naman, no? Okay.
Ayos, klaro, sir.
Thank you. Moving forward, we'd also like to promote yung website ng UAE chapter. You can key in iecep.ae for all the latest news, announcements, happenings on IECEP UAE chapter. Okay. Promotion again. Please like and follow IECEP UAE Facebook page, IECEP Rizal chapter Facebook page. For the latest updates na mas mabilis kasi yung update with the Facebook platforms natin. Kaya it has been asked talaga with all of the chapters to create a fan page for the service ng kanilang mga members. Okay, kasi wala naman ang yata halos ngayon na individual who is not into Facebook. Okay, I also like to touch on this. We still have the IECEP Rizal Chapter Membership Renewal Summer Promo. And yes, indeed, summer na summer po talaga ngayon. Kanina pa nga ako, punas ng punas po dito. At ang init po talaga. Dahil sa init na yan, meron pa po tayong 20% off for single and dual license, which is until the end of May 2021. So ano pang inaantay nyo? Magpa-member na po kayo at mag-renew na rin kayo ng membership ninyo. And I'd also like to, kasi I'm also representing, aside from my mother chapter here as IECEP Rizal, I'm also representing IECEP National in a way. There are also other promos with the other chapters. Di naman magsiselos ang IECEP Rizal sa akin. Recently, meron din ang IECEP, which is a very good membership promo. You could check out their page. I think there is another chapter, baka patawarin niyo ako, nakalimutan ko sila, pero meron pang isa if I'm not mistaken. So there are various chapters who have their, IECEP Quezon City has their membership promo as well. So please, if you still had renewed your license, your membership rather with IECEP, which you will use your license, PRC license, please do so. Ito na po ang pinakamagandang pagkakataon to do that. Earn CPD points the easiest way on the comfort of your homes, and only 15 CPD rito with all those discounts. So siguro naman po, napakalaking bagay na po nito sa inyo at napakalaking tulong na. Okay. Moving forward, there will be a TikTok dance challenge, and I think the groups, ba to, individual ba o may group pa ba ito? I think tinanggal na nila yung group, pero I'm sure individual meron ito, and you could I also inviting IECEP UAE. Maganda ito yung mga madalas natin pinapanood. Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines along with the student chapter. They're doing this as a collaboration. They will be having their TikTok dance challenge. Baka may gusto pang humabol, I think they're still open for that. Okay, so marami dyan. Oh, naka-my day nga lagi ang mga TikTok. Pakinabangan nyo, sayang naman, di ba? Okay, this was postponed if I'm not mistaken. But hindi ko lang alam yung exact date kasi yun nga due to the the ECQ and MECQ na nangyari with the NCR bubble dito po sa amin. But we will still have to do this community outreach activity, Bigay Pala at Tanay Rizal. Okay, if you could put in some of your donations, you could just contact us or ito po yung number ng ating main point person for this, which is our ex-treasurer sa IECEP Rizal, si Engineer Maria Teresa Lanzuela. And is it episode 6, Ron ba? Episode 6 na ba to? Episode 7 ba? But they will be, is this correct? If it's correct, it's happening on May 15. This is a collaboration event with IECEP Zamboanga and Engineer Ron Reyes. Sabi ko nga, the current face of IECEP Rizal. Lahat ng mga poster, makikita nyo ang mukha ni Ron dyan. Iba-iba pa ang hairstyle niya. Tignan nyo nga dito, short hair siya. Pag nakikita nyo siya dito sa mga webinar, long hair naman siya. So, hindi mo na alam kung anong totoo. Di ba, Ron? Sabihin sa akin, kanina ko pa siya niloloko. No? But, yun, episode 6, Tech Talk Live, IECEP Rizal, Ronda Rizal with Engineer Ron Reyes, plus a guest co-host from IECEP Zamboanga, beautiful co-host from IECEP Zamboanga. Inaabangan na rin yan ng mga taga IECEP Rizal, IECEP UAE. If you would like to join us, watch, you are always free along with the whole IECEP community. Okay, so sabi nga natin, hindi lang tayo pang electronics, pati Operation Libreng Tuli, pinasok na rin po ng IECEP Rizal chapter along with in partnership with the IECEP Rizal chapter Biomedical Group. Gov Dennis, hindi ko alam, May 3 na, mukhang rin to, no, na-move din, no? But it's happening on SPS Subdivision, Covered Court, Barangay Rosario. This is in Pasig, if I'm not mistaken. And this is happening 2 weeks from now. And I think nag-close na yung event. And ito yung pinagpasalamat ni Gov Dennis kanina during his intro speech, opening speech kanina dahil we are very grateful dahil ang dami po talagang nag-register and nag-enroll, which goes to say talagang marami ang interested on this particular field po natin. Ang specialization, particularly topic is the radio network design and optimization from 2G to 5G bootcamp. So for all of those who registered and waiting for confirmation ng mga payments nila, etc. So and those who are already registered and has been confirmed, pakiantay nyo na lang po ang inyong mga Zoom links for this. I'm sure this will be a very fruitful learning session para po sa inyo. Okay, and walang kapagod-pagod na governor ng IECEP Rizal, meron pa rin po siya, hindi pa rin natatapos ang kanyang mga initiatives. Meron siya sa ELV Systems Workshop Series. These are for faculties which are already enrolled dun sa kanyang faculty industry immersion program. Yun nga lang, this is a face-to-face training limited for faculty members ng IECEP Rizal affiliated schools. So meron tayong requirement na rapid test, and of course social distancing will be properly observed. This is very important since our faculties are also ECEs, engineers who are syempre sharing their knowledge, would be able to share their knowledge later on sa ating mga future ECEs pa on these particular ELV systems na nakalagay po dyan, structured cabling, CCTV, PA, and FDAS. Okay, that will happen. I think it has been moved. Kaya rin. Okay, so there will be changes on these dates. And this is the rescheduled date for the online training series 2.0, which is supposed to happen sometime around April, if I'm not mistaken. but it has been rescheduled to June, immediately after the mid-year convention. We will be those who have registered, but this is closed already. Those who have registered, ito po yung rescheduled date for the cybersecurity framework of Engineer Marvin Bakiran. Okay, so napaka timely rin na topic since we are all working on the cyber world right now. And syempre, on July 3 and 4, there will be a virtual roadshow courtesy of IECEP Rizal and IECEP Manila. This will happen on July 3 and 4, two full days, with the topic electronics engineering in the forefront of digital transformation. So you could check out on the Facebook pages of IECEP Rizal and IECEP Manila. Nandiyan po ang mga talagang kapitapitagan ng mga speakers natin. Hindi ko na sila, siguro mabilis na lang. We have Engineer Gerhard Tan, of course, telco related. Engineer Alan Sabado for building fire and life safety applications. Doc Arsol Reyes for design thinking. Engineer June Lloyd Gopela for railway. Engineer Ronnie Serpawan for image analysis with temperature mapping. And all those related to advanced level engineering, courtesy of the legend, Engineer Romy Agatep. Engineer Anthony Madrono who will be speaking on ANSI-BICSI data center design standards. And our very own Engineer Rick De La Peña, one of our IECEP Rizal founding officers, who will be speaking on healthcare technology managers for us as a role of electronics engineers. We also have current associate trustee namin, si Mr. Vic Iraniela, an ECT, speaking about advanced engineering avionics, and Engineer James Lindo will be speaking about cryptocurrency. We also have Engineer Mark Purio, an overview of satellite development. I think he is the one who na publish sa various ang tawag dito, broadsheets and news articles, no. So he's a part of yung sa satellite development sa Birds for Satellite project. And then former President Melvin Acosta on the latest technological trends in broadcasting. And syempre, di makukumpleto ang roadshow without the presence of our board of ECEs, Dr. Detalia, Engineer Orben, Engineer Del Moro, from the PRC updates on the Philippine qualification framework. And I'm not sure if this is the last one. Yes, this is the last one for Colonel Edwin Sadang, professional electronics engineer representing RET, or the Rapid and RET team updates. And lastly, Engineer Mark Philip Fernandez will be speaking about solar energy and energy conservation. So, meron po itong fee na 600 pesos and sulit na sulit ang 600 pesos nyo po dito sa event na ito, and I hope you do still register. Nandyan lang po, makikita nyo naman yan at myiecep.net. Wala pang CPD points na approve if I'm not mistaken, pero more than the CPD points, the learnings that you will get from this event, surely sulit na yung 600 pesos po. And also on July, you will have Trio CPDinario version 2. This is an event na I'm very proud of. Kasama ako sa nag-coin nito noong time last year. And they are doing it again this year. The trio of the Ross team, Rizal, Oman, and Sok Sargen, doing version 2, their own version this year. It will happen from the 2nd to the 4th week of July. Okay? So, talagang kahit ako, binabasa, nag-advertise ako dito, pagod na ako mag-advertise sa sobrang dami. Okay? Sana pala, Gov. Dennis, tinuloy na natin hanggang December. Baka kulang pa itong slides na to, no? De, biro lang. Tayo kung binibiro yan si paring Dennis eh. Okay, so, again, I'd like to advertise, please, you still haven't done so, And ano niyo na rin, paki-share niyo na rin po. Please subscribe to our official YouTube channel. Just look for IECEP National. I think IECEP UAE also has their own YouTube channel, if I'm not mistaken. So hanapin nyo lang po yan. IECEP UAE din, they have their own YouTube channel. Hindi lang natin nailagay na rito. Also subscribe on their official YouTube channel. Okay, so naulit na yung iba rito. Website natin, icepnational.com. Facebook natin, IECEP National Official. And lastly, ang huling promotion ko as part of the National Board of Directors, we are inviting you to the IECEP MidCon, our 71st National Mid-Year Convention, which will happen on June 4 to 5, 2021 with the theme Embracing Digital Transformation in the Time of New Normal. So this has been advertised na sa ating Facebook page, but I'd like to show it again. Andito lang naman po in 4 easy steps. Makakapag-register na po kayo. The usual, log into my IECEP, look for the MidCon event, register on that, choose digital payment, and type in 0. Okay, ma'am. Dito yung unang nakakalito na part eh. So you need to type in 0. And then yung mga nagtatanong po, marami po nagtatanong sa IECEP National na FB page, sa comments, sa message. And I think meron na rin mga nag-email niyan na nag-iintay nung step 2 na email. Pakiantay lang po. Actually, it's a manual process. They're just verifying some things on the back end. Pero once it starts, I'm just not sure if it will start this weekend na po. But it could start anytime soon. May marireceive po kayo doon na payment instructions along with how various payment channels courtesy of Paymongo, if I'm not mistaken. And nandun po, kasi may mga nagtatanong, sana meron GCash, sana meron siguro through credit card, through bank transfer. I think, if I'm not mistaken, again, lahat po yan should be available on those. Okay? So, and then afterwards, there will be a verification ng payment, the usual po natin. And once na na-verify po kayo through the My IECEP portal, the next email na marireceive po ninyo is the meeting invitation na, and which will be sent to your registered email address sa inyong My IECEP portal at least 3 to 5 days before the MidCon 2021. So I hope to see you there. The registration fee is 1,000 for members and 1,200 for non-members. All right. And the letter, kahapon lang po ito na i-post. Yung mga nangihingi po ng official invitation natin, it's already been posted on the FB page. Yung mga nagtatanong regarding, I think there's someone, there are a few individuals who ask kung ano yung time, official time. As far as I know, it would have been the same almost sa format ng ating EAGM. But please, as a disclaimer, pakihintay po natin yung official announcement ng ating mid-year convention team. Okay, so on to formally close our event, we've had so much learnings. Marami rin po tayong nangyari today, and we are very grateful for all of the kanina nasa 160 yata or 70 plus na nanonood po sa atin on the official YouTube channel. And I'd like to call on the current governor of IECEP UAE, Dr. Rinan Gotis, to formally close our event for today. Governor Rinan.
Thank you, Engineer Lyle. First is I would like to thank our speakers, Engineer Rafael and Engineer Dominic, for their dedication to this to our IECEP. Okay, at ginagawa nila to for our members, so that our members will develop their skills and career profession. So thank you very much. Then next is I would like to thank Rizal chapter, si Engineer Lyle, si Engineer Dennis, Engineer Ron, for including the officers and the BOT for giving this opportunity for us, okay, to work with them. Both chapters are active. It's the IECEP Rizal is active, IECEP UAE is active also, and um, both chapters are doing great. They are doing a lot. So, yung mag-team up pa sila, 'di ba? So, ito yung magandang example at sana magpatuloy ito sa ibang chapters din. 2 more, 3 more, 5 more, diba? Dito natin strengthen yung ICEP and yung samahan. Okay, and yeah, because actually itong ganitong klaseng collaboration, it's not the first but one of the first in terms of tandem webinar. So like 9 hours, 9 hours webinar. Pero it is worth it. Nakakapagod, mahaba, it is worth it kasi yung value na nakuha ng mga members. This is ito yung magagandang training, di ba? So yeah, so during the course, just to sum up, okay. So on the first webinar, we learned about enterprise network. Nandiyan ang structured cabling, ang standards. Yan ang siguro isa sa pinaka magandang discussion on the first webinar, yung standards. So ito yung kailangan natin if we wanted to have the quality in our work, in our profession, para sa para sa country natin and yung mga projects natin, itong importante yung standards. We should apply this. Okay, we should apply this on our design, lalo na sa dyan sa Pinas, sa international. Medyo ginagawa na yan. So, i-apply natin yan. Okay. And then yung fiber optics, na-review tayo sa fiber optics. And I guess na-start na din yung smart building. And then on the next one, we had audio video, something that akala ko napakasimple lang pero isa pa pala sa napakaraming standards. So, makikita mo dito sa webinar na to yung sinasabi ng speaker na nag-evolve yung technology, and of course everybody's fear is being obsolete. So ito yung chance ng mga ECEs to evolve. Okay, don't settle with what you have, try to gain more, try to learn more, so that you can prepare. Tama yung, I don't know kung kanino ko narinig, pero yes, everything will go to IT eventually. So kailangan ngayon pa lang nagbi-build up ka na ng IT skills mo. Yung emerging technologies, okay. And then yeah, so thank you then sa mga participants. I think this will only be successful because you attended this and you take part of this and you followed and made sure that this event has order. So yeah, so basically that's it. I would like to thank also the officers of ICEP UAE for dedicating their time on this webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Wala nang additional promotions. Go, Renan. Wala na? Baka may event kayo ko nabanggit kanina.
Claude?
Go for now. Okay muna tayo, Sir Len, and go, yun muna.
All right, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that was Dr. Rinan Gotis, the current governor of IECEP UAE. Very well said, Gov Rinan, and thank you again. Thank you very much, IECEP UAE chapter, all your board of directors, board of trustees, and officers. Maraming salamat for this collaboration event. And before I officially close yung ating pong seminar, pasensya na kayo, ito pa yung nakalimutan ko. Ito yung marami nagtatanong kanina. Meron na raw bang link para dun sa attendance at evaluation? Pasensya na, di ko nabanggit. Yes, meron na po yung posting ng IECEP Rizal chapter sa comment page, sa comment section. Puntahan nyo lang po doon. Na-post na po doon yung attendance evaluation link for the PM session. Again, will only be open until 7 p.m. Mahigpit po ang mga principal ng dalawang chapter. Pag naiwan kayo na hindi kayo nakapagsagot pa, pag naiwan kayo dito sa session, nag-close na kami at nandiyan pa rin po kayo, nako, ibig sabihin po nun, baka kung saan na kayo nagpunta, baka may nakatulog na, no? Gising-gising na, attendance na, at lagay na CPD points. Okay, so I'm just kidding. But I do hope na, sabi nga ni Engineer Dominic, even 1 or 2 or 3 lang na natutunan ninyo dito was really worth it for them na. For Engineer Dominic and Engineer Raf, malaking bagay na yun sa kanila. More so, you spend around 8 to 9 hours here for this learning session. I hope all of those learnings would come a long way as you continue to practice our profession. And thank you very much. Maraming salamat on behalf of IECEP Rizal and IECEP UAE chapter. Again, this is the Director Engineer Lyle Anthony Joel G. Villas, current Board of Director po sa IECEP National, immediate past Governor ng IECEP Rizal, and sometimes coined as the Brad Admin ng IECEP. Siguro dahil madalas din sumasagot ako sa mga social media platforms ninyo. Maraming salamat po for joining us on this event. See you again on the next events ng ating pong IECEP Rizal and IECEP UAE chapter. Mabuhay po ang IECEP Rizal, mabuhay ang IECEP UAE, mabuhay ang IECEP, mabuhay po ang ating profesyon. Maraming salamat, ingat po kayo, good night, and God bless to everyone.
Thank you. Topic tayo.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, IECEP UAE. Sir Rafael, thank you
Thank you.
Welcome po.
Ulitin, Sir Rafael.
Welcome po. Oo, okay naman po.
Picture tayo.
Sir Lyle, thank you
Terry.